Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The story began with a faint veil of light appearing in the darkness. The protagonist, barely opening his eyes, saw a bonfire. Seeing the happy girls by the bonfire, he assumed that they were having a party. The guy's eyes widened. A smirk appeared on his face as he mentally said that he didn't think that he was still popular with the girls. Chun-Li turned his attention to the meat on the fire. The smell of roasted lamb made the guy stand up. His lips stretched into a smile. Chun-Li, standing up, looked at the group by the bonfire again. The smirk did not leave his face. He was happy with the beautiful girls and delicious food. A moment later, he rushed towards the crowd, but immediately fell to the ground. He frowned at himself. Chun-Li, twitching his hand, realized that he was tied up. He raised his head. A system window appeared right in front of the guy, informing him that he had a minute left until the end of the survival quest. Suddenly, two men approached the protagonist. The guy frowned, not understanding where the cute girls had gone. Kneeling down, the guy told the man that there was some kind of mistake and that he shouldn't be here. The hunters just chuckled, saying something in their own language. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Now he remembered where he was. At that moment, a giant bird flew over the clearing. 12 hours ago, Chun-Li found himself on the shore of the wildlands. He coughed, standing at the shore. The guy scooped up some water. Then he washed his face. Looking at his hands, he tried to understand how he ended up here. Because he had just been keeping the young lady company. They went shopping to buy her jewelry. Looking away, he wondered if God was punishing him for being a gigolo. Chun-Li shuddered, hearing someone scream. Turning around and seeing half-naked men, he decided that this was some kind of joke. The little boy picked up a bone and shouted something. He threw his bone sharply. The projectile flew a millimeter from Chun-Li's face. A moment later, blood spurted out from the wound. He quickly ran away from the natives, saying that they should not be so serious. Chun-Li grinned and said that he was still good at running. Ordinary people would not be able to catch up with him, not to mention the boy who was with them. The boy froze. He realized something. The protagonist gritted his teeth when another bone grazed his side. Frowning, the boy said that this was not a joke, and this was happening for real. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him, informing him that the main quest, survival, had started. The protagonist, continuing to run, tried to figure out what kind of main quest this was. The man swung his bone spear, wanting to hit Chun-Li. A moment later, he threw his spear. The tip of the bone spear rushed towards the boy's back. The boy, not realizing anything, continued to run. Looking back, he screamed in fear. The blunt side of the bone hit him right in the neck. The boy's eyes buckled. He realized that now he was finished. His pupils gradually diminished, and then completely disappeared. And so Chun-Li found himself tied up by the fire. He sat silently, looking at the system panel informing him of the completed task. The protagonist chuckled. He still had a chance after miraculously surviving for 12 hours. When the men walked away from him, the boy asked the system what kind of reward it was. Then a couple of system windows with various information appeared in front of him. The boy frowned when the system offered to open the beginner's gift pack. A moment later, a system card appeared, and the system reported the purchase of basic language proficiency and a beginner's survival guide along with an axe. Various information began to flow into the guy's head in the form of archive cubes. Chun-Li's eyes widened. Now the protagonist began to understand what the natives were talking about around the fire. So he realized that this was a very ancient world, when culture had not yet emerged and everything was in the development stage. Chun-Li's goal was to survive and create a civilization in this new world. All he needed was a suit to fully start this open-world strategy game. Frowning, he added points to his strength. A moment later, a battle axe appeared in his hand. The bonds on the guy's body began to break. A second later, he tore them to shreds. Smiling and clenching his fist, Chun-Li said that he did not expect that one point would add so much strength to him. The two men froze and looked at the protagonist. He threw the axe over his shoulder with a smile on his face. Shirgu, angry, ran towards the guy, ordering his subordinates to kill him on the spot. The protagonist was not afraid even when the two men approached him. He only smirked. He held the axe in front of him and said that they, a bunch of ignorant savages, dared to be impudent to him, a god. Shirgu grabbed the bone with both hands and said that he did not understand what a god was. Chun-Li smiled and said that this meant that he was an authority among this bunch of primitive people, and also the leader, since he was sent by heaven to rule them. Shirgu's body trembled with anger. He suddenly jumped up and swung the weapon. The protagonist was surprised and gritted his teeth. He frowned. Chun-Li swung the axe, saying that he could not lose. The guy was able to block the opponent's bone. The ground beneath his feet gave way. A moment later, the ground shattered and cracks spread across it. The protagonist frowned and said that he did not expect this savage to have so much strength. Shirgu and Chun-Li were tensely confronting each other. Shirgu gritted his teeth as he saw the axe pierce his bone. The protagonist frowned. Shirgu, tense, screamed. A moment later, his bone weapon was cut. A piece of bone flew off. The protagonist and the man looked at the bone. Shirgu, shocked, looked at the bone. The tribesman stared at the bone in shock and disbelief. Chunli, turning his head, felt that something bad was about to happen. Shirgu, feeling furious, screamed, asking Chunli how dare he break his weapon. The veins appeared on his face as he ordered the entire tribe to attack the protagonist. The boy ran away, screaming that this was a complete scam, because they agreed to fight one-on-one. Chunli started running away screaming, saying that it was not normal for so many people to attack a 24-year-old boy. One of the savages approached the boy. He swung his club. The protagonist swung his axe and struck first. The savage fell to the ground in fear. Chunli stood in front of him and said that they were just a bunch of savages. He clenched his fist and said that he did not want to fight them, but they forced him. Frowning, he ordered everyone to surrender. The crowd of savages froze and did not move. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that if these savages had not attacked him, he would not have to explain himself here. Suddenly, the tribesmen trembled with fear. They turned around abruptly and ran away. The protagonist, not realizing that there was someone behind him, tried to understand what was the reason for the savages' fear. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him. He was given a quest to exorcise a saber-toothed tiger. The tiger's saliva dripped onto the boy's head. Chunli surprised the tiger by raising his head sharply. He ran away with a scream. The tiger raised his paw and roared. Chunli blocked the beast's claws with his axe as he ran. Dodging the beast's paws, he asked God why everyone wanted to eat him. The protagonist jumped down. Looking back, he said that if this continues, he will die. The boy gritted his teeth when the tiger landed behind him. He thought that this mission was idiotic, because this beast will kill him in one bite. The tiger jumped forward. The tiger's claws raked across the boy's back. Chunli fell to the ground in pain. Gritting his teeth, he began to get up. Swinging his axe, he said that he can't run away any longer. Grabbing the axe with both hands, the boy said that he couldn't go straight ahead, he had to outsmart it. Frowning, he tried to figure out what he could use against the saber-toothed tiger. Looking into the distance, he saw smoke from the fire. When the beast raised its paw, Chunli realized that he only had one chance. He suddenly rushed forward. The tiger stood on its hind legs in surprise. A moment later, it jumped towards the boy. The protagonist slid along the ground. The tiger simply lowered its paws and landed on him. Running away, Chunli cursed, saying that he would no longer believe in movie stunts. Frowning, he said that all cats are disgusting, because they like to play with game. Running to the forest, the boy said that the plants ahead will help him. As soon as he gets to the fire, he will win. The tiger swung its paw, breaking a tree in its path. Its claws almost hit the boy's head, barely passing over his head. Chunli gritted his teeth as he ran forward. He narrowed his eyes, seeing the target. There was a fire right in the clearing. He jumped forward with the last of his strength. His body began to tumble. Soon he stood up, finding himself next to the fire. He grabbed one of the branches. The guy managed to raise a semblance of a torch and strike at the tiger. The cat, frightened by the fire, roared. She immediately retreated back. The tiger, closing one eye, growled. The beast frowned and was afraid. The protagonist, starting to circle around the fire, told the tiger to come closer if he dared. Chunli held the torch in front of him. He frowned even more, hearing a strange sound. The sound came from the forest nearby. The boy raised his head and realized what those sounds were. A huge footprint of the beast was left on the ground. The tiger opened its mouth in surprise, hearing the sounds of footsteps. The cat was struck as if by electricity. He turned around abruptly and ran away. Chunli, gritting his teeth, told the tiger not to run away, because he had challenged him, and he didn't want to be alone. A moment later, the system reported the successful completion of the mission to drive out the tiger. Seeing 2 new points, the protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. He turned his head sharply, hearing a sound from the forest. Turning in the direction of the sound, he said that someone was approaching him, which meant he needed to leave quickly. Starting to run, he told the system to add 1 point to strength and agility. Many system windows appeared in front of the boy for a moment. A second later, steam came out of his mouth. Chunli did not stop running away. He landed on the ground after a jump. Below, he saw a crowd of savages gathered. Frowning, he called out to them. Shirgu stood up and asked the boy in surprise how he had not been eaten by the saber-toothed tiger. The protagonist grinned. Raising his axe, he said that this insignificant tiger was nothing more than a big cat to him. As soon as he attacked it, it immediately ran away. The protagonist smiled widely. He looked at the crowd in surprise, trying to understand why they were not afraid of him. Maybe he said something wrong. Suddenly, one of the girls clenched her fists. When she pressed herself against him, the boy asked what she was doing. She suddenly grabbed the boy's leg, saying that he had saved them all. The tribe members raised their hands, thanking the boy and asking to become their leader. Chunli frowned. He realized that this was the reward for the quest. Looking at the happy people, he said that he did not expect such sympathy. He chuckled and said that they should stand up first, and they were so welcoming that he couldn't let them down. Clenching his fist, Shirgu shouted, saying that he was truly the most powerful man. Chunli felt like an emperor for the first time in his life. He raised his axe and ordered everyone to stand up, then he declared himself king. At that moment, system windows appeared, informing that he had successfully joined the nameless tribe. Closing his eyes, the guy added a point to his physical strength. When he opened his eyes, he said that any improvement in abilities leads to qualitative development. The more points the protagonist adds, the easier it will be for him to complete the task, because his equipment and strength will increase. A huge inventory panel appeared in front of the guy. One of the items in his inventory was a healing potion. The protagonist, seeing it, read the conditions for storing and using it. Putting his hand to his chest, he said that if he pulls it out, he will need to use it within 1 day or throw it away. Soon, a sphere of liquid appeared in the boy's hand. The liquid rushed to the wounds on his back. Soon, it reached the wounds. A moment later, the wounds disappeared. Chunli smiled, saying that this was a very good thing. Extending his hand to Shirgu, he said that if someone was injured, he could give this medicine. The man clasped his hands and shouted, saying that their king was too powerful. Closing his eyes, the boy said that this was how he could protect them. Soon, his eyes opened and he said that since he was their king, he needed to get to know them better. Pointing at the man, he ordered him to introduce himself and tell them about his skills. Shirgu smiled widely, saying that before he came, he was the boss of the tribe, and also the best in combat. The boy in the regiment's skin raised his hands and introduced himself as Agan. He was good at hunting. The tan man waved his hand and said that his name was Wolfbone and he could roar loudly, scaring away wild animals. The bald and huge man smiled, saying that his name was Huangshe and he was the strongest. At that moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder. The girl stood next to him and said that she was the strongest. Then she looked at the surprised protagonist. Clenching her fists, Shanling introduced herself. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, guessing that she was the hidden boss of this game. The second girl came up with an apple in her hand and introduced herself as Shosho. Chunli smiled, saying that this was an ordinary person. Suddenly, someone's chest hit him on the back of the head. The protagonist turned around in anger. Ayu apologized, smiled, and introduced herself. Pointing to the children on the side, she said that they were her sons and she had not yet come up with names for them. Chunli smiled. Grinning widely, he asked himself how he was different from the thief Chao. The boy who suddenly appeared startled the protagonist. Xiong, with his hands on his hips, said that he did not have any special skills, but he had good eyesight and hearing, so he could find any path. The protagonist rubbed his chin, realizing that this Xiong could be useful in the future as a scout. Lowering his hand, he said that they could call him king, boss, or brother Chunli. Looking at the people carefully, he said that he knew everything about civilization, and he came here to pass on his knowledge. The savages stared at the boy in front of them in surprise. Chunli, smiling, said that he would teach them many things. He would guarantee them that they could eat meat every day. The crowd froze in shock upon hearing his words. Everyone raised their hands and began to rejoice. At this moment, a system window appeared, informing them that the main quest had been activated. The protagonist's eyes widened as he read the quest conditions. He put his hand on his chest and said that it was another main quest. The guy then looked at the crowd in front of him. There were 15 of them in total. He narrowed his eyes, saying that he needed to expand the tribe to 50 in 18 days. While everyone was cheering, the guy looked down at everyone, trying to figure out how to add other tribes to their tribe. Looking up, Chunli realized that these 18 days would not be the happiest. He would have to try his best while the calendar sheets were falling. Looking at the system window, he said that a large chest and inheritance was quite a solid reward. The moon was shining brightly throughout the mountain valley. The protagonist was lying right on the ground. He closed his eyes, trying to sleep. Soon he stood up, saying that this lawn was rubbing him all over. Standing up, he said that he could not conquer the world on an empty stomach. Looking at the savages lying there, he said that these guys were too simple-minded, since they didn't even leave a guard. The haggard guy was trying to figure out where he could get food. His eye widened sharply. The guy remembered that there was a lot of roasted meat by the fire. While the angel and demon in the guy's head were arguing over whether they should go, the guy thought about it himself. He clapped his hands, saying that he definitely wouldn't run into that creature. Chunli extended his hand. With an axe in his hand, he walked forward. He frowned as he walked through the forest. The bright moon in the sky lit his path. The bushes in the forest began to move. The protagonist raised his head, saying that it was very quiet here. Right in the clearing in front of him, a fire was burning. Chunli approached the fire and was surprised that there was other prey left. Looking at the hair and the roasted meat, he said that now that he was the king, he couldn't only care about himself. The boy took a rope and tied up the rabbit's corpse. Picking up the bundle of meat, he smiled, saying that he would take it to the boys. Taking the meat, the boy ran away. On the way, he heard strange sounds and stopped. He had a feeling that the terrain had changed. Suddenly, the axe fell from his hand. Chunli fell into a hole. He opened his eyes and frowned. The boy, examining the hole, asked who managed to dig it here. Seeing his shadow, Chunli did not understand how the moonlight broke through this jungle. He involuntarily looked to the side. He raised his head. The protagonist put his hand on the edge of the paw print. Getting up, the boy was shocked. The trees around him were knocked down. Looking at the huge footprints, he was shocked. He looked at the hole he found himself in and said that a creature of such a huge size simply did not exist. He frowned sharply, imagining a dinosaur. Picking up his axe and meat, he said that he was a complete fool, and he had just seen a saber-toothed tiger. The guy frowned and looked around, saying that this was not just an era of wild creatures. In this era, the most fearsome creatures of antiquity, mammoths and dinosaurs, existed. The protagonist, climbing out of the pit, said that he needed to quickly find a safe place and settle there. Soon the sun came out over the horizon. The tribesmen grabbed the meat with great joy. The protagonist watched in shock as they ate the rabbit. He raised his hands and shouted, ordering them to stop fighting. As the tribesmen stood in front of him, Chunli mentally said that they did not know how to make a fire, did not know politeness and the rules of economy. Smiling, he said that today's food would go to those who went hunting with him first. Shirgu smiled widely, saying that they usually hunted in turns. Pointing at Huangshi and Agan, he said that yesterday was their turn. Today, it was Lu Tang, Jutiao, and Wolfbone's turn. Clenching his fists, the man said that they all wanted to hunt since the king was with them. The crowd of men smiled, confirming Shirgu's words. The protagonist looked at Xiong in silence. Looking at the way the boy was clutching the weapon, he assumed that he was wary of him, as he thought he had a grudge against him. Raising his hands, the protagonist said that he wanted to choose a place for the whole family to build a new home. The girls approached him and asked what a family was. The boy answered by saying that it was when she and her loved ones lived in one place. Putting his hand on a tree, he said that a family was like the roots of a tree. They went deep into the ground, providing the whole family with food and safety. Shanling, hearing the king's words, hugged her friends. She suddenly stretched out her arms to the boy. Pressing Chunli to her chest, she asked if she could live together with the king. He, moving away from her, said that they were all family, so they would all live together. Shanling raised her hands, saying that the king wanted to live with her. The king wanted to have a child with her. The protagonist standing behind her told her not to add non-existent rules. Suddenly, the boy turned his head when Shirgu asked him where he wanted to build a new house. Smiling, the boy told everyone to come to him. The boy crouched down and began to draw something on the ground. After drawing a circle, he said that they would first need a large flat piece of land. Squinting, he said that a flat area would be best, with mountains to the north and a river to the south. Soon, when the map was drawn, he said that not only would this make it easier for them to get water, irrigate the fields, collect firewood and minerals, but it would also provide a safe, closed area. Pointing to another part of the map, he said that on the other side of the river there should be a forest for hunting and gathering. The tribe members stared at the map in confusion while the protagonist explained something to them. The protagonist himself had already imagined himself on the ship, making further plans. Xiong, approaching the boy, said that he knew the place he was talking about. Chunli, putting his hands on the boy's shoulders, said that if he really found such a place, he would become the first minister. Xiong, imagining bulls, said that this place was far to the east, but it was better not to go there, because there lived a herd of bulls that were better not to mess with. The protagonist, imagining an ordinary bull, said that this was even better, because the herd would provide them with a large amount of good meat. Massaging his fist, the guy said that their prey today was a herd of calves. A wide smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He raised his axe up, telling him to pick up the weapon and go meet their new home. The events are transferred to another part of the mountain range. A huge forest filled the entire space. The dead head of a chicken crawled out of the bushes. Xiong raised his head and said that the area was quiet and calm. They could go out after waiting for a while. The protagonist smiled and said that he didn't need to worry so much. As they were leaving the forest, the boy said that they didn't need to worry, because scaring off the tiger would definitely protect them. Xiong stopped and said that from that peak, they could see the gathering place of the herd of bulls. The group headed towards the top of the hill. Xiong pressed himself to the ground and asked the others to do the same. Chunli objected, asking them not to worry so much. Soon, he stuck his head out. His eyes widened in shock. He saw a vast plain in front of him. Smiling, he said that he could smell the sea. A system window appeared in front of him when he asked to open the map. Looking at the system map, the boy said that this place was perfect for building the first city. Suddenly, Xiong pulled the boy's hand. The boy began waving his arms, saying that he shouldn't speak so loudly, otherwise the black bulls would hear him. Chunli, without arguing, stuck his head out from behind cover. Reflections from the system windows began to appear in his eye. The guy, thanks to the system, could view the plants in this area. Looking at the liana, he received information that it was poisonous. After that, he analyzed the tree itself. On the tree branch, he saw a gray squirrel, whose meat was tender. Lastly, the guy analyzed the wasp. Its bite was toxic, and 5 bites led to death. The protagonist frowned. Looking at Xiong, he asked where those big black bulls of his were. Xiong, sticking his head out, said that they were right behind that grove. Ahead was a large bend in the river. So the group led by Xiong headed towards the bulls. Half an hour later, the sun reached its zenith. The protagonist's group approached the grove. Entering inside, Xiong said that they would most likely be discovered earlier. Chunli himself frowned upon hearing this, realizing that it was too quiet here. Crouching down, he tried to figure out what was so scary about the bulls. The boy scanned the plants in front of him. He chuckled, realizing that they were all ordinary. Standing next to the bushes, he said that he was worried that there might be scarier things here, since there wasn't even a single calf nearby. Suddenly, the boy began to sweat and pointed his finger forward. The protagonist froze upon seeing this. Looking at the place where Xiong pointed, he said that this tree seemed to be moving. Xiong's mouth opened wide, shocked by the height of the beast. Chunli, realizing everything, gritted his teeth. Right in front of them was a huge black bull. The bull's eye shone in the darkness of the forest. Suddenly, the bull roared. Shirgu, standing next to the king, asked if it was true that they would hunt them. The boy smiled nervously, saying that they would defeat them. Walking forward, he told the group to lie in wait while he went and scouted out the situation. Soon, the protagonist hid behind a tree. Hiding, the guy started to cry. He didn't want his people to die so easily. Looking at the bulls in front of him, he said that now he can only rely on those two abilities. Soon, the bull passed by the protagonist. Chunli, raising his head, mentally said that this beast is 3 times bigger than him. He should find a calf to practice on. Hiding behind a tree, the guy said that this beast looks very scary. Looking at how it eats food, Chunli was thinking about attacking. Soon, the guy found the smallest bull. He decided to try to negotiate with it first. So he came out of hiding and greeted the little child. It froze with grass in its mouth. The protagonist smiled nervously. He opened his eyes, realizing that something was wrong. The calf opened its mouth and roared loudly. His cry scared the birds in the area and called all the adult bulls. They immediately rushed at Chunli. The guy turned around and ran away. As he swam across the river, he told the bulls to stop chasing. Even the river did not stop the bulls, and they rushed after the guy. Shirgu and his group, watching Chunli, said that he was worthy of being their king. Their king provoked the entire herd and was now running away from them. Soon, the protagonist reached a high wall. He jumped up. The guy began to deftly jump along the wall. He stretched his hand up, wanting to grab onto the ledge. Fortunately, he was able to grab onto the ledge. Chunli immediately grabbed it with his other hand. He frowned behind him. The huge bulls crashed into the wall, not having time to break. After that, they fell unconscious. Having climbed onto the ledge, the protagonist understood everything. He chuckled, saying that if they could, they should climb up here. The bulls mooed angrily, looking at their enemy. The guy himself frowned, saying that this cliff couldn't hold the bulls, so they wouldn't climb up here. The bulls turned around and walked away. Chunli, who had been watching everything, said that when he returned today, he should tell all the hunters about this, and also give them weapons. The guy looked up. He didn't know how to get down now. The mad bulls were waiting for him below. The protagonist began to climb up to take a detour. Soon, his hand reached the very top of the cliff. He squinted at what he saw. The beautiful sea and scenery spread out before him. Chunli smiled. Looking around, he said that this place was much better. Slightly raising his hand, he said that he was going to found a tribe, a city, an empire here. The guy nodded to himself, saying that the game was just beginning. Xiong looked at the bulls through his homemade binoculars. Shirgu, who was standing behind him, asked if the king had been trampled. The man climbed a tree and said that he had to find a way to take the king's axe. His foot touched the moss. Something rushed towards him from behind. The axe sank into the tree, startling Shirgu. The protagonist appeared behind him and said that he was quite brave. The boy chuckled and said that he didn't think that the man wanted him dead. The group crawled out of their hiding places, seeing the king. Shirgu, smiling and standing in front of the boy, asked how it went, if those bulls were strong. Pointing at the bull, the protagonist said that he was going to eat beef to replenish his strength. They should try. Xiong raised his hands and said that they should forget about that idea. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, asking if he hadn't made himself clear. Gritting his teeth, he scared his subordinates, said that they just need to answer yes or no. They immediately agreed to his idea out of fear. Chunli, having received the answer, grabbed his axe. Raising the axe, he said that from today on, he will teach them how to create a powerful weapon. Clenching his fist, he said that he will also teach them advanced hunting techniques. The group of hunters were happy to hear the king's words. Soon the sun hid behind the mountains. The protagonist swung his axe. With another blow, he chopped down a tree. The tree trunk fell to the ground. The hunters opened their mouths in surprise. Shirgu, smiling, asked why he cut it down, because this tree is inedible and has no fruit. Putting the axe on the stump, the guy said that it was a material for making weapons. Taking a stick about 2 meters long in his hand, the guy began to explain everything step by step. He began to sharpen one end. Soon a primitive spear appeared in his hand. Then a system window appeared next to him and gave a bonus to the technology. Chunli smiled, saying that he did not know what this technology was for. The guy picked up the spear and said that this weapon is called a spear and it is used to pierce the enemy or throw at him. The protagonist frowned. A moment later, he threw the spear. The spear pierced the tree trunk. The wood cracked from the spear that hit it. Shirgu opened his mouth in surprise. Pointing at the spear, the man said that it was a very powerful weapon. A moment later, he hugged his king, and the entire group began to worship him. Shirgu happily raised the spear when the protagonist said that it was now his. Looking at his subordinates, the boy told them to make spears for themselves. The sun was shining brightly on the clearing. Shirgu barely managed to block Huangshi's attack. Agen, holding the spear in his hands, said that it was a very good weapon. Chunli, raising his hand, told the boys to attack him. The men looked at each other. They rushed at the king at the same time. The king stood calmly, waiting for them to approach. He deftly dodged Wolfbone's blow. The boy fell to the side, dodging the lunge of the second opponent. Chunli looked back. He sharply struck the spear in the jaw. Then he landed on his feet. Wolfbone rushed at the king. The man looked at his opponent with a frown and anger. The protagonist also frowned. Blood spurted out from the wound. Xiong flinched when he saw it. Shirgu and Huangshi stopped the fight. The protagonist's spear stopped at Wolfbone's heart, then he told him that he was dead. The man looked at the spear nervously. He fell to the ground, saying that the king was like a god and they could not defeat him. The boy smiled, saying that they did not know how to handle wooden weapons and still relied on brute force. Everyone looked at the king's back when he said that skills require training. Now they would use spear throwing. Soon, the protagonist drew a target on a cobblestone. Standing in the middle of the clearing, he told his subordinates to stand there and throw spears. Shirgu swung his spear, wanting to throw it first. He threw the spear. The spear pierced the boulder but missed the target. Shirgu scratched his head as the protagonist told him that his throw was powerful but he needed to work on his accuracy. Xiong's spear hit the ground in front of the boy. The protagonist frowned and told the boy that he had thrown the spear at him, and not the target. So many people began throwing spears, trying to hit the target. The protagonist glanced at the men and realized that they simply had no talent. Suddenly, someone else's spear flew past him. The spear hit the target with a crack. Chunli immediately looked at Agen, who had thrown the spear. He smiled and asked if he had won. The protagonist handed the boy 2 spears, saying that they were now his. Suddenly, Shanling stuck her head out of the tree, saying that a huge beast was approaching in the distance. The king looked into the distance and ordered everyone to take up their weapons and be ready. A huge shadow appeared in front of the group. The protagonist frowned as he looked at the forest, wanting to improve his skills while taking advantage of the moment. At that moment, a beast burst out of the forest. A huge red boar roared as it entered the clearing. It opened its mouth and headed towards the group of people. The protagonist swung his spear, ordering them to obey him. Dodging the beast, the boy ordered them to surround it. He rushed at the boar. The boar and the man collided. The protagonist's body was dragged back by the beast's mass. They threw the spears, and they pierced the body of the beast. Tears appeared in the eyes of the boar. The boar was breathing heavily, looking at the enemy. Steam came out of its nose. Agen threw his spear. The boar rushed at the man, seeing this. Shirgu, Huangshi and Luton swung their spears. They threw their spears at the beast at the same time. It ran towards the protagonist with a scream. An axe appeared in the boy's hand. Swinging the axe, he wounded the beast's leg. Xiong flinched. He jumped off the tree with a scream. The boy's spear pierced the boar's head. It began to kick in pain. The monster, enraged, roared and stood up. Hanshi had to run away because of the enraged beast. Xiong barely held himself up thanks to the spear. The protagonist ran straight towards the boar. He jumped up. A moment later, Chunli swung his axe. The axe cut through the smoke. Shirgu and the hunter stood up and shouted, asking if the king was okay. Soon, a figure appeared in the smoke. Meanwhile, Xiong was lying on the boar's body. He stood up. Wiping away a tear, the boy thanked the king. Raising his thumb, the boy said that he did a great job. Now he can go with him on all future hunts, and he will also create a new weapon for him. Agen jumped up in joy. Seeing Shanling passing by with meat, Shirgu asked her to give this piece to him. The girl, smiling, refused and said that she specially left it for the king. When Shanling brought the meat, the guy asked her if they really ate it like that. The girl, lowering her hands, said that last time they simply did not have time to preserve the source of fire. The protagonist stared at Shanling in shock. The boy stood up and said that he knew a way. The boy looked at the blade that had broken off. He crouched down next to the log and told everyone to watch and observe as he taught them something. The boy began to spin the blade at great speed. The blade spun to insane speeds. After a couple of minutes, the log caught fire. Shirgu raised his hands and shouted, saying that he wanted the whole world to know that their king had mastered fire. The men began to try to strike fire near the log. Suddenly, a system window appeared, surprising the protagonist. A system window appeared in front of the boy. Looking at this window, he said that he was given 10 technology points at once. Touching the screen, he said that he did not know what use they were. Now, looking at the system panels, he tried to figure out what he could do with the glasses. The boy raised his head and said that cave paintings were how people communicated and transmitted information. He should spend technology points to understand the inscriptions. The boy shuddered when Xiong called him. The boy, walking up to him, said that he found that this boy showed signs of nursing. When the king turned to him, the boy said that he assumed that there were cubs nearby. Xiong, turning halfway, said that he spent a lot of time looking for cubs. Soon, the group arrived and saw everyone working hard, turning straw into rope. Shirgu stopped and asked what they were doing. Aegon smiled and said that it was a straw rope, and it was much stronger than a vine. Soon, a rope appeared in his hand. Shirgu closed his eyes, saying that he did not understand anything. The protagonist, holding a branch in his hand, told the man to bring everything here. The guy stuck the branch into the ground. Making a semblance of a circle, he told everyone to come to him. Taking a rope in his hand, he told his subordinates to choose a branch similar to his and a rope. Chunli, picking up the branches, said that everyone should make at least 5 of these wooden structures. After that, they inserted the assembled structure into the hole he had prepared. Finally, they tied them together with ropes. After that, they carefully distributed the straw outside. Thus, a simple pigsty appeared in the clearing. The crowd was happy with the resulting hut. They quickly ran towards it. The entire crowd climbed into the pigsty, which amazed the protagonist. The guy slapped himself in the face, saying that the pigsty was not built for them. Soon Xiong and Shanling arrived with the piglets. Xiong, picking up the young ones, said that they had brought forth children. The protagonist, turning to them, said that they had done well. Pointing to the hut, he said that they should be placed in it. Shirgu rushed at the king. Embracing him, he asked how he could give such a good den to these pigs. Huangshi embraced the king, saying that they could finally take shelter from the wind and sun in this nest. They all wanted to live there. Chunli knocked the guys away from him with blows. Standing behind them, he said that if they wanted to live in the pigsty, then he did not care. But after they built a more comfortable house, there would be no room for them. Huangshi, stretching forward to his friend, said that he was giving his place to him, who became nervous, said that the pigs should live there. So Xiong led the piglets into the hut. Aegon, approaching the king, asked why they cared about them if the pigs were just food. The protagonist asked the boy if he would be happy if he could eat meat every day without hunting. The boy smiled and said that he would be happy. While Xiong looked at the piglets, Chunli said that only by raising them and allowing them to have many piglets could they live a good life. The boy smiled and said that if they didn't understand, it didn't matter, they just needed to continue studying. A system panel appeared in the air, indicating that the quest had been completed. The protagonist frowned and commanded the system to open the reward. A small chest opened. The boy received a bag of salt. Chunli looked at the system panel in surprise. His reward was the ability to cook various dishes. He smiled nervously, saying that he needed to become a chef before science and technology developed. Looking at the system window, he decided to focus on collecting various ingredients and spices. Soon, night fell and the moon rose in the sky. The protagonist sat by the fire. Xiong flinched when the king called him. The boy, looking at the fire in front of him, said that he was injured during the day, and at night he had to be on duty for everyone, so he thanked him for today. The boy bowed his head, saying that because of him, the king was caught, and then he almost died, so he was glad to help. The protagonist smiled, telling the boy that he was not taking revenge on him, and he was not one of those. The boy, turning his head, said that he wanted to ask him about something, namely, if there were other tribes here. Xiong, looking at the king, said that there were, but they were not friendly and did not look like them. Chunli frowned. Looking at the fire in front of him, he asked to tell him who they were, how many of them there were, and where they lived. The boy's lips parted when he said that 3 tribes lived nearby. These were the tribes of the Coconut Grove, the Sea Bay, and the Giant Rock. These tribes lived far apart, and to meet them you had to walk through the forest for at least a day. Chunli's pupils narrowed when he asked to tell about the tribes individually. So Xiong began the story. The Coconut Grove tribe was the closest to them. They lived in the east. There were about 30 to 40 of them. They did not like to fight, and their leader was a woman who was not easy to handle. The Sea Bay tribe also had 30 or 40 people. They looked scary and were constantly killing each other. The Giant Rock tribe was the most powerful tribe and had a large number of people. They usually lived in the mountains, but sometimes came down from them. The tribe's leader had gained supernatural strength and could kill a tiger with his bare hands. The protagonist rubbed his chin and mentally said that the Coconut Grove tribe was the most suitable for capture. Looking at the humans, he said that relying on them being quirky, one should not be rude, and should find a way to defeat them peacefully. Suddenly, the protagonist froze, feeling cold. Shanling placed her hands on his shoulders. The girl smiled and asked if he wanted to do something interesting with her. The protagonist turned his head and said he did not want to. Chunli froze, watching Shanling pretending to be a cat. Praising the girl, he extended his hand to Xiong. Grabbing the boy, he ran quickly, saying that Xiong needed to go to the toilet. Tears appeared in Shanling's eyes. Xiong and the protagonist were sitting on a branch. The boy called out to the king, looking down. The protagonist looked at the two creatures on the shore. He frowned. A blue humanoid was chasing a bird. Soon, he was able to catch a dodo. The protagonist turned around and said that they had been lying in wait all night and had only just found the Sea Bay tribe. The two creatures were smiling and laughing, happy to have captured the bird. One of them pointed his gun at the other, telling him to give him the dodo, or he would kill him. The protagonist, who was sitting on a branch, said that these guys had well-developed limbs and a very simple brain. Frowning, he said that if they could join them, the number of people in their tribe would increase and they would be able to capture the dodo. Xiong, parting his lips, said that their people were half as many, they could not fight them. The two humanoids below began to fight. Chunli, bending down, said that it was indeed a problem, but if the weapon was advanced enough, the weight would be good. First of all, he needed to get rid of the herd of black bulls, and then use the new resources to create more powerful weapons and equipment, so that his tribesmen could resist the enemy. Looking at Xiong, he said that they were returning. Soon it was morning. Everyone in the camp began to wake up. Shirgu froze, opening his eyes. Everyone began to rejoice at the return of the king. Shirgu, crying, said that they had been looking for him for so long and already thought that he had abandoned them. The protagonist smiled and apologized for disturbing them. Raising his hand, he told Shirgu to practice fighting with spears. Looking at Aegon, the boy told him that he was in charge of teaching throwing, and he only had a day to improve their skills. Seeing how happy the two tribesmen began, he told them that they did not have much time. The protagonist froze, hearing Shanling's voice. The girl, approaching him, said that these leaves are very convenient to use when you go to the toilet. The girl stopped smiling when the boy, thanking her for her advice, said that now he wanted her to gather all the women so that they could help him with the weapon. Raising his hand, he said that they should first find some rocks, and then he would teach them how to make an axe. Raising his hand, Shanling said that she would call everyone. Soon 3 girls brought rocks. The protagonist, seeing the rock, said that it was very good and would be perfect for sharpening. The guy first placed the rock on the grinder and rubbed it. This way, he got the tip of an axe. Then, he tied it to a stick with a rope. Soon, an axe appeared in the guy's hand. The women applauded the protagonist, then the system informed him of his successful invention of the technique for sharpening stone tools. Chunli clenched his fist and was angry that he was given 10 points for making fire, but only 1 for grinding stone tools. His whole body trembled and rippled. Waving his hand, he told them to follow his instructions. Shanling suddenly screamed, saying that she had already done everything. The protagonist was surprised to see her with a double-bladed axe and praised her. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of the guy. The guy looked at the panel, informing him that he had received the hidden ability to reveal talents. The guy turned his gaze to Shanling, realizing that creating tools should also be a talent. The girl covered her face with her hands, not understanding why the king was staring at her like that. Chunli, smiling widely, told the girls to make a stone axe according to this standard. Today they should make as many weapons as possible. While the sun was setting, hiding behind the mountains, the group made spears and axes. The guy standing next to Shanling praised her, saying that she made more than half of all the weapons. She was great. Holding out the 30th spear, the girl asked if her weapon was better than the old ones. The guy answered, saying that she really had talent, and all the weapons turned out better than the old ones. The guy narrowed his eyes. Looking at the girl's hands, he said that she had been sharpening spears and stones all day, which was why she was wounded. Shanling, adjusting her hair, said that as long as she could help the king, she was willing to work hard. Ayu and Shosho came up, saying that they were also wounded. Was it really not a pity for them? Shanling was angry as she watched these girls approach her king. He turned around and ran away, saying that he needed to go check on the results of his training. As he walked through the forest, the boy said that they all scared him. He froze abruptly when he heard Aegon scream. A huge log was flying straight at the boy. He barely managed to crouch down, saving his life. Looking at the log, Chunli said that the hunters were having a great time. Aegon, walking up to the logs, said that Huangshi and Langucha had won. Soon, the boy saw the king coming. When the boy stood next to him, the boy said that everyone had made great progress today, and they could already hit a moving target. Turning his head, Aegon said that Zhuijiao, although strong, was not very accurate in throwing. Only when he teamed up with Shirgu could he throw a spear properly. Although Luton did not like to chat, he was the most diligent. He was the first to master the skills of throwing a spear. The most surprising thing was that Huangshi and Langucha individually were nothing special, but as a team they threw 4 spears in a short time and hit the target in turns. The protagonist, looking at Aegon, said that they would fight the black bulls tomorrow. Imagining the killed bulls, the guy said that he should take a secret weapon with him. Aegon smiled and asked what kind of weapon it was. Chunli continued to work even when night fell. He continued to hammer while sweat was pouring down his body. The young man clenched his teeth, lowering the stone axe onto the cobblestone. Exhaling tiredly, the hero muttered that he had not slept all night, he wanted to finish. He remembered the curious face of Aegon, who asked about the secret weapon. The king then pointed at the herbs in his hands and asked the others to look. He told them to pick out the black tips of the leaves, but warned that if they had wounds on their hands, they shouldn't touch the juice of the leaves. As he looked at the plant in his hand, the boy reminded himself that the system had identified them as a natural paralytic. He hoped that the juice of this thing could paralyze those monsters. The fighter looked up when he was called and was told that spears had been brought. Shanling looked at the depression in the boulder in surprise and asked why the king had dug a hole there. When the girl with the bundle of spears came closer, the boy explained that it was called a stone mortar, and it would soon become clear what it was for, then asked to call the girls so that they could use a new tool and crush those green leaves, and then smear the juice on the tip of the spear. One of the tribesmen came next and asked what they should do. They also wanted to help. Glancing at the others, the boy asked them to eat and rest first, because a big battle awaited them. Meanwhile, dawn had broken. The boy climbed a tree with his breakfast. Sprinkling the meat with salt, he thought out loud that it tasted much better this way. At that moment, the blonde raised her spear and shouted to the king that everything was ready. She threw the spear. The hero caught it calmly. The young man looked at his fighters below and ordered that the women stay at home and protect the children, and the rest should take their weapons and go ahead with him to the mountain. All the members of the tribe shouted joyfully. The king raised his divine weapon and called for the hunt to begin. His squad prepared for battle, and the commander-in-chief announced that now it was the monster's turn to tremble. Clouds covered the sun. The tribe looked out from the cliff. Huanxue informed Shirgu that the king had gone alone as bait. Looking down at the monsters from above, he clarified whether it was too dangerous. But the boy replied that the king was so strong, what danger could there be, and called for a look. Sitting above everyone, Xiong told everyone to get ready. Looking down carefully, the hunter noted that there seemed to be some movement on the other side of the river. Shirgu turned to the girls and asked them to pass the spears in time, especially from Aegon's side. He could not be left without a weapon. Looking forward seriously, the man reminded that the king had taken such a big risk that they could not make a mistake. 10 minutes before, the black bulls were calmly chewing grass. The protagonist looked out from behind the bushes. Looking tensely at the enemies, the young man remembered that according to his latest experience, he would be able to safely run to the mountain. One of the monsters leaned over the water, and the king decided that for reliability it would be best to lure a small bull. With short jumps, the fighter got closer. Frowning, he mentally expressed the hope that he would not stumble, otherwise he would simply die. Several stones thrown by the boy's hand flew at the enemy's head. Cupping his hands like a megaphone, he began to taunt the monsters with shouts. And while the injured bull mooed angrily at the enemy, two more also turned their heads. Looking at the enraged beasts running towards him in confusion, the hero realized that there were 3 of them, which was too many. Rushing away from the monsters, the young man muttered that it was risky. The monsters even broke trees and tore out bushes, trying to catch up with the hunter. Running onto the plain under the mountain, the young man shouted to Shirgu to aim at the first bull. Dodging a blow from the nearest enemy, the king added that his subordinates should focus on the attack. Huangshi raised his comrades and ordered everyone to get ready. With wide eyes, Shirgu ordered them to be careful, after which spears flew down after the command. Several guns pierced the bull, and it roared. Chunli barely managed to cling to a protruding part of the rock when the enemy came closer. At that moment, little Aegon aimed his spear and threw it, shouting that he would hit the target. The monster let out a scream when the weapon actually pierced its neck. Then he fell. While the youth clung to the rock, the bull suddenly began to break it. Looking down, the fighter noticed that things were bad. But before the king could fall, Shirgu grabbed his hand, told him that he was okay, he was being held, but in response he heard the order to continue the attack and not to stop. Gritting his teeth, the boy added that the monsters must be killed. Hanging down, the man ordered to continue the attack. While the hero tried to catch his breath, Shirgu added that everyone should aim for the one on the left, at which point Shanlin asked if the king was hurt, and he told them not to worry about him. Looking at the man waving his arms, the fighter asked him to focus on helping him, and then the system showed the presence of talent for leading troops. Watching his subordinate, the young man thought that it was not surprising that Shirgu commanded so well. It seems he was raised to become a commander capable of doing everything on his own. Gritting his teeth, the man told the king that the bulls looked bad. The monsters were indeed already falling off their feet, studded with spears. Smiling, the hero noted that he did not expect such a quick effect of the anesthetic, and now the prey could not rampage. At this time, Xiong put his palm to his visor and reported that the other bulls had also gone on the attack. And indeed, a herd of monsters was running towards them from the forest. The king frowned as he realized that it had happened much faster than he had expected, most likely because of the scream. But he said out loud that there was no need to panic, everything was going according to his plan, and asked them to focus on attacking the 3 bulls below, as they could not be allowed to escape. As the monsters continued to move, the hero noted that the poison had indeed slowed them down, and ordered them not to let them escape. The fighters continued to throw spears, and the bulls fell back onto the grass. At this point, Chunli raised his hand and ordered everyone to stop. Looking at the enemies lying below and the herd running towards them, Shirgu noted that now was not the time for emotions, because if they did not hurry and finish them off, the other bulls would soon arrive. The young man glanced sideways at his subordinates and asked how many spears were left. The blonde woman who approached answered that, taking into account the ones in the hands of the hunters, there were still 28 left. The king looked up at Xiong and asked how many bulls he had seen, and was told that there were about 20. The boy narrowed his eyes and explained that this was why they had stopped. They had a limited number of spears. Aegon raised his fist, protesting that giving up would be a waste of effort, but the protagonist disagreed. Looking at the drooling enemies at the foot of the mountain, the boy explained that this was part of the plan. He had no intention of betting such a small number of people against a herd of bulls. The war had just begun, and his goal was to kill their boss, and as for the rest of the bulls, they would naturally scatter in all directions. The king looked at his interlocutor seriously and said that in order to lure the largest one, it was necessary to use bait. That was why these 3 had to be alive, but they could not be allowed to escape. However, in the original plan, 1 bull was used as bait. To deal with 2 extra bulls, they had already used up a lot of spears. Then the lookout pointed at the huge figure coming out of the forest, calling for a look, and asked if the bull boss was not that huge monster. The large bull took a deep breath and roared so loudly that the sound wave reached the people. The rock began to crack. Peeking out from behind the edge, Xiong shouted that they needed to be careful, because the enemies were coming. The monsters simply ran straight to the mountain, and began to pound it with their horns. Covering themselves from the flying stones, the tribe members decided that the opponents had gone crazy. The protagonists looked down in confusion, noticing that their boss was not going to fight them personally. He was simply commanding them from a distance. But then the mountain began to collapse, and this sound first puzzled the hunters, and then they shouted that the stone wall had cracked. Gritting his teeth, the young man ordered everyone to hide. But the entire mountain was already cracking. Shanliang rushed to catch the falling king, but she herself fell down. The girl collapsed to the ground. The hero immediately headed in her direction, shouting that she needed to be saved. The commander and Huangshe reached the blonde. While the young man checked the condition of his comrade, the others also began to descend. The girl looked at the king in surprise when he asked her to rest. Helping his friend lean against the rock, the guy said that they would protect her. Looking tensely at the monsters, Wolfbone asked what they should do, fight the enemy? The bulls were advancing on the people, while they decided among themselves that there was no need to make any sudden movements, but to obey the king's orders. Raising his axe, the commander realized that this was a trick of the enemy, and ordered them to disperse. Without taking his eyes off the monsters, the hero thought that things were bad. Most likely the leader saw through his trap. He did not expect that he had such a high intellect. Shirgu stretched his hand down and ordered everyone who remained to take up arms and protect the king. He turned around and shouted that no one should do anything for now, but focus on finishing off the one who ran up first. The bulls continued to advance. The herd rushed at the people with all their might. Luton jumped forward and threw a spear at the nearest monster. And then Chunli himself rushed forward with an axe at the ready. And he chopped the enemy in the neck. The king was thrown away from under the falling carcass. At this time, 2 more opponents rushed at Huangshe. He swung and threw his weapon. But the monster continued to advance, and the man had to catch it by the horns. Wolfbone approached the captured one from the side. Turning around to look at the others, Shirgu ordered them to prepare for an attack. Spears flew at the fallen monster. After that, the fighters below turned to the remaining enemies. They did not keep them waiting long. But then a loud sound behind them made the bulls look back. After which they stopped. With panic in his eyes, the protagonist realized that the monsters had just received an order to retreat. Frowning, he mentally added that it seemed that the boss had decided to fight personally after all. It started to rain and the hunters' faces expressed discontent. The protagonist looked at the giant figure of the Bull King. The monster began to take another deep breath. Before the scarlet beam struck from its mouth, the young man managed to curse and shout for his men to disperse. The energy hit the rock and was reflected back, leaving a hole in the stone. The attack left a deep furrow in the ground. Rising to his feet, the king muttered, "What the hell was this? A sound wave or the power of a roar?" The monster inspired fear and all his fighters lost their fighting spirit. The monster moved towards the commander, and he said that he would distract his attention and let the rest hide it in the north. A huge paw broke the ground near the guy, but he shouted to those who remained above to wait for his signal. Gritting his teeth, the hero declared to the enemy that he was now his opponent. Throwing himself at the insolent one, the boss let out a menacing growl. The young man barely managed to dodge, and he struck the axe on its horns. The pressure cracked the earth under the king's feet. At some point, the monster managed to throw the hunter back. Its paw created a new hole in the ground. While the commander was trying to escape, the bull jumped on him. But then the fighter's gaze rested on the depression created by the monster, and he decided to run there. The guy rushed forward. Trying to catch up with him, the boss flew into the rock with his horns. A powerful explosion was heard, and the tribesmen called out to their king in fear. Poor Shanliang also trembled from such a sight. The bull began to try to break the mountain with his paws, and the people could not understand what was happening. The monster pointed his paw at the others, and an order was given not to retreat, to prepare for battle. Raising their spears, the hunters looked at the powerful fingers of the monster. Huangshi lowered his head and admitted that they would only pierce his callus. But suddenly an axe flew out of the stone and cut the boss in the face. He covered his eyes to avoid getting blood in them. Climbing out of the hole, Chunli thanked the fat man, because it was he who created this gorge. Catching his weapon, the young man added that it allowed him to hide there at a critical moment, although he added to himself that despite this, he still received serious injuries. The men looked at their king with concern. Coming out of the gorge, the commander called Shirgu. His mouth dropped open when he heard the demand to follow his orders. Throwing himself at the monster, the guy ordered to kill the big guy. The rest obediently rushed at the enemy. With a battle cry, Huangshi swung his weapon at the boss. But then he caught a sharp horn with his stomach, cursing loudly. The bull began to moo and tried to shake the man off his head. When Luton entered the battle, jabbing his spear into the monster's leg, the man shouted that he would be trampled. The monster grabbed the long-haired youth with its paw, but then the king rushed in at the call of his allies. With the help of powerful kicks to the boss's face, the fighter managed to knock him down. The monster moaned angrily and again launched his beam, from under the blow of which the main character barely managed to jump out. The beam almost reached the blonde and she screamed. The young man rushed at the bull, wishing him death. He chopped the enemy on the shoulder, and the energy died out. The king clenched his teeth, cutting through the thick skin of the monster. The axe went all the way to the bottom, after which the commander began to fall, but shouted that this was their chance, and it was time for Shirgu and Aegu to act. Turning to those remaining above, the man ordered to aim at the wound. Spears with poison flew down. The boss howled as the guns hit their target. The huge bull began to fall over, and fell heavily to the ground. Clouds of dust rose into the air. Exchanging glances with his comrade, Wolfbone clarified whether they had won. The guys above had no doubt about it, and joyfully raised their fists in honor of the victory. The hero came closer to the lying bull, not paying attention to the glorification of his own person. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought that something was wrong. What were the other monsters waiting for? At the moment when lightning struck, the boss rose again. The leader turned around, and only had time to curse. A powerful blow from the monster's paw threw him aside. The next blow hit the rest, scattering them. After which the bull looked at those who remained above and sent a beam from his mouth in their direction. Sitting at the foot of the mountain, the guy breathed heavily and mentally blamed himself for carelessness. He stood up, looking down at the figure of the boss. He was pulling the spears out of the wound. Then he threw one of them straight at Chunli. The spear was reflected in the eyes of the young man. When he realized that this was the end, was he really going to die right here? But then someone rushed past the king. The spear hit Shanliang right in the chest. The fighter looked at it in shock. Then he frowned. The girl was lying on the ground, and he remembered all the good things she did. The figure of the monster stood right in front of the guy. Throwing an axe forward, the protagonist roared for the monster to fight him. Suddenly, a pattern began to appear on the shoulder of the young man, and the system began to warn about the appearance of an unstoppable force. Before rushing into the attack, the king wished death on the bull, and a bright streak of energy pierced both the enemy's carcass and the rock. The guy's blow literally split the monster in half. The enemy fell apart into two halves. Looking gloomily at the other bulls, the hero suggested that the next one should come out. They looked at each other in confusion. Clenching his fists, the young man shouted that they would die too. The monsters moaned in fear and rushed away. The axe fell to the ground. The king leaned on the handle of the weapon, instantly losing all strength. Blood gushed from his mouth. His vision began to dim, and the system signaled that the fighter was dying. He saw his people running towards him, and Luton leaning over the girl. The last thing he remembered was Huangshi desperately asking Dida to get the medicine. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the ceiling of a straw hut. A leaned over him, glad that the king had woken up. It turned out that the guy was lying on her lap with his head. Frowning, the protagonist clarified whether this was really a pigsty. She smiled sadly and replied that it was not so. After they drove away the bulls, they moved to this new land, and they built this hut especially for the king. Carefully lifting the fighter's head, the woman asked him to lie down while she told the others. But he assumed a sitting position and asked to wait, which made the blonde decide that he wanted to give her an order. Looking at his unusual wounds, the guy asked how Dida and Luton were doing. Images of recent events flashed before the woman's mind's eye, and she told him that when they found Lutan, he was barely breathing, but he quickly recovered, and after he woke up, he stood outside and guarded the king all this time, and Dida was more seriously injured, but they had magic medicine, so now she needed to rest, and she would recover, and the rest were still fine. Closing his eyes, Chunli exhaled that everything was fine with the others, to which the blonde explained that in 4 days everyone had returned to normal. The young man suddenly approached the mistress's face. He was shocked that so much time had passed. The hero called up the system window, and found that there were only 11 days left to complete the quest. While he was looking at it, thinking that he had no time to recover and could not waste a second, the woman thought that the king was constantly staring at one point. The young man tried to get up, but the pain stopped him, and the blonde noted that he needed a good rest. Glancing at the woman, the chief said that now was not the time to rest and ordered to call Shirgu. Frowning, the fighter added that he should only tell him that he woke up, and not say anything else. The woman rose to her feet, and the hero promised that he would explain everything to her later. The blonde left the hut, and went to look for the right person. Leaning his palm on his knee, the guy thought that now he had neither fighting power nor restraining force, and if everyone knew about it, then this task would not be so easy to complete. He called a window with a map, mentally calculating that, fortunately, after they drove away the herd of bulls, the tribe immediately moved. Here it was necessary to build a fence as soon as possible, then convert it into a wooden wall, and place plots for planting and raising cattle there. The hero closed his eyes when he heard Shirgu come and ordered to speak outside. The man smiled happily and said that he was glad that the king was okay. The young man lowered his head and said that he had a task for the big man. He touched the wall of the hut with his hand when the commander asked him to come closer and remember everything he told him. The warrior put his ear to the hay and asked the king not to worry. Having received the order, the big man ran away saying that he would do everything. Frowning, the chief thought that this was not enough. This time he could not make a mistake when hunting bulls. It was necessary to clear the territory. Luton shuddered and turned around when he was called and told that there was a task for him too. The boy looked at the hut in surprise when the hero told him to go for the king of bulls and bring his skull and skin, and make sure that he took everything. The long-haired man's face reflected shock when the king handed him his divine weapon from the tent. With an embarrassed look, the hunter walked away, promising to carry out this task. The blonde looked inside and tried to persuade the chieftain to rest again, but he again said no. Looking at the exit of the hut, the young man added that he also had a task for her. The hostess parted the flap of the hut when he allowed her to enter. When the woman entered, the chieftain said that he sent them all away to give her an important secret task. To which the blonde immediately threw off her clothes and said that she had been ready for a long time, and he had to shout that she had misunderstood everything and let her put her clothes back on. Having carried out the order, the hostess looked at the floor in embarrassment, and the young man cleared his throat to begin speaking. Looking at the blonde from under her forehead, the hero said that he needed her to help him play out a performance. The woman looked at the king in surprise and clarified what he meant. Frowning, the boy explained that he planned to send someone to negotiate with the Coconut Grove tribe. The goal was to convince them to join them, and that was his order. Looking at the king with a puzzled expression, the mistress remembered that they had many more people, so it was unlikely that they would agree. Imagining himself with the head of a monster, the king explained that they should show them strength, let them think that only agreeing to join was the right choice. Looking seriously at the blonde, the young man added that he chose her for 2 reasons. Firstly, they were a matriarchal tribe, and women would be easier to communicate with. Raising his hand, he admitted the second reason, that only she knew about his current condition. Remembering the state of his hand before passing out, the hero thought that explosion caused him severe damage. Although the medicine stopped the deterioration, something better was needed to cure it. The woman even somehow guiltily agreed with the leader's arguments. She raised her finger to ask if she should look scary to intimidate the Coconut Grove tribe. Then she leaned forward and said that she knew what to do, and that he should trust her with it. The two walked along the mountain road. Xiong told Aya that they would soon be there, and although the Coconut Grove tribe did not like war, he thought that they should not be provoked. The girl agreed with him. She told him to lead them calmly, and the rest was her concern. Xiong said that the king was indeed biased, because he had made very beautiful clothes for Ayu. There was a rustling in the bushes. The messengers peered out. Xiong announced that they were there. Members of the Coconut tribe were bathing at the waterfall. Some were fooling around and laughing, some were shouting that they hated the Joker. Ayu concluded that her companion was familiar with this place, and he laughed in response and showed her where to look. Xiong pointed to the girl with green hair. She was the one they were looking for. She was the queen of the Coconut Grove. Ayu was surprised and said that she was a beauty. Xiong replied that appearances were deceiving. He had heard rumors that she had eaten several suitors. An image of the queen with a bloody streak in the corner of her mouth and a skull in her hand came into his head. Ayu asked again if she had really eaten them. Xiong confirmed his words, and at that time the guards of the tribe stood behind them in confusion. They called out to the newcomers. The sun rose high above the mountains and shone brightly. The guards brought Ayu and Xiong to the queen and said, addressing her, that they had caught these spies and that they called themselves Poop and shouted that they wanted to meet her. The queen watched them silently. Xiong indignantly shouted that they were not Poop, but ambassadors and that this title was bestowed upon them by the king himself. The queen asked again. A strange sound was heard and Ayu was in silent confusion. The queen concluded that there was no grace in them and ordered the woman to be kept as a slave, the man to be fed to the fish, and the piece of meat to be made into dinner. Xiong moaned in protest. He was dragged aside and called to Ayu for help. She said that she thought the queen of the Coconut Grove tribe was perceptive enough, but now she saw that this was not so, and the girl planned to give her the meat of a mountain ox. The queen stopped the guard who was supposed to take the captive away, wanting to let her finish. She clutched a whip in her hands and pointed it towards the girl, clarifying her words about the meat of a mountain ox. She confirmed that there was a herd of black oxen to the north of the river. The queen assumed that the girl wanted to join forces and attack the herd. She replied that under this condition the ox could not be called a gift, and said that people should not be underestimated. Then she added that the herd of bulls was not their enemy, that the lands around the river had already changed hands. The tribesmen began to say in turn that this was impossible, that they had scared the bulls and that they had almost been trampled. The queen rose from her throne and straightened her whip. She asked the girl if she knew what awaited those who lied to her. Ayu said that the largest bull had been slaughtered by the king of their tribe, and if the queen did not believe it, she should go with them and see for herself. The advisor told the queen not to believe it, suggesting that it was a trap. The stranger asked again, saying that their merciful king could defeat this entire tribe. Xiong, although he was pinned down by the stick, began to assent that his companion was saying everything correctly and that their tribe not only did not want to fight them, but also wanted to present a gift, and that their intentions were sincere, and asked what doubts could arise. Ayu added that, of course, if the queen was afraid to go herself, she could send people to take the meat. The queen, standing up to her full height and waving her whip, said that they had better not be cunning. And she looked at the strangers with distrust. In the forest thicket, someone disturbed the birds, and they flew into the sky. The strangers were leading the queen and members of her tribe with them. Xiong solemnly announced that they had returned. Shirgu replied that he should not shout, but go help build a house, and that the king was waiting for him on the other side of the river. He agreed. One of the queen's servants asked her what the phrase, "build a house," meant. She did not answer. Ayu said that they had arrived. The king was in a hut decorated with giant horns on top. A servant announced to the king that the ambassadors had returned. The queen carefully examined the hut, feeling that a strong murderous aura emanated from it. She thought, looking at the king, that this guy looked like a huge beast. His eyes glowed red and he thanked the messenger. The queen was horrified, as were her servants. Shanling was peeping, clutching Huangshi in her arms. Luton relayed the king's order, in which he demanded that the wounded hide so that they would not be seen and asked the girl to be careful. She justified herself by saying that she just wanted to see what the queen of the Coconut Grove looked like. The king cleared his throat and clarified with the newcomers that they really were from the Coconut Grove tribe. One of the servants asked where the bull meat they had come for was. The king replied that it was behind the tent, and that they could take as much as they wanted and could carry. The members of the Coconut Grove tribe were stunned by the size of the bull, but they still decided to join in cutting it up. The king's servants pointed out that they owned other parts that they could take themselves. One of the queen's maids picked up a dagger and swung it with all her might. The dagger got stuck in the bull's body. The king's servant could barely contain his laughter. Another of the queen's servants stood up for her friend, asking what he was laughing at and suggesting that they were lucky enough to be in the middle of a bullfight, that's all. The boy became indignant and asked if she wanted to fight, calling her a girl. An object flew past them from the hut, cutting through the air. It sank into the bull's carcass, cutting it into pieces. The queen's servants were astonished. It was the king's axe. For a moment, everyone stood there in confusion. The queen asked what kind of weapon it was and added that their boning knives were no match for it. The king did not answer this, but ordered his servants to use his axe and help the neighboring tribe divide the meat. Everyone stood there in confusion near the axe. One of the servants said that they were the ones who provoked them first, and for what reason, but did not finish his sentence. The king interrupted him furiously, demanding that they obey. The servant obediently followed his orders. The king repeated that he had given them permission to take as much meat as they could carry. He continued that what was said was done, such were his principles. The queen asked, addressing them as barbarians and nobles, how they had overcome the herd of bulls. The king said that his answer depended on further developments, whether mutual understanding or personal experience. He concluded that this was all for today, let them take the beef and go, to which the queen, snorting, called him an indifferent pig. The king thought that he had overdressed himself, and, if it were not for the bandage of bull skin, the wound would have bled. A thin stream of blood began to flow down the stone near his foot. He cursed, realizing that blood was flowing. Ayu assured the queen that they would give her tribe a few extra stone axes. And although they are not comparable to the king's divine axe, they are good for cutting meat, the girl finished. The queen refused such gifts, saying that axes do not look elegant enough for them. Then she added that they also have powerful weapons, but they do not show them off. And then she expressed the hope that they will not have to use these weapons on members of the neighboring tribe and wished them all the best. She ordered her servants to take what was theirs and said that they were returning. Ayu added that if there was not enough meat, they can come back and get more, but they should hurry, because the tribe plans to share it with others. They did not say anything to this and simply left, Ayu waving after them and inviting them to come again. They passed through a clearing. The queen stopped and asked if everything was checked, turning to her scouts. Silhouettes appeared from behind the trees. One of the servants reported that they found their buildings, the so-called houses. And she assumed that there might be piglets inside. They accidentally heard grunting. The queen was surprised that they could build such a good home for pigs. The scout continued, saying that in addition to this, they possessed the divine power of fire. The queen could not believe her ears. The girl continued that they saw with their own eyes how they got fire out of nowhere and roasted beef on it. The queen was deeply amazed. The scout wanted to add something else, but hesitated, and the queen ordered to continue. The girl said that there were only 10 people in the king's tribe. The rest were children and one old man. She expressed doubt that they could hide the rest of the tribe. The queen asked in a rage why they did not conduct a thorough search. The informer reported that the trees in the area were cut down, and they could not remain in the open, but only watched, hiding in the forest. The queen snorted with displeasure, and left surrounded by servants. So it seemed at first glance. But she turned around and, swinging her whip, hit her scouts hard. Then she said that if they dared to look for excuses again, they would not get off with simple lashes. The servants bowed their heads obediently, thanking the queen for not banishing them. The sun was shining brightly over the king's hut. He sighed and looked at his hand. Ayu asked how his wounds were. He replied that they were better. He added that bull's skin had high regeneration and would probably gradually be able to heal his wounds. A sign with the activation of the talent of eloquence appeared above Ayu, and she replied that this was very good. The king thought that eloquence was a very rare talent. Ayu said that compared to the queen of the coconut grove, the king loved her more and asked if this was true. He blushed and denied everything. He sighed and said that even the walls had ears and ordered to tell those who were hiding to come out, then come back and help heal his wounds. And then he added that there were traces of blood on the throne and asked to clean it up before Lutong came and ordered not to allow anyone to come near. Ayu agreed. Then she looked at him with a tender look, calling him king. And winking, she said that he was handsome. He coughed and turned away, blushing. Then he said that these were all the instructions, and then Xiong ran up, calling him. He said with admiration that the king was amazing, because the queen of the coconut grove really did place her people around their camp. He asked how they had done his task. Xiong said that they had done everything. They had seen what they were supposed to see, and they had not seen what they were not supposed to see. The king sighed with relief. And he praised Xiong for his work, and Xiong thanked him in return and said that he would go help Shirgu build houses. The boy ran away. Ayu asked the king if he really thought that the Coconut Grove tribe would want to join them. He replied that it was too early to talk about it now, because the plan was only half complete. He added that when the tribe came to them for the second time, they would be able to begin the second part of the plan. Chunli, lying on the bed, could only think about how tired he was. He had a task in front of him, designed for 11 days. He needed to help people build a home, create a tribe, and increase the number of people to 50. He was sure that this time would not be enough even to recover. The guy decided to open the warehouse, check what he had, basic knowledge of the language, a basic survival guide and a cookbook. He also had a universal map of the area. In his inventory there was a bag of salt and a healing potion, which was enough for only one person. Unexpectedly, a notification appeared for Chunli, where he read that his battle axe had been updated. The guy did not understand what was happening, since his weapon turned into the Pangu axe. The protagonist did not notice when this happened, and in surprise the guy thought that it seemed that the axe had turned into an artifact. But the player did not understand why he did not notice this when he gave the axe to Luton in the morning. Stretching his hand in front of him, the protagonist waited for the axe to appear in it. He was extremely surprised. Now he had a legendary weapon, which the guy received under the condition of a blood sacrifice. Chunli thought about it. He spilled blood on the axe, thereby activating this powerful skill. He remembered the bloody weapon. The guy was struck by the thought that otherwise he would not have gotten off with just a scar on his hand. The guy sighed. Looking at the axe, he was pleasantly surprised, because he did not expect that the weapon could evolve. After which the protagonist wondered if the rest of the weapons had the same hidden skills or properties. Putting the axe aside, he came to the conclusion that the activation conditions are irregular. Everything depends on fate, because only one axe almost killed him. Chunli decided to return to the inventory. There was only one potion left. The protagonist decided to leave it for the critical moment. The guy was determined to carry his axe to destroy all living creatures nearby. Animals appeared before his eyes that he would have to kill. He was determined to subjugate everyone to himself. He remembered the people who took the meat. It should have been enough for 2 days for 30 people. Sitting on the couch and thinking, the guy thought that time was limited, so Xiong would have to work hard. Not far from the hut stood Luton, whom the protagonist called to him and asked to call Xiong to give him a secret task. Luton unquestioningly agreed to carry out the order. He and Xiong went to the protagonist's hut, going around the rest of the settlement. Approaching Chunli's house, Xiong addressed the king. Kneeling down, he saluted and announced his arrival. Looking up at Xiong, the protagonist clarified whether he remembered the herd of black bulls that they drove away. Sitting on his knees, Xiong listened to his king. He was given the task of finding the bulls and reporting this to Chunli. He had limited time, 2 days to search. The little hunter immediately carried out the order, turned around and ran. The protagonist sat back down on the sofa and thought about how much everyone had contributed during these days. It suddenly occurred to him that he could make small gifts for everyone during these couple of days. Xiong did not stop searching. The guy did not leave the hut for 2 days and made gifts. Tired, he looked at the fact that he had 9 days left to complete the task. Throwing away the materials, he decided to finish the work for today. He produced a stone spearhead, a bone whistle, and a drinking horn, receiving 3 technology points. The guy thought about the gifts he had created. He decided to give the bone whistle to Shirgu so that it would be much more convenient for him to command the battle, or while hunting. Then he made stone spearheads that can increase the lethality of spears or increase the percentage of victories by several points. He decided to give the last gift to Xiong, thinking that he would like it. At that time he was just running to Chunli, and at that moment a cry was heard on the street calling the protagonist and reporting good news. The protagonist perked up. Ayu came into his hut, happy that their house was finished, and Chunli asked to show it. Before leaving, Ayu offered to put a cloak on the king, because he was not feeling well. The guy thanked her. The girl decided to help her king, because he worked hard. The protagonist even became embarrassed and thanked her. Leaving the hut, they went to look at the new house. The girl ordered the crowd to part, because she brought the king. Wolf Bone turned around. Shirgu saw the protagonist and was happy. He decided to tell him that they built the house according to Chunli's instructions. The man pointed at the house with his hand. And finally the king saw a new hut in the settlement. Shirgu was very happy. He wanted to know if the king liked it, who was not as impressed as the others. None of them noticed the guy's mood and everyone began to rejoice that they no longer had to sleep in caves and look for branches. Now they had a house. The rest of the villagers supported the mood, saying that the pigsty was really only suitable for pigs, and this was the house they would live in. The king wanted to dampen their ardor by noticing that at first they had spoken incorrectly. Shirgu said that they had also built a straw door and dragged it to show the protagonist. The king began to evaluate this door. But suddenly a plaque about the completed task of building a wooden house appeared in front of him again, for which he received 10 technology points. The protagonist was surprised that building a house costs the same number of points as making a fire. He thought that the backward tribe had changed a lot since he came. He looked at his tribe and remembered that initially they drank blood like animals, but now their characters and abilities had changed. He wondered if the influence of the system was involved in this. Remembering what Shirgu was like initially, the player came to the conclusion that this was an acceleration of evolution. Watching the joyful tribe, the king turned to Ayu, asking to immediately inform when the hunter Xiong would return, to which Ayu did not dare to refuse. Standing next to the girl, the protagonist announced that he was leaving, giving the order to the others to continue building houses. Soon many people would live in them. Suddenly, Xiong's voice was heard, reporting on the find. The residents turned around. Xiong was jumping for joy and shouting that he had found bulls. Chunli praised the hunter, who was trying to catch his breath. Putting his hand on Xiong's shoulder, the king gave the order to follow him in order to carry out the second part of the plan. He turned to Shirgu, who was still dancing with joy, with a secret task. Having moved away a little, they sat on the floor in front of their king. The next few minutes, the protagonist explained the plan to the people and clarified if they had any questions. Shirgu doubted whether this plan would work, since it was not finished. Confident, Xiong said he could finish the task when the time came, and offered to take more men with him. Chunli decided that this was the best time to give gifts, so he gave the whistle to Shirgu for command, for which the latter thanked him. Shirgu immediately began to whistle a melody, and the king turned to Xiong, saying that there was a gift for him too, but only when he finished the task. Now the protagonist was completely serious. He turned to the people and reminded them that as soon as they received the signal, they must immediately begin to act. Chunli said goodbye to his servants, and Aegon even waved goodbye to him. The protagonist decided that now was a difficult time, so he would have to give the wounded work. He turned around and looked at Ayu and Luther. First, he turned to the girl, asking her to convey a message to Shanliang and Huangshi, containing a request to build a fire in front of the house, but not to light it. Ayu clarified whether this was for the guests who would soon arrive, to which she received a positive answer. In an instant, the player became serious, decided to look at the bait released a couple of days ago. At this time, Shosho watched as a crowd of people approached their huts. She was surprised at how many people there were. It was the Coconut Grove tribe. Frightened, she ran as fast as she could, not paying attention to the apples falling from her basket. She realized that things were bad. Shosho ran to the protagonist's hut, reporting that the people of the Coconut Grove had arrived. At this time, in the king's hut, Ayo was treating his wounds, which were recovering, but he still shouldn't move. At this time, Chunli was flying in the clouds and thinking how nice it was when others took care of you. He dreamed of subjugating the tribe of the Coconut Grove. In his fantasies, He was lying on the lap of the queen of the neighboring tribe and Ayu was nearby. Carried away, they did not notice the knock on the door and the cries behind it, asking to let them in. The protagonist was pleased because the fish had bitten. He asked Ayu to bring them inside. The girl went out to greet the queen of the coconut tribe, complimenting her that she had become more beautiful since their last meeting. Ayu invited her to come into the royal palace, where Chinli was already waiting. The queen of the coconut tribe remembered that last time there was a hut made of straw and bull skin, and now there was a house made of wood in front of her. She was surprised how they could do this. Grinning, she clarified that the king himself was really afraid to come out to her. Smiling, the girl said that this time they would take more meat so as not to bother her again. There were many people standing behind the queen of the coconut tribe. They wanted to meet their good neighbors. That's why they came. The queen hoped that this did not scare anyone. Ayu laughed and said that the king had already ordered beef to be prepared for 40 people. Almost laughing in her face, she clarified that it seemed there were far from 40 of them. The queen of the coconut tribe got angry, thinking that since Ayu cared so much about her people, she could serve her. But the girl did not give in and replied that she was conquered by the power of her king. Ayu pointed to the beef, which was lying in the same place as before. She warned that if they could not carry everything, then they would have to eat it here. This was the king's order. Smiling, she also added that if it was inconvenient for them to cut up the meat, then the warriors could do it for them. But the queen of the coconut tribe refused. After which she turned to her subordinates with an angry look and asked them if this was so, to which she received a positive answer from the frightened subordinates. At that moment, an invitation from the king was heard from the hut to enter. The door opened. The queen of the coconut tribe went inside. Chinli, sitting on a makeshift throne, greeted the queen. She looked around. The girl was surprised by what she saw and asked if this was really the royal palace. It looked fine overall. Looking at her, the guy thought that she seemed interested in the technology of building houses, which meant that he could continue to lure her. With a look of victory, he said that this was a temporary palace. As soon as the real royal palace was built, subordinates would be settled there. The queen asked if subordinates would be allowed to live in such a place. With each word of the protagonist, the queen of the coconut tribe slowly approached him, while he was telling that later the inhabitants of his tribe would live in a stone house, which was much better. The next moment, the queen had already attacked Chinli. The guy was shocked by what was happening. He cursed because he did not expect this. The queen threw her leg over his shoulder, tying him with a liana, and the protagonist thought that she was going to kill him. The queen of the coconut tribe felt invulnerable, and the guy sitting in front of her was a weakling. She took out a knife and brought it to his neck, moved closer to his face and declared that no one knew men better than her. She could make anyone give her rare things voluntarily. Pressing her face even closer to his, she brought the knife to his cheek. After which she decisively asked him how he felt about her grabbing him. But the guy at that moment was only thinking that it was too exciting. Despite everything, a plan had matured in his head, and he declared that she would not be able to force him to submit because he had played it safe. In his thoughts, the main character saw his end, because he knew that he had no escape route. His wound had not yet healed. He would hardly be able to win in a one-on-one duel. At that very moment, the door of the hut opened and Ayu appeared on the threshold, who had come to inform that everything was ready and the banquet could begin. For a second, all three froze from the awkwardness of this picture. The queen of coconut flame immediately released Chinli. The king cleared his throat and declared that the conversation was over and it was time to eat the roast. He stood up and asked if the fire had been lit, and received a positive answer. The coconut flame queen wondered how he could remain so cool after she had threatened him, whether he had really been overcautious or simply not afraid of death. Her next thought was that the guys in her tribe were weaklings, and this one was different. They all left the hut together, and saw a blazing fire and the coconut tribe girls sitting around. The girls began to call their queen over to her, and say how delicious it was. Chinli took out some salt from his inventory and asked Aya to give it to their tribe. The girl was surprised and called salt a treasure that improves the taste of food. She brought some for the coconut tribe saying to sprinkle it a little so that the taste becomes better. The girls thanked her. The queen called out to Ayu and asked what it was, but Ayu just laughed at her, saying that if she was afraid she didn't have to eat it. The girls around her were shouting how it had become tastier, and the queen of the tribe was dejected. The protagonist, watching the queen start eating the roast, thought that this would help by Xiong and Shirgu some time. Having tried the coconut flame queen, she enjoyed how delicious it was. At the same time, somewhere far away in the forest, where the sun was high, Chinli's subordinates were going hunting. Hiding behind the bushes, they were watching the bulls, and one of the warriors wondered if they had more beef than they could eat. He didn't understand why they had gone on this bull hunt, to which Shirgu replied that they were not here for hunting this time. The guy explained that he should just obey the order, because the bulls did not suspect anything at that time. Seeing smoke in the distance, Xiong declared that the king had sent a signal. Shirgu took advantage of the king's gift and whistled. The subordinates rushed into battle. They threw their spears right on target. The bulls screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Some of them rushed to run and Shirgu warned Xiong that they were heading his way. he only had one chance, so it was imperative to find their new boss. He was watching the bull sitting on a tree and calming Shirgu down. He had already found the boss, who was running ahead. The hunter jumped with a spear in his hands right at him. The little hunter hit the target right on target, and the boss howled in pain. Xiong began to rejoice, sitting on top of the bull, declared that he had succeeded and now this bull was his. On a sunny day, terrible animals ran through the endless forest, making loud stomping and frightening sounds. Xiong sat on the back of one of them, holding on tightly. The man begged the beast not to be afraid, because it would be able to do what it had planned. The guy said that it was just a pitiful attempt, and even the previous boss of the beasts was only prey for people, and the animal, resisting strongly, mooed loudly. Through the lenses of the binoculars, it was visible how the animals fell. Cursing, Aegon said that the herd was moving to the east. Shirgu, hiding in the bushes, said that he had already given the signal. Watching the wild animals run, Shirgu, taking a whistle in his hands, began to give sound signals. Continuing to run, the animals heard a loud whistle and turned towards the sound, not understanding what was happening. Xiong shouted that they were running in the other direction. He shouted at the beast, because it was he who had turned the wrong way. Under the loud roar of the beast, the hunter tried to stop the monster, and he discovered the ability to ride a horse. The beast continued to run at incredible speed through the endless forest to the waterfall, mooing loudly. A huge fire was lit in the middle of the forest. Thanks to it, people were able to roast a lot of meat, and the green-haired girl, worried about her figure, thought that she would gain weight from the abundance of food. But the food was too delicious and it was impossible to stop, and the people sitting next to her and devouring meat asked for more. Chunli, standing near the fire, looked into the distance. Looking at the forest and the flying birds, the guy's head flashed with the thought that something would happen very soon. Standing next to the girls who were eating meat, he continued to think. One of the girls turned to the queen to pay attention to the man from the camp running out of the forest. This girl, out of breath, screamed for the queen to pay attention to her. Running very close to the queen, sitting next to the tents, the girl screamed that trouble had befallen them. Suddenly she tripped. With a loud scream, the subordinate fell right at the queen's feet. The queen looked at the girl with distrust and asked her what had happened to make her come running in such a panic. With tears in her eyes, she loudly repeated that a herd of maddened bulls had invaded their territory and had started to riot, and that those who had remained in the camp would not be able to resist them. The leader's face lit up with anger. The girls sitting with the queen began to move towards the settlement, while she screamed that the animals would pay with their lives, and the settlers did not understand what could have happened, because they had not interfered with the bulls. The queen continued to glare at them with angry eyes, and the girls did not understand what had happened in the end, and asked the queen about it, because things were bad. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the forest, because the bulls had made their way there and began to attack people and cut down trees, and the villagers, in turn, ran and screamed, surrounded by maddened animals. A huge bull made his way through the bushes towards two girls sitting in the trees and ready to attack. They were dictated to climb the trees and use slingshots to attack the bull. With the slingshots ready, the girls begin to attack the animal. Standing in the trees, they begin to shoot from slingshots, which are filled with stones. Realizing that slingshots are useless against the thick skin of the animals, they conclude that they will have to fight hand-to-hand and save the sisters. With loud wishes for the death of the animal, the girls jump on the huge beast from different sides. Starting to fight for the queen, they attack the boar. But the huge monster does not care about the girls. He throws them in different directions, and the girls fly off to different corners. One of them suddenly fell to the ground. The boar with a wild roar attacks the girl, who tries to cover herself with her hand to save herself. Approaching the girl, the boar stretches his paw towards her, while she covers herself to save herself. Blood was spilled. The shocked sisters stand and scream, not believing what happened. The confused girl, lying under the boar, looked back. She does not understand what is happening and why the animal stopped. The villagers exclaimed, because they saw the queen, who saved the inhabitant of the settlement, who fettered the paws of a huge monster and did not allow the girl to be killed. She, in turn, shouted to the mad bull that she would not allow her people to be harmed, and the animal's main enemy would be the queen. The girl throws the bull aside with her lasso. He falls to the ground with a loud roar. Screaming loudly, the bull's eyes are already beginning to glow red from endless rage. The bull prepares to jump and gets into a comfortable position for it. The queen and the bull jump on each other to attack. Throwing the lasso, the queen slows down. She screams loudly, stopping completely. The girl falls, but someone's hands catch her, preventing her from falling. Coughing up blood, she says that it hurts, continuing to lie in the man's arms. Looking up, she sees a worried Chunli, who asks about the girl's condition, but she, coughing, says that she is fine. Putting the queen on the ground, the guy tells her to rest and entrust the rest to him and his assistants who came with him. And the shocked girl does not understand at all why the herd went so crazy and came here. But the guy warns the girl and asks her to be careful. Cursing, Chunli says that the danger has passed. Standing in front of the bull, he repeats that they completely forgot about caution. The bull was preparing to attack the boy with a loud roar, and the boy had a thought in his head that the bull did not recognize him, and it became unclear why the animal was not scared when it saw the cape made of the bull king's skin. Preparing to attack, the bull stood in a menacing stance, but, frightened, began to tremble. Chunli let off steam, because he realized that the bull was scared of him. The boy pointed his weapon at the animal and said that they met again. Chunli said that the animals found a new king very quickly, but he was still far from the old one. The trembling bull made a plaintive sound. Still pointing his weapon at the animals, Chunli said that since they had come, let them stay here. The bulls stopped in bewilderment. Shirgu, Aegon, Xiong and Huangshi rushed at the bulls with weapons. A battle between people and bulls began. The guys attacked the animals, and the animals, in turn, tried to defend themselves. Shirgu and Xiong pounced on the huge bull. Standing on Shirgu's hands, Xiong begins to make a jump. With a loud cry, he jumps onto the bull. Jumping right onto the animal's head, Xiong grabs the horns to keep from falling. Sitting astride the bull, the guy begins to control it. Shirgu and Huangshi attack the bull, armed with a torch and a weapon, while Xiong sits astride the animal. Chunli suggests that the queen leave, but she refuses. She says that the herd has not yet been driven away, and she must join the battle. The protagonist grabs the girl's hand and asks her not to go there, but she resists and asks the guy to let her go. The protagonist says that she cannot cope with these monsters, and he took people with him who can defeat the monsters, because going to them is like going to certain death. The guy says that it is better to send people to him so that they can heal their wounds, and then they can return to the scene of the battle. He repeats that he can provide homes and food for everyone, and guarantees everyone's safety. The protagonist asks the queen to see what has happened to the inhabitants of the settlement, because they are all tired, wounded and unable to fight. Ayu, who was standing nearby, asked the queen if she would rather watch the girls die in vain. The dissatisfied queen remains silent. She gives the order to the people of Coconut Grove for all the victims to retreat to the north. The exhausted girls decided to retreat, because the fight with the beasts had exhausted them greatly. The girl armed with a bone knife shouted for the wounded to go forward, and all the residents followed her instructions. Chunli told Aya that he would leave the queen to her and asked her to take everyone to the camp so that the residents could rest, and the guy himself would stay with Shirgu and the others to buy time for Ayu, to which she agreed. Ayu asked them to take care of themselves and began to retreat with the queen. Meanwhile, the battle between the humans and the boars continued, and with the loud cries of the animals, the fight continued with great force, because the guys were armed. One of the villagers ordered them to gather courage and kill all the monsters. Shirgu turned to her and said that one of the groups of monsters was on them, and if the girls were afraid, then they should retreat with everyone. Not listening to the man, the settlers rushed into battle, leaving behind an indignant guy. Chunli, not surprised by this turn of events, told Shirgu that the girls were very brave, and the guys should not lag behind, to which Shirgu gave a positive answer, agreeing. With rough cries, people and animals rushed at each other with great speed. The battle continued until sunset, and at sunset, the girls who had gone ahead arrived at the place where Shosho met them. She said, worriedly and with a bit of joy, that she was glad that the girls had returned and immediately asked where the king was. But the upset Aya said that the king had stayed with Shirgu and that many people had come with them who were injured and needed a good rest. Shosho, pointing to the tents, asked the girls to settle down there, because there was enough room for everyone. Gratitude to Dada flashed through her thoughts, because they had been able to endure the pain and hastily built these huts. Shosho said that those who were not injured should follow her to get water and food, to which the girls thanked her and said that they would go. Aya took the queen to one of the huts and asked her to stay there, because in this place her safety was guaranteed and she could not worry. To these words the queen agreed. Aya continued to say that she would also take care of the rest of the people and asked Her Majesty not to worry. The saddened queen sincerely thanked Aya for her care. The girl closed the semblance of a door in the queen's temporary residence and exhaled calmly. Aya decided that, overall, everything was going well. Aya remembered standing in front of Chunli, who was sitting on a haystack. The boy was saying that the essence of the whole plan was to use the least amount of effort to achieve the goal, which was to conquer the Coconut Grove tribe. He was saying that after all, they had just finished a hard battle and would not be able to bear the exhaustion. Aya chuckled, and the thought flashed through her mind that, as she expected, the king's plan was perfect in every way, and there was only a little left. On the second day, the girls were working at the temporary shelter site. They were making a fire and cleaning up. The man was guarding the area from outside attacks. Shanling asked him if everything went well last night, to which the man replied positively, and said that nothing had happened. One of the girls of the settlement was watching their dialogue. She looked up and thought that the weather was cloudy now. A greeting was heard from above, and the girl, frightened, asked what Shanling was doing here. She said that their king invited the queen to the palace and seemed to want to discuss something important in person, to which the settler agreed with the words. In the middle of the shelter stood a large house made of wood and hay. Inside was Chunli, sitting on a throne. His main mission was to help the primitive people build their houses, officially establish a tribe, and increase the population to 50 people, and he was given 8 days to do all this. But Chunli was not happy about this news, because there was very little time left. He heard someone knocking on the door and paid attention to it. Aya turned to the king and said that she brought the queen. Entering the shelter, the queen said that she heard how they talked about merging the tribes, and she replied that she agreed. But with displeasure on her face, she repeated that Chunli should not even dream of it. The queen said that the king should not even think that he could force her, taking advantage of the temporary weakness of her tribe. Rising from his throne, the protagonist said that this was not coercion, but a deal. He gave the queen an ultimatum and said that he could teach the girls how to build houses. He looked at the guests, so he said that he could teach them how to make weapons and make fire. They stood opposite each other when the boy asked the Coconut Grove tribe to unite with the Chunli tribe in exchange. The girl moved closer to the chief when he asked the queen to accept his protection and order. Approaching the queen, he said that in some things, relying on courage would be useless. The frightened queen continued to listen to Chunli's words, who repeated that the cruelty of the Sea tribe and the strength of the Mountain tribe would unite. But the queen knew more about this, so Chunli was silent for a while. Then he continued to say that now the queen was like a wounded deer, and bloodthirsty animals would follow the bloody tracks and find them, and then kill them altogether. And unable to bear these words, the queen ordered to stop. Turning away from him, she kept telling him to stop, and lost in thought, the queen said that it was not that simple, and she could not force the people to accept the rule of a stranger. She repeated that she could still accept, provided that the battle took place and was not won, and only then could they be convinced. Without stopping, she asked if Chunli could accept this challenge, and with a smile stretching his lips, the boy chuckled, and eventually he agreed. Standing outside the house, the Chunli queen gathered all the villagers to announce the news. The protagonist began to say that since the queen was injured and could not fight, then to make things fair, he would not fight either. Turning to Shirgu, the king declared that he would fight in his place. Overjoyed, the man asked who would fight him. A girl, Ayun, stepped forward and accepted his challenge. Shirgu took his weapon and began to get into a fighting stance with the girl with pigtails. He smirked and told the girl not to get hurt. However, she repeated that he was talking too much and asked him to be careful of the falcon's peck. Shouting that he was afraid of the falcon's peck, he rushed at the girl. She jumped and threw her small knife at the man. He realized that the king was standing behind him and the girl was cheating. The man quickly assessed the situation and thought that if he dodged, the knife would definitely hit Chunli. He parried the knife with his axe, and it simply crashed into Shirgu's huge weapon. The second blow hit the protective helmet on Shirgu's head. Shouting that it was all over and wishing for death, the man jumped at the girl, swinging his axe. The girl crouched and put out her small knife. She managed to outreach Shirgu and, jumping up, struck him right under the eye, which the helmet did not hide, to which the man said that someone attacked him and the fight was unfair. Putting the knife in front of her, she pointed it straight at Chunli's face. Ayun pounced on the king with a knife. He stood rooted to the spot, not responding to the attack. Agan, sitting on the roof of the hut, answered for him. The king looked sternly ahead. The queen was also collected and stern. The girl was mortally wounded. Blood spurted from the wound. She fell on her back unconscious. One of the tribeswomen raised her hand, clenched into a fist up. The rest of the tribesmen surrounded her, accusing the king of setting a trap and bringing them here with a treacherous plan. The king and queen did not respond to the reproaches. Members of both tribes stood in battle readiness. The queen's servants asked to order them to kill the opponents. One of the king's servants covered the women with his body. Ayu plaintively called the king, seeking support in him. His face was covered with small beads of sweat, he cursed, because murder was not part of his plans, which meant they wanted to provoke a conflict. It remained to be seen whether this was the queen's order or arbitrariness. He glanced sideways at her, thinking, if this was the queen, then all that remained was to take her hostage. A picture of him doing it appeared in his head. But then she herself told her servants to stop. The queen screamed in rage, asking if they thought they could deceive her by using such mean tricks on their friends. She continued that she did not want to find out who was involved in this murder plot, but this fight was lost. The servants looked at the queen with hurt eyes. She turned to the king and said that Ayun was the best warrior of the Coconut Grove tribe, and if it were not for the queen, she would never have given up her dignity. The queen continued that she knew the king had great power, including supernatural power. She knelt before him and begged him to spare the life of her warrior, considering her inherent loyalty and bravery, explaining that then the Coconut Grove tribe would be grateful to him. Chunli looked at her, thinking that this was not the worst outcome and was glad that he was back in control of the situation. He calculated that there was one last portion of the restorative potion left. Then he extended his hand to the queen and said that he would save her servant. She extended her hand in return and he added that it was because they were friends. The queen thanked him and one of the maids asked him to hurry because Ayun was dying. The king thought that for the sake of the general situation, he would forget about this incident. He knelt down in front of the warrior to heal him and continued the thought that he would give them a small punishment in the form of a longer recovery of their warrior, and the dose of medicine that he would give would be enough to save his life. The rest he would spend on healing his wounds. Ayun regained consciousness. The queen and her servants were impressed. The king ordered that she be taken to rest and assured that she would wake up in a few days. The girl sitting by the warrior's body said that a miracle had happened. The whole tribe picked up and began to repeat this word, falling on their knees before the king. He put his hand on the queen's shoulder and asked if they could now unite their tribes. She agreed, blushing slightly. He laughed in delight, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. The king hugged the queen and said that he would allow her to command her tribe as long as she obeyed his orders. The queen said she had one last request, and when Chunli asked again, she said that he should officially become her partner. She added that they would hold a grand ceremony to confirm their relationship. The king asked again, not believing his luck. It was like a pie delivered to your door. In his mind, he already saw himself picking up his bride in his arms, then how they would have a wedding, exchange rings, then the wedding night, the birth of their daughter, how she would grow up and get married, and how they would grow old together and die on the same day, and all these pictures were very touching for him. The queen was puzzled by his silence and asked what was the matter. Did he not want to arrange a marriage ceremony? He hugged her tightly and reassured her that he did. But he hoped that she would recover first, and he would have time to prepare for the ceremony, to which she agreed. The king ordered the servants to disperse, and the wounded to heal their wounds, then announced that he would expect everyone at their marriage ceremony in a few days. The servants accepted the order and dispersed. Chunli received a notification that he had officially created a tribe and now he needed to give it a name. The king looked at the characteristics of his tribe, surprised that he had 46 people under his command, which meant that 4 more were missing. He decided to simply name the territory first. The name of the newcomer tribe was successfully added, but it was necessary to expand the population as soon as possible so that the task related to the substantiation was completed. The protagonist decided that he would have to subjugate the Sea Bay tribe. He continued to think that his wounds had healed and he could go and capture some prisoners. It only remained to find out whether the captured prisoners were considered the tribe's population. He dejectedly covered his face with his hand, while Aya led the queen away, explaining that the king was often so strange and she would soon get used to it. She agreed. And then Chunli accidentally overheard a conversation between 2 girls from the Coconut Grove tribe. One of them told the other that it was strange for her to see him so happy. She decided that he had gone crazy. The second confirmed that now he should look depressed, because the same thing would happen to him as with his previous partners. The king was very tense. The girl continued that at the ceremony the queen would cut him into pieces and mercilessly eat him. He began to shake. Chunli was horrified, imagining this picture. The protagonist imagined how the queen grabbed him with her teeth and asked if she really ate people. The girls grinned maliciously. Chunli assumed that this was the reason why there were so few men in their tribe. A huge shadow loomed over him. The boy raised his hand in fear and asked the monster not to eat him when he was called out. Shanling lowered her head in disappointment. The boy calmed down and asked what was wrong. The woman raised her eyebrows and asked if her friend really wanted to become the queen's partner. The hunter smiled awkwardly and said that he needed to think about it again. The giantess imagined them hugging and said that according to rumors, they were going to hold some kind of ceremony. The king imagined himself being eaten and said that he had made a hasty decision. Shanling put her hands on his shoulders and asked if this was true. The protagonist could not believe that the bride would be a praying mantis. Chunli concluded that he was unlucky. The girl lifted him into the air and agreed with him. A put her hand on her belt and asked why her friend had run away, since she needed to hide the wounded. The woman pushed her away and said that she wanted to keep their leader company. The guy asked to leave him alone and asked his ally to tell the wounded not to hide anymore, but to build the camp. The giantess let him go. The wild girl said that she would go and notify the others. Shanling looked back and asked her leader to think carefully about everything and think about her as well. The girl asked her not to be afraid for him and said that they still had a lot of work to do. The young man looked away and concluded that he needed to find an opportunity to talk to her about breaking off the engagement. The next day, a horned rooster was sitting on a branch. The hunter spread his arms and yawned widely. The women were dragging logs somewhere. The king looked at the map of the area and realized that everyone was getting along well with each other, and the new arrivals had already begun to help build houses. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed. Chunli lowered his head and decided that he had to break off the engagement today. The people standing by the haystacks greeted him. The boy asked them to ignore him and help the others. Raising her hand, the tribesman assumed that he had come to see the queen and said that she was north of the river. The girl pointed to the side and asked the guest to follow her. The woman pointed to her tribesmen who were bathing in the river. The wild girl turned to the queen and reported that His Majesty had arrived. The bride asked her to leave them alone. The tribesman hurried off the river and greeted the boy. The girl placed her hands on the bank and asked if he had something urgent. The boy raised his hand and explained that he had come to look at her wounds. The woman narrowed her eyes and replied that she just needed to rest for a couple of days, because her wounds were not serious. Licking her lips, the queen asked if she should go ashore and assumed that her guest wanted to taste something. The hunter raised his hands in front of him and replied that it was not necessary. The king closed his eyes and remembered that he still did not know her name. The bride smiled and understood what was going on. She closed her eyes and lowered her ears. The protagonist froze in place. Xiaowan put her hand to her cheek and introduced herself. Chunli frowned and asked her name. The girl told him that her predecessor had given her this name, but since she was exiled, no one called her that. Covering his head with his hands, the guy realized that he could be exiled, and decided that their tribe should be renamed to praying mantises. Insects were sitting on a tree branch. The young man asked if the previous queen had a partner, and what happened to him. The praying mantis bit off the partner's head. The woman told him that he was eaten and that their tribe has such a tradition because people believe that they get more strength by eating their groom. The hunter opened his mouth in displeasure, and wondered how she could say such a thing with such a calm expression. The bride smiled and said that this tradition was a thing of the past. The queen raised her eyebrows and explained that she was not going to continue it because it was too inelegant. The king asked if she really did not eat people. Xiaowan smiled widely and replied that she had not yet had a partner, and therefore, no opportunity to eat anyone. The protagonist opened his mouth and sighed in relief. Waving his hand, Chunli asked her to rest and drink more water and said that he would go prepare for the ceremony. The boy wiped his forehead with his hand and thought about how he no longer had to worry about being eaten, but Shanling would have to negotiate with her. The girl smirked and said that there was more to it. The boy pursed his lips tensely. The woman explained that she would not mind cutting off a piece if someone offended her. The hunter looked around in fear. The axe cut the carrot in half. Holding it in her hands, Shosho said that vegetables were cutting just fine today. The king approached his house. A task appeared in front of him. The protagonist realized that he had to capture several prisoners and complete it right now. Shirgu passed by him and wished him a good morning. Chunli looked at him and said that he had one task for him. Frowning, the boy explained that he needed to leave for a while and asked his comrade to supervise the organization of each tribe member's work and find him in the South Sea in case of an emergency. The bright sun shone over the beach. There were corpses of fishmen on the ground. Sitting on a branch, the young man wondered what had happened here. The hunter looked to the side and realized that the Sea Bay tribe had been routed. Dead monsters were scattered all over the beach. The king looked at them from the height of the tree. Birds surrounded the monsters. One of them raised a wing and told how she dealt with them on her own. The protagonist kicked her and asked her to leave. The birds ran away. Chunli realized that even they were showing their superiority, and decided that it was safe for now. The boy put his hand on the fisherman's wound and noticed that the battle had not been over for long, because the bodies were still warm and did not smell. There were sharp claws on their hands. The young man realized that he needed to be more careful. The shape of the wounds was very similar to the scratches from their claws. The hunter removed his hand and wondered if there was a feud here. He got to his feet and decided that it would be a good idea to find survivors to take them to the tribe. The king looked down tensely. On the shore lay a dead monster, which had no wounds. Its face was distorted, which meant that its death was painful. The monster lay waist deep in water. Its arm was wrapped in seaweed. The protagonist wondered if the water people could drown in the sea. Chunli squatted down and wondered what had really happened here. He looked back when he heard someone screaming. Xiong ran to the shore and the boy asked what had happened. The boy raised his hands and reported that they were attacked by a group of crazy members of the Sea Bay tribe. The hunter gritted his teeth and realized that they needed to go back now. He jumped up from his seat and ran forward at full speed. The warriors came out to protect the tribe when the fishmen emerged from the river. Shirgu raised his hand and asked his comrades to conserve their energy and prepare for battle. The monsters continued to advance, ignoring the spears that pierced them. Aegon, sitting on a branch, asked what had happened to them and noticed that they seemed to feel no pain. The monsters spread their paws. The fighters raised their weapons and the man ordered them not to let the enemy pull them into the water, because in the water, only death awaited them. The fishermen got on all fours and ran towards them. The tribesmen threw missiles at them. The attack knocked the monsters down. The hunters joined the fight because they had a great chance. The warrior gritted his teeth and reported that the queen had come to help. Xiaowan approached him and asked what was going on. Looking at the approaching monsters, the girl asked if they lived on the southern shore and noticed that they were in a very strange state. Shirgu looked back and assumed that they were crazy to come from the shore and attack them. The fishmen bared their fangs and hissed. The fighters guarding the entrance to the village decided to be careful. The monsters rushed forward again, letting out a battle cry. The tribesmen gathered in a group to get rid of the enemy. The monsters pounced on them, and the battle began. The woman tied up one of the opponents and asked if he could talk. The bride frowned and realized that something was wrong because they could not communicate. A cloud of dust enveloped her. The queen loudly asked what they were doing. The fishman jumped at her from behind. His pupils narrowed and his eyes were bloodshot. The monster raised his hand to hit the enemy. The protagonist jumped in front of him and protected his betrothed. Waves of light energy rushed around him. Chunli frowned menacingly and asked how the enemy dared to attack his woman. The guy clenched his teeth furiously and asked her to leave here. The young man parried the enemy's blow. He opened his mouth and began to breathe heavily. The monster stopped in front of him. The hunter could not understand how he managed to withstand this blow, because he had as many as 3 points of strength. The fisherman pounced on him from behind. The king turned around and opened his eyes wide. The tribesmen immediately pierced the bodies of their opponents with spears. Aegon frowned sternly and called on the enemies to fight them. Luton narrowed his eyes in disdain and asked them not to even think about harming their leader. Holding an axe in his hand, the protagonist praised them for their excellent work. The warriors continued to fight the monsters. Chun-Li decided to leave it to them. The boy looked back and asked Xiao Wang to help them. The monster punched his palm. The youth said that he should focus on it. The opponents cast a stern look at each other. The hunter said that he did not want to be disturbed until the winner was determined. The battle raged around them. The king picked up the axe and explained that he regretted what happened to their tribe. Frowning, he added that it had nothing to do with them and asked if they had found the wrong target for revenge. The brute dodged his blow. The protagonist noticed that they had lost the ability to communicate. After another attack, the fishman fell to the ground. The monster immediately jumped to its feet and turned around. Chun-Li noted its excellent muscle strength and reaction, as well as sharp claws and teeth. The guy narrowed his eyes sternly and realized that he was losing to him, despite the fact that he had several times more strength than an ordinary person. Standing in front of the enemy, the young man thought that he could not use the destructive power of Panga's axe, and decided that this power should be used only in case of extreme necessity. The monster made a dash towards him. The hunter realized that he could not be distracted. The brute sank his teeth into his hand. His crazy eyes lit up. The king's pupils narrowed from terrible pain. He brushed off the enemy and freed himself from his grip. The protagonist swung his axe and stepped back. The fishman clenched a piece of his cloak in his teeth. Chun-Li was glad that the bull king's skin was thick enough to protect him. There were teeth marks on his arm, and he realized that otherwise the fangs would have torn his arm off. The monster stuck out its tongue and growled. A black veil covered its eyes. The monster spread the webbing between its fingers. A vortex of energy swirled around it. The brute made a sharp dash towards the enemy. The young man ducked to dodge its attack. The fisherman began to chew on his cloak. The hunter wondered why his speed and strength had increased so suddenly, and realized that he had almost died just now. He turned around and asked why the monster did not attack him anymore. The monsters headed back to the water. The king was outraged that one of them took part of his cloak. The tribesmen glared at his opponent. Several fishmen surrounded Shiga. The protagonist wondered why there were so many of them. The injured man held spears in his hands. Chun-Li frowned and realized that this was connected. There was a red haze in the air. The monsters used the smell of blood to capture the target. Because of it, they become even more cruel and begin to follow animal instinct. The boy imagined how bloodthirsty sharks chased a wounded seal. The young man smeared the wound with mud and decided to take advantage of this feature. Xiong raised his stick and asked what he could help him with. The hunter put his hand on his shoulder and asked his friend to bring 3 piglets here. The boy scratched the back of his head and asked if they didn't leave them to eat. The king stepped forward and asked him to just follow the order. He looked away and thought that the enemies would definitely pay for forcing him to sacrifice 3 piglets. The protagonist approached Xiao Wang and said that the wounded should leave here as soon as possible. The tribesmen brought the pigs to the battlefield. Chun-Li pointed to the water with his hand and ordered them to be sent to the river. The frightened animals immediately began to run. The boy waved his hand at Aegon, who was sitting on a tree. The boy immediately threw several spears forward. The sharp sticks pinned the piglets to the sand. The fishmen stopped. One of them blocked the path to the pigs. The monsters standing in the water turned around. They bared their teeth furiously and screamed. The monsters rushed forward, ignoring the boy. The fishmen hung over the wounded animals. Watching them from the side, the hunter asked his comrades not to stand still. The king frowned sternly and ordered that the spear tips be smeared with anesthetic and fired at vital points. He narrowed his eyes when Aegon shouted that something was wrong here. The monsters grabbed their throats and began to breathe heavily. They fell to the ground and groaned pitifully. The protagonist looked at his comrade and asked if he had poisoned those piglets. Xiong immediately denied it. Foam came out of the monsters' mouths. Chun-Li spread his arms and asked his comrades not to approach them, as it might be a trick. The boy looked down tensely and asked what was going on. The unconscious fishmen were lying on the sand. The tribesmen had put them in cages. Standing next to them, Xiao Wan asked her subordinates to be on guard and punish the prisoners immediately if they tried to do anything. The girl looked at the sleeping monsters and called them scoundrels. The monster lowered its head and sighed heavily. The woman frowned sternly and asked if he had woken up. The brute extended his hand to her and asked for help. The bride looked back and asked her ally to report to the guests that the prisoners had woken up. The sun was shining over the mountains. The boy stepped forward. The queen lowered her gaze. The hunter asked what the situation was. The fishmen took hold of the bars and asked for water. The king frowned and asked what had happened to the big guy. Xiao Wang replied that he had been locked up separately from the others. The monster trembled and repeated his request. The protagonist uncorked a bottle of water. He poured it on the monster's head. The fishman began to drink the water greedily. Chunli picked up the water skin and stopped pouring it. The guy frowned sternly and asked if the prisoner understood him. The big guy narrowed his eyes and confirmed that he did. The young man gave the water skin to his friend and asked her to look after the prisoner. Ayu squatted down and smiled. After giving the monster a drink, the girl asked him not to rush and promised to bring more water if he ran out. The woman closed her eyes and warned him that the river was far away from here, so he would have to wait. Grabbing the bars of the cage, the monster said that his people also needed water and asked her to give them a drink. The wild woman lowered her hands and said that she could help them and added that it would be good if the fisherman would help them and answer a few questions. The prisoner gritted his teeth and was indignant that the humans had gathered an army and attacked them, and now they wanted to ask a few questions. Ayu raised her eyebrows in surprise. She looked at her comrade tensely. The big guy explained that he had heard that the mountain tribe was very strange, but did not expect it to be so serious. The girl frowned and asked if it was really the mountain tribe that attacked them. The woman frowned pitifully. The monster asked if it wasn't them. The wild woman looked away and replied that they were from the newcomer tribe and that their leader was standing behind them. The monster widened his eyes and said that he had never heard of them. The fishman lowered his head and suggested that the mountain people had sold them out as far as possible. Ayu closed her eyes and replied that that was not the case at all. Raising her index finger, the girl explained that the Sea Bay tribe had invaded their territory and that they had no relations with the mountain people. The woman recalled how the monsters had emerged from the water and said that they had lost the ability to communicate like animals, so they had to temporarily lock them up here. The prisoner opened his mouth wide and said that this was impossible. The brute bared his teeth and asked if he had lost his memory. The wild girl widened her eyes and asked him to tell her his version of what had happened. Frowning, Heivu introduced himself and told him that they lived near the shore. In the memory, the monsters were fishing. The monster raised its hand and reported that Chinyu and Hua Bei were fighting again. The leader grinned and said that fights between young people strengthened relationships. The fishman punched his comrade in the face. The small monster ran up to the leader and complained that they had stolen his bird. Grabbing him by the head, the big guy said he needed to learn how to fight and explained that no one would dare steal his things if he made others afraid. The child pointed to the side and said that they were not his kind. Heivu frowned menacingly. There were people from the mountain tribe standing on the shore. The monster turned around and asked why they had come here. The man raised his hand. The stranger lowered it and ordered his comrades to kill the monsters. The warriors rushed to the water and screamed furiously. The monster gritted his teeth and wondered if the mountain tribe had really attacked them. Sitting in the cage, the leader explained that he had been knocked unconscious later and added that he did not remember how he had ended up there or what had happened to the rest of his tribe. The protagonist scratched his chin thoughtfully. Chunli opened his mouth and sighed heavily. The boy raised his hand and said that he had been in their territory not long ago and that there was not a single living creature there either. The brute opened his mouth in amazement when the boy said that the sea tribe would have disappeared from the face of the earth if he had not left them alive. The prisoner trembled and became angry that he could not protect his fellow tribesmen. The fishman lowered his head, and a leaf fell from him. Ayu reached out to it and asked what it was. The girl handed the leaf to her leader and said that she had never seen such a plant before. The hunter took it in his hand. The king frowned and activated the system. Green light illuminated the leaf. The system reported that it was hemp, the smoke of which causes hallucinations. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock and wondered if this was really it. The sun rose over the mountains. The tribe members gave the prisoners something to drink. Xiaowang frowned and asked them to take their time and pass the water back and forth. Chunli held the hemp leaves in his hands. He put them together and thought that they had collected them from the bodies of the Sea Bay tribe. The young man frowned suspiciously. Imagining people worshipping an unknown creature, the hunter remembered that Xiong said that the leader of the mountain people had divine powers and guessed that their god was actually a demon. Looking at the hemp leaves, the king realized that the monster had made the sea people kill each other mercilessly and caused them to hallucinate. He frowned furiously and realized that some of them had figured out that they needed to hide in the water to avoid inhaling the poisonous fumes, but in the end they died of exhaustion. The protagonist looked at the captives and concluded that the maddened fishmen had not invaded here by mistake. The monsters were discussing something in the cage. Chunli guessed that it was a plan of the mountain tribe to make the amphibians fight them until both sides were hurt or died. The guy imagined the man trying to grab him, and decided that the scoundrel wanted to destroy the tribe of newcomers. The young man looked at Heihu and realized that they could not underestimate the power of the mountain people who had turned him into a doll that could be manipulated at will. A red system window appeared in front of him. Looking at the status window, the hunter concluded that 3 points of strength would not be enough, and decided that he needed to strengthen it before real danger came. The king looked at the prisoner and concluded that all the members of the rookie tribe were still too weak. The fisherman was upset that he did not notice the villains earlier. Ayu approached her comrade and warned that the prisoner was about to have a nervous breakdown. Looking down, The protagonists replied that they did not have time to wait for the monster to calm down, and suggested that a disaster would soon occur. Raising her eyebrows, the girl realized that they were talking about the mountain tribe, and asked if they really planned this attack on them. Holding hemp leaves in his hand, Chun-Li explained that this plant allows the mountain people to control the members of the Sea Bay tribe. The boy clenched them into a fist and said that he did not know when the next attack would happen and was not sure that the enemies would fight them personally. Heihu looked down. The boy said that they had too little information now, and said that they needed to hurry and make the prisoner remember at least something. The hunter approached the cage and called out to him. The leader angrily clenched his teeth. The hunter asked him not to blame himself for what happened, because the poisonous fumes of this plant were to blame for everything. The king handed him the leaves and asked if he had any memories associated with this plant. The fisherman brought the leaf to his nose and sniffed it. The monster grabbed his head and said that he smelled this smell when he fought those villains. In the memory, he was enveloped in poisonous smoke. The monster explained that he only felt sharp and unpleasant odors at that moment. The protagonist squatted down and guessed that the enemy was using different types of poisonous plants. Heihu grinned when Chun-Li said that they needed to figure out the functions of these herbs before taking the initiative. The leader raised his hand and asked permission to join them in the war against the mountain people. The fisherman smirked and said that he would regret it for the rest of his life if he did not take revenge on these villains. The monsters stuck their hands through the bars and shouted that they wanted to join the battle too. The boy looked at them tensely. The monsters promised to do anything for revenge. The young man frowned and thought about how he only needed 4 people to complete the mission. The prisoner raised his hand and explained that their good sense of smell would help identify and track the poisonous herbs. The hunter gave him a stern look and said that he was worried about that. Standing in front of the cage, the king reminded them that the fishermen were too sensitive to the smell of blood, and decided that if things got out of control, the consequences would be dire. Heihu opened his mouth wide and said that they would definitely be able to control themselves if they had not inhaled the poisonous fumes. The protagonist gritted his teeth and explained that they could not be sure that the enemy would not use poisonous smoke again. The leader shuddered tensely. The monster lowered his head and agreed with him. Chun-Li raised his hand and said that he understood their desire for revenge, but anger and hatred alone would not solve the problem. The boy lowered the corners of his lips, saying that he had one way, and he assumed that the prisoners would not like it. The monster grabbed the bars of the cage and explained that these people were all that remained of his tribe, so their lives were in his hands. The young man frowned sternly and agreed. Heihu gave him a stern look. The hunter asked them to follow his plan and split up to do different tasks. The king smirked and promised that they would have a chance to take revenge and asked if they would agree to it. The leader smiled widely and agreed. His men spread their arms and also agreed to do it for the sake of revenge. The protagonist looked at the smiling Aya. Chun-Li was about to leave, but the fisherman called out to him. The boy raised his head and called out to his comrades. The young man raised his hand and asked his friends to release the prisoners, because they were now their comrades. The hunter saw a message in front of him about the successful completion of the task and was happy about it. A status window appeared in front of him. The king closed his eyes and realized that the population had increased by 22 people at once, and wondered if he should expect more rewards for exceeding the plan. He raised his hand when the system asked him to distribute points. The protagonist clicked on the strength indicator to increase it. A sly smile appeared on his face. Waves of bright energy swirled around him. Chun-Li frowned furiously and felt the power boiling inside him. A pillar of light fell on him. A scream rang out. Debris from the ground rose into the air. A flash lit up the space around him. The boy opened his mouth wide and began to breathe heavily. The system reported that the increase in strength was complete. The youth clenched his hand into a fist and realized that he was not inferior to any person in strength. The hunter touched his long hair and assumed that this was a side effect. The king opened his inventory and wanted to see what the system provided him. In a large treasure chest, there was a metal raw material, namely 1 ton of hematite. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and decided that this was a very good thing. Imagining a smelting furnace, Chun-Li realized that he needed to find a way to create an environment with a high temperature, and wondered if they could really skip the Bronze Age and get straight to the Iron Age. The boy spread his arms and declared that this was the power of knowledge. There was a large gift bag in his inventory. The young man hoped that there would be more valuable things there. A notification about receiving a healing potion appeared in front of him. The hunter was very happy about this. Smiling, he said that the things the system gave him this time were much better than any seasonings, and decided to check the rock paintings. A huge boulder fell to the ground. It depicted petroglyphs. The system reported that information was written on it about the products of a certain culture that can be obtained through devout worship. The king frowned and wondered what kind of cultural products he was talking about. The protagonist smiled and decided to pay 10 technology points to determine the inheritance stereotype. A bright light burst out of the stone. Chun-Li frowned in confusion when the system congratulated him on receiving a sense of shame. The boy looked at the boulder and assumed that this was actually a decisive step in the development of culture. The young man closed his eyes and realized that he no longer had to worry about men and women bathing together, and he thought about how he didn't want anyone to see Xiaowang taking a bath. The rock broke into pieces, and the hunter wanted to move on. The fishmen were standing behind him, and the king realized that it was time to think carefully about how to deal with the threat of the mountain tribe. Suddenly, Ayo ran up to him. The king looked at her and asked what was wrong. The girl raised her hand and noticed that her friend had grown taller and stronger, and that his hair had grown, and the protagonist replied that it was puberty. The woman stood on her tiptoes, and Chunli asked why she was looking for him. The wild woman looked at him and asked if she should go and negotiate with the mountain tribe and resolve this misunderstanding. The boy frowned and explained that it was not a misunderstanding and that they were determined to destroy them. Looking at his hand, the young man called them the strongest opponents so far and said that they were able to set the sea tribe on them in order to benefit themselves. Ayo hugged his hand and asked what they should do in such a case. Looking at the fishmen, the hunter replied that they should build high walls and stock up on provisions, adding that they should not provoke enemies without careful preparation. The king placed his hands on his waist and said that they should stay in the shadows and wait for their moment of revenge. The girl said that she did not quite understand him. The woman raised her eyebrows and asked what they should do with those who had just joined the tribe. The protagonist smiled and suggested that they split into 3 groups. Some would build houses, others would gather food, and others would make traps. The wild girl spread her arms and asked what traps were, and why they were made. Chunli looked at her and replied that traps could be used to protect territories. The boy remembered how the monsters had attacked his tribe and said that he did not want to go through something like that again. The young man threw up his hands and explained that setting up different types of traps depending on the terrain not only allows you to avoid repeating mistakes, but also to catch a living enemy or beast. Frowning, the hunter promised to explain the method of making it later and said that she had an urgent task for her friend. There was a fire burning in the tribe's territory. The king explained that they had to think about long-term food supply because the population had increased dramatically. There were animal carcasses lying near the building. The protagonist said that uneaten beef should not go to waste, and decided to teach his fellow tribesmen how to make dried meat. The sun went down. People were processing meat and hanging it on the branches. Watching them, Chunli noticed that the newcomers quickly adapted and mastered the technique of drying meat well. Shirgu approached him and announced his return. The man noticed that his hair had grown. The guy, grinning, asked him to consider it a miracle and said that he had an important task for him. The young man squatted down and decided to draw something. The hunter drew semicircles and explained that his comrade should set traps in the surrounding mountains so that no one would notice them. The king confidently frowned and decided to personally teach him everything. The warrior scratched his chin thoughtfully. The protagonist said that the most important thing was not to learn how to make traps, but to remember their locations. The fighter widened his eyes and said that he did not find this task interesting. Chunli hit him with a stick and explained that he asked him to do this because he trusted him. The guy frowned and added that this was a top secret and that no one except them should know about it. Having drawn arrows, the young man said that his fellow tribesmen should take turns and set traps in different places, and stated that no one should know all the locations of the traps in one area. The hunter looked up and said that if there was a traitor among them, the consequences would be catastrophic. Luton held a spear in his hands. The king explained that after the production was completed, his friend should tell him the information about the location of the traps in person. He erased the drawing from the ground. The protagonist clenched his fist and asked his comrade to remember the location and not draw anything. Shirgu frowned and said that he would prove himself worthy of his trust, even though it would be difficult. Chunli smiled and nodded. Putting a hand on his shoulder, the boy asked him to rest and explained that they would start work at night. The heroes approached the main building. A stone with petroglyphs appeared nearby. Looking at it, the young man decided to leave it there for his fellow tribesmen to see for themselves, and realized that the number of things they would learn depended on their nature. The hunter looked at his comrade and said that he needed to rest. He opened the door and asked the guard to wake him up if there was something urgent. In the corner of the room stood a throne made of monster fangs. The king fell onto the bed and complained of fatigue. The protagonist put his hands under his head and realized that he still had many unfinished business, and there was little time left. Chunli imagined all the things he needed to do, including training soldiers, building fortifications, distributing patrols, developing technology, and expanding territory. The boy rolled over and thought that he should cherish this rare time to rest and recuperate. The boy closed his eyes. He woke up when he heard someone screaming. The hunter raised his head and saw the girls laughing. Looking at them, the king asked if this was a party. Someone put their hand on his shoulder and asked what happened to him. The woman handed her friend a bottle and asked if this would do. Taking the beer in his hands, the protagonist replied that it would do and asked who they were. Holding the bottle, Xia assumed that her friend had drunk too much. Her friends introduced themselves. With a wide smile, Chunli realized that he had returned from a time travel and that he would no longer have to live in fear, and asked the heroines to turn on the music. The boy closed his eyes and lit a cigarette. The sun's rays penetrated the room through the window. The boy was sleeping on the bed, hugging his girlfriend. The girl got up from the bed and said that it was time for him to work. The hunter replied that he could not do this anymore. The woman said that her friend was mistaken. The king smiled and began to go through names. Suddenly, Xiaoya's face turned into Shirgu's face. The king narrowed his eyes tensely and asked what happened to her. He jumped out of bed and screamed in fear. The protagonist asked what his comrade was doing here, sitting next to him. The man replied that the leader himself ordered him to come here at night. The warrior blushed with embarrassment and called him too frivolous. Luton also blushed and decided that there was some kind of misunderstanding. There were sharp spikes in the deep hole. The shovel stuck into the ground. Standing at the edge of the hole, Chunli explained that this was the most simple trap. Imagining a goat falling into it, the guy reminded the guy that both the enemies and the animals they encountered were quite large in size, and said that the depth and width of the trap must be sufficient for it to be effective. The young man covered the pit with leaves and said that the traps needed to be hidden. Looking at the flooring, the hunter explained that everything was ready now. The king smiled and added that the spike pits could be used with tripwire traps. The fishmen were delighted. The protagonist looked at his friend and asked him to teach the others other types of traps. Aegon spread his arms and said that he did not know how to make them. Chunli raised his hand and reminded him that the moving target they used last time for training could also be turned into a trap. The boy imagined a net hanging instead of a log and said that this way they could make a hanging net trap. Frowning, the young man left this work to his comrade and explained that he needed to do something else. The hunter passed by him and asked him not to forget what he had entrusted him with. Shirgu said that he could be trusted. The king walked away and hoped to finish his sweet sleep. The man began to give orders to the fishmen. The protagonist was standing by the house when it began to get light. Looking at the sky, Chunli remembered that usually at this time some people were already going to work, and wondered why there was not even a guard today. The guy took a step forward and hoped that no one was sick. The young man pushed the door of one of the buildings. He jumped back when a loud scream was heard from there. The hunter looked inside and asked what they were doing. Shosho blushed and explained that their clothes were too revealing, so they were embarrassed to go outside. The king looked down and assumed that this was the effect of shame. The protagonist closed the door and said that he would give them half a day to create new clothes. Chunli looked back and asked them not to blame him if they refused to go outside after noon. The guy returned to his house. The young man looked at the petroglyphs and thought that he did not expect that this small thing had such a huge power. He looked up when he heard someone's voice. Shirgu shouted that something bad had happened. The man took out some stones and said that they had found stones that were burning while they were digging holes. The warrior put them together and said that they just needed to rub them together. Sparks flashed between them. The hunter frowned sternly and realized that it was saltpeter. The king grinned and said that his comrades had worked hard this time. An image of explosives, dynamite, and ordinary matches appeared in his head. The protagonist concluded that with this mineral their possibilities were limitless. There was a high mountain in the forest. The fighter ran forward while the fishmen were busy setting traps. Shirgu pointed his hand forward and asked the leader to look at it. There was a deep hole ahead. The man said that they were continuing to dig that stone. The heroes approached the edge of the pit. Chunli noticed that there was not much saltpeter here, because the soil here was saline due to the drought. Frowning, the boy assumed that the mineral had not formed naturally, and asked if there was anything else in the ground. The warrior squatted down to check it out. He picked up the shards and explained that there were some objects on this piece of land that did not look like stones. The fighter tasted one of them. The guard grimaced and said that it was excrement. The young man smiled awkwardly and confirmed this. The hunter frowned sternly and assumed that there was a large dung pit there. Crossing his arms over his chest, the king decided that another group of primitive people could have lived here, and realized that their civilization had reached the point of such a thing as a toilet. The protagonist imagined the members of the mountain tribe and thought that they could have settled here before. Shirgu climbed out of the hole. Chunli asked him to collect saltpeter and bury everything here, leaving as few traces as possible. The boy frowned and ordered him to set up more traps and build signal towers. The man gaped in amazement and asked what he was talking about. 4 days later, the bright sun rose over the settlement. Walking down the street, the young man was glad that everyone now had a home, since this was the first step towards happiness. Luton asked what this meant. The hunter raised his hand and explained that if the people were provided with food, clothing and shelter, then the foundation of the tribe would be firmly established. Shanling spread her arms and was glad that her friend had returned. The king began to run and asked his comrade to detain her. The girl threw herself at him with an embrace. She knocked the leader down. Their bodies broke through the door of one of the houses. The entire planet shook when the impact was heard. The warrior approached the destroyed house and asked if everything was all right with his majesty. The heroes were lying on the ground. The guard asked the savage to stand up so as not to accidentally crush the king. Shanling pressed the main hero to herself with force and shouted that he could not just die because their houses were already built. Wiping his chin, Chunli asked her to be quiet and asked if this was true. The girl raised her hands and said that they had built 10 houses that could accommodate about 50 people. The fishmen continued to strengthen the buildings. The guy concluded that the progress was as expected, and decided that everyone would be able to move into the houses in 2 days. The young man patted his friend on the head and praised her for her excellent work. The hunter stood up and asked the woman not to be so reckless next time and to fix this house. The wild girl waved her hand at him. The king said that next they need to deal with the supply of food and supplies. The fishmen were fishing in the river. The monster raised his spear and announced that he had caught a big fish. At this time, the girls were hanging fish on the racks. The protagonist smiled and realized that, compared to digging traps and building houses, fishing suited them the most. Ao hung the fish by the tail. Chun-Li realized that thanks to the new members of the tribe, the food supplies had increased significantly. Standing next to him, Luton stated that it was all thanks to their leader. Smiling, the man said that he was the one leading them to a life of abundance, and asked him not to worry about being destroyed. The boy frowned sternly and asked if his comrade would blame him for using these methods to conquer the Sea tribe and the Coconut Grove tribe. The warrior closed his eyes and replied that he saw no problem with this, because his order was their will. Standing by the river, the fighter explained that in this world, the strongest survive, and the large and small tribes destroy each other every day, and added that their leader gets the most out of it with the least amount of loss. The young man smiled contentedly. The guard's mouth dropped open in surprise when the hunter said that he already had all the most valuable qualities. The fishermen continued fishing. The king said that they needed to check the border security, and expressed confidence that the people of the Sea tribe would give them many more surprises. The sun set behind the mountains. Shirgu was climbing a cliff. The protagonist approached him and said that he wanted to ask him something. The man jumped down. Chun-Li asked how things were going with setting up traps and signal towers. The boy looked away. The man reported that by his order, signal towers were built in 3 directions, to the south, west and north. The warrior raised his hand and added that after they assigned 6 people to guard the towers in shifts, there was very little manpower left. The fighter looked at the fishermen and said that they needed to climb the mountains before nightfall to finish the work on time. The youth frowned and was upset that they were short-handed again. The hunter decided to climb with them and help. The guard raised his hands and said that they could handle it themselves. The king narrowed his eyes and explained that now was a special period when every second counted, so they did not have time to think. The protagonist imagined themselves being cornered on all sides and stated that if the mountain tribe lived nearby, they would be much more familiar with the area. Chun-Li put his hand to his chin and realized that they needed to come up with a plan in case the enemy took advantage of their unpreparedness, and launched another large-scale surprise attack. The moon shone in the sky and the boy asked his comrades to show him the way. The young man set up a tripwire and warned his comrades to be careful. He looked ahead and saw the northern signal tower in the distance. The hunter squinted and realized that he had a bad feeling about this. The king tightened the rope and assumed that it was his imagination. The protagonist looked away tensely when he heard a scream. Chun-Li looked back and realized that the scream was coming from the south. Smoke was billowing from the signal tower. The boy jumped to his feet and shouted that the southern signal tower was under attack. The young man frowned menacingly and ordered his subordinates to gather everyone else. The full moon was shining in the sky. The hunter took a step forward. He ran quickly through the forest. The king slowed down and thought that he would only be able to reach the southern mountain in 5 minutes, even knowing the location of all the traps and having 2 points of agility. The protagonist gritted his teeth and realized that he could only pray that nothing would happen in those 5 minutes. A fire was burning at the top of the mountain. Aegon was swinging 2 spears. Frowning, the boy noticed that the trap had sprung very close to the tribe and wondered if the enemies had really penetrated that deep. Jumping down, the warrior decided that there might be other enemies who had noticed the fire, and assumed that they were coming here to kill him. The fighter jumped high into the air and wanted to check it out. The guard landed on his feet. The bushes around him shook. Aegon stopped and concluded that the villains had set up an ambush. He threw his spear into the bushes and said that they should not make so much noise if they wanted to make a surprise attack. A wide hole appeared in the bushes. A spear flew out. The boy blocked it with his stick. An unknown person pounced on him from above. The warrior raised his weapon in front of him and clenched his teeth. The axe froze in the air. The protagonist lowered his weapon. The fighter asked why His Majesty was here. Turning his head, Chun-Li replied that he did not have time to explain and asked where the trap was. The guard replied that it was ahead. Crouching down, the boy decided that they were lucky to have met and said that he would go first. Aegon raised his spear. The young man asked him to wait for those who came by a safe path and lead them to him. Raising his hand to his mouth, the boy shouted that there was a chance that the enemy was not alone, and asked his comrade to be careful. The hunter headed towards the bushes. The bright moonlight illuminated the mountain valley. Someone had fallen into a trap and was hanging in the air. The king hid behind a nearby tree. Frowning, the protagonist realized that he did not feel the presence of other people, and assumed that it was unlikely to be an animal. The stranger swung his legs. Chun-Li noticed that he was not calling for help, and wondered if the enemy had really come here alone. The guy pursed his lips and sighed heavily. He came out from behind the tree and picked up an axe. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in surprise. Xiaowan was hanging on the tree. The hunter asked what she was doing here. The hunter blushed and asked if his girlfriend was supposed to be healing her wounds. The girl frowned with displeasure. The woman narrowed her eyes angrily and asked how much longer her comrade would continue to look at her. Closing his eyes, the king grinned and said that he did not often see such a picture. The bride promised to finish him off. The protagonist took her foot and decided to use it. Chun-Li blew on it, causing it to tremble. The guy touched the foot of his ally. The queen closed her eyes and sighed. Xiaowan frowned menacingly and asked her comrade to let her go. The young man looked back when he heard someone's voices. The girl clenched her teeth and said that she would kill everyone who saw her in this position. The hunter replied that he would let her go now. The king began to untie the ropes and asked his comrades not to come here. The guys were standing behind the bushes. The protagonist warned that it was very dangerous here and that they could be killed. Shirgu frowned and asked if they should hurry and save his majesty. Aegon decided that, judging by his voice, it was really dangerous there. The boy sternly knitted his eyebrows and suggested that there was something there that they were not allowed to see. Looking up, the man said that their leader was probably doing something personal, and reminded them that women always avoided them when they were bathing or going to the toilet. The warrior's eyes widened and he noticed that they had all changed slightly. The bride jumped down to the ground. Chun-Li closed his eyes and realized that he had forgotten to tell the rest of the tribe about the traps and the safe roads. The queen looked down and said that she did not expect her friend to know so many amazing tricks. Standing under the tree, the boy admitted his guilt and asked why she came here in the middle of the night. Xiaowan turned to him and said that she overheard a conversation between two people from the sea tribe. In the memory, the fisherman looked at his fellow and said that it would be great if they could go back to the beach and catch some fish, shrimp, and shellfish. The monster raised his hands and explained that they would have more energy to work if they ate. The boy narrowed his eyes and guessed that it was because of the salt in the food. The girl watched the monsters from the side. One of them said that they couldn't go fishing because there was a pack of jackals on the way to the beach. The woman turned to her companion and said that she wanted to find a new safe route. Standing by the bushes, the hunter explained that there had been no jackals there 5 days ago, and guessed that some of the sea tribe had sneaked out in the last few days. The bride asked if they should be executed, and the king smiled and said that was not what he had in mind. Frowning, the protagonist said that he had been thinking about a security vulnerability that he hadn't noticed before, and suggested that he should organize a patrol. Chun-Li raised his hand and explained that they still needed to open the road to the beach and set up a new camp there. The boy raised his eyebrows confidently and said that fishing was still in the background because they needed dodo birds and their eggs, and they could also establish a salt industry. The young man looked at his companion and promised to go and deal with the jackals. Approaching him, the queen said that she could help him with patrols and secret missions, and suggested that he think carefully about getting rid of the jackals and expanding his territory. The hunter smiled and asked if his friend was worried about him. Xiaowan waved him off and asked him not to flatter himself. The heroes approached the bushes. The girl explained that she was worried about the recklessness of dividing people to protect two territories. The king put his hands on her shoulders. The woman reminded her that the beach had once been attacked by a mountain tribe. The protagonist leaned towards her and said that they had been there a few days ago, so it should be safe now. Presenting a map of the area, Chun-Li explained that the mountain tribe, their camp, and the beach formed a triangle, adding that they could support each other if they exchanged information and resources with the stronghold on the coast. The people fell to the ground from the poisonous smoke, and the boy said that if they all lived together, they would be very easy to poison. The bride spread her arms, saying that she did not understand what he was talking about, and offered to do as he said. Sitting behind a bush, Shirgu asked when His Majesty would finish his business. The full moon rose over the mountain. The party was walking through the forest. Heihu looked into the bushes. The leader raised his hand and asked if his brother was sure that he had seen jackals on this road. The fisherman frowned and said that he had seen them 2 days ago, so they must be somewhere nearby. The monsters approached the bushes. Suddenly, a hyena pounced on them from there. The beast bared its fangs and pounced on the monster. The tribe leader immediately hit it with his fist. The predator crashed into a tree and broke it in half. Heihu bared his teeth and growled menacingly. Several more dogs came out of the bushes. Luton looked at his comrade and asked him to be careful. The young man grinned and asked him not to worry about anything. The leader hit his fist with his hand and suggested that he deal with the enemies on the left. The fisherman dealt a powerful blow and said that he would take those on the right. The hyena fell to the ground. The hunter said that it was all nonsense. 2 beasts jumped on him. The monsters immediately protected their leader and dealt with the dogs. The king lowered his gaze and decided not to engage in battle, because this was an excellent opportunity to train new recruits. The predator pounced on him from behind. The protagonist narrowed his eyes decisively. He grabbed the animal by the throat. The hyena opened its mouth and hissed. Chun-Li confidently frowned and declared that she was very unlucky to have stumbled upon him. The moon was shining above the forest, and howling could be heard. The remaining animals ran away in fear. The monster threw the dead dog on the ground and complained that it was boring. The boy approached him and said that they needed to move on. The chief pointed forward and explained that their former home was there. The young man asked his comrades to be careful. The heroes went out onto the seashore. They approached a cliff nearby. The hunter smiled and decided that this was an excellent place for a fortress. The king presented the layout of the buildings and said that the fortress should be built close to the cliff, and they would erect a signal tower on top. Turning to his ally, the protagonist added that a small place for drying salt should be built next to the fortress, and promised to teach him this method. With a wave of his hand, Chunli announced that he would send people to help them and warned that they only had 4 days to do everything. The boy frowned and sighed heavily. Imagining himself as a smoking builder, the young man realized that he felt like a contractor inspecting a construction site, and remembered that he once had to carry bricks himself. The hunter asked his comrade to light a fire and ask for help from the camp if something happened. Heihu clenched his fists and asked him not to worry about anything. 3 days later, clouds were floating in the sky. The king was examining the new bow. He released the string and decided that it was quite good. The protagonist lowered the weapon and realized that the rubber band made of ox skin was actually good, but it took a lot of effort to use it skillfully, and the wood was not strong enough, so they needed to find a replacement. Chunli looked at the door when someone announced that Xiong had returned. The boy looked down and asked him to come here. The door of the house opened. The heroes went inside. The young man asked if there were other tribes of people in the north with whom they could unite. The boy raised his hand and replied that he had been walking north for more than a day, but there were no traces there. In the middle of the forest there was a lake. The warrior explained that there was some strange large creature there. The monster was covered in fog. Before the scout could see it, it sank to the bottom of the lake and disappeared. The fighter raised his hand and added that he did not dare to go further because there was a snow-capped mountain ahead, and turned back. Closing his eyes, the hunter praised him and was surprised that he was afraid not of a water monster, but of a snowy mountain. The guard raised his hand to his mouth and asked if His Majesty had heard about this. The king asked what exactly they were talking about. Ayo pressed herself against him and said that she was very scared. The girl closed her eyes. The protagonist asked what scared her so much. The woman looked up and explained that she was not afraid of the snow mountain, but of those who lived behind it. The savage woman imagined a huge giant behind her. Chunli took her hand and asked her not to be afraid. Xiong said that his legs were shaking just thinking about it. The boy looked at the system window when a side quest appeared. The young man frowned suspiciously. The hunter imagined the giant, and was surprised that he was offered 1 stat point just to see it. The king remembered the saber-toothed tiger sleeping on the grass, and realized that he had only been given 2 points for banishing it. Scratching his chin, he assumed that looking at the giant from afar would not be too difficult and dangerous, and thought that this was also a tribe with a civilization. Giants walk the earth. The protagonist decided that he could subjugate them and make powerful assistants out of them. Chunli looked at his comrades and realized that they needed to be careful because the giants could easily destroy them. Smiling, the boy said that he could not pass on this mission to his comrades and asked the warrior to have a good rest and go to the banquet. The scout headed for the exit and said goodbye to him. Ayu frowned sadly and called him a coward. The boy said that this was not true at all. The fighter played with a snake. The hunter explained that his danger perception was much higher than that of ordinary people, which made him so sensitive to some things, but gave him the ability to freely explore the outside world. The girl looked away when the king asked how the preparations for his wedding ceremony were going. The woman turned to him and replied that the preparations were almost complete. Throwing a stern look at her, the protagonist asked to prepare equipment for 4 people and explained that he was going to take someone with him on a long trip. The savage asked how dangerous it was. Chunli smiled and said that he just wanted to explore the surrounding area and said that these fine clothes were very good. Ayu said that his words inspired them greatly, since leather is now a very useful material. The girl asked when His Highness was going to leave. The boy headed for the exit and said that they would leave the next day after the wedding ceremony and banquet. 2 days later, clouds were floating above the settlement. The youth was training with a shield in his hands. The hunter lowered it and concluded that the hardwood leather went well with the oxhide inner part. The king put the shield down and realized that he had achieved something after 2 days of hard work. Looking at the weapons, he realized that he had finally finished making sure that everyone could get a new weapon as soon as possible. Someone knocked on the door and the protagonist asked the guest to come in. A woman came into the house and asked him to get dressed because everything was ready outside. Chunli thanked her. The sun was shining on the building. Shirgu and Agan were scattering flower petals in front of their comrade and congratulating him. The boy confidently knitted his eyebrows. A smile appeared on his face. The path of petals led straight to the bride. The young man took a step forward and remembered that in his past life, he would have to work hard. The tribe members smiled as they looked at him. The hunter realized that he now had his own loyal people. Shawan folded her hands in front of her. The king walked up to her and decided that all this was more like a hallucination. He took the girl's hand and thought that in this world, he finally had a sense of belonging to something. The protagonist looked at the happy woman and declared that from now on, whenever he was not around, the newcomer tribe would be handed over to her. The jubilant people raised their fists when Chun-Li declared her his wife. The heroes looked at each other, the tribe members wished for them to kiss. The newlyweds approached each other, Shanling began to cry. The wild girl closed her eyes and admitted that this was a very touching scene. In the evening, a fire was burning outside, the tribesmen wished their leader good night. The boy closed his eyes and was glad that everything went well and without surprises. The young man frowned when Aya said that the queen would be waiting for him in the palace. The hunter grinned maliciously and laughed. An image appeared in his mind of his wife taking a whip in her hands and wishing for him to feel her love. The king opened his mouth wide and screamed when he was hit. The protagonist spread his arms and hoped that this would be more exciting. Chun-Li opened the door and announced his return to his wife. Xiaowan was sitting on the throne. She had a very menacing look. It was as if there was a fire burning around her. The guy wondered if she really wanted to kill him. The girl frowned and decided to give him a chance to say it himself. The young man narrowed his eyes and asked what they were talking about. The woman waved her whip and asked him not to pretend. The hunter reminded her that it was their first wedding night and asked her to be more gentle. The wife lowered her weapon. The king realized that he should not have given it to her. The queen looked away and asked if her husband was really going to leave right after the ceremony. The protagonist smiled and said that he was already scared. Chun-Li adjusted his cloak and explained that she had misunderstood everything. The guy put his hand on her shoulder and promised to tell her everything. The hares were sitting by the fire. Xiaowan asked if her companion was really going to convince the giants to join them in the battle against the mountain tribe. Sitting in front of her, the young man confirmed this and said that he needed to take 3 more tribesmen with him just in case. The hunter frowned and warned that the real purpose of the trip should be kept a secret. The king looked down and explained that for some reason his friends were afraid of the giants. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked why she didn't go with him. The protagonist replied that one of them should definitely stay in the tribe. He took out a weapon and said that his wife now had more important things to do. A confident smile appeared on his face. The woman asked what it was. Chun-Li handed her a sling and promised to show her how to use it. The guy imagined a person swinging a sling and explained that he needed a squad of people who could be trained. The heroes walked through the forest. The young man placed his hands on his waist and declared that his companions were responsible. The hunter looked back when he felt a disapproving gaze on him. The girl immediately looked away. The king imagined her stabbing him with a knife and was afraid that she wanted to kill him. Some time ago, the protagonist grabbed his wife's shin and asked why her legs were so tender. The queen asked him to stop. Xiaowan frowned and asked him to choose someone from the Sea tribe and the Coconut Grove to accompany him on his journey. Looking away, Chun-Li said that he wanted to take Heihu with him to see his fighting strength, and added that the fortress on the beach would be temporarily handed over to Shirgu. The boy frowned sternly and suggested that in this case, the newly arrived people from his tribe would not be able to cause trouble in his absence. Sitting on the throne, the girl declared that Ayun should go with him. The woman narrowed her eyes and warned that this was not a request. Rising to her feet, the queen explained that Ayun was the strongest and bravest fighter, and added that she would feel better if she went with him. The wife grabbed her husband by the cheeks and asked him not to worry about what happened then. The young man frowned with displeasure and thought that he was not worried at all. The hunter looked back and hoped that Ayun would save him if problems suddenly arose. The boy approached him and said that it seemed to him that someone was watching them. The bushes behind them shook. The warrior assumed that he was just imagining it. The king looked at him with a smile and realized that he was not imagining it at all. Heihu turned to him and asked if he knew about the lake ahead. The protagonist confirmed this and explained that Xiong told him everything. The leader put his hand to his chest and decided that their comrade had definitely seen that monster then. 2 red eyes appeared deep under the water. The fishman frowned and said that he had seen the monster swallow a leopard whole when he was a child. Holding a water skin, the amphibian explained that he was too small to be scared and said that he would definitely fight it if the opportunity arose. The chief drank the water and Chun-Li was surprised that it was lucky for him to meet the monster. Aegon trembled and the boy explained that he did not care who they met, and said that he would be interested in meeting someone strong. The boy looked away when the young man said that he would like to meet a giant. The warrior crossed his arms and asked him not to even hope for that. The hunter leaned towards him and asked if they really existed. The warrior looked down and said that before they met him, they were a large tribe that consisted of more than 30 people. On the rock were people dancing around a fire. The giant parted the trees and attacked the settlement. The monster began to devour its inhabitants. Aegon explained that they were too weak to fight back. The monster opened its mouth and swallowed the people. The boy opened his eyes wide and said that none of the survivors would ever forget that terrible scene. The king frowned and decided that it was no wonder that Xiong and the others trembled every time the giant was mentioned. Taking the plant in his hands, Heihu asked his comrades not to eat it and said that they had a terrible side effect. The protagonist leaned over to the berries. Yellow fruits grew on the bush. The system suggested that it was poisonous croton. The leader scratched his nose. Chunli laughed at the fact that he had a chance to try this plant. Looking down, the boy said that these places were completely unfamiliar to him and hoped that there would be no surprises. The young man smiled and wanted to scan everything. Many system windows appeared around him with descriptions of plants. The hunter began to rush from one bush to another, because many of them were medicinal. The king frowned when he saw a familiar plant. His eyes sparkled. The sun's rays illuminated the millet. The protagonist threw the ear of corn into the air and was happy to find grain. A window with a description of a side mission appeared in front of him. Raising his index finger, Chunli concluded that they would finally be able to enter the era of farming, and realized that they would be able to learn how to make food and medicine when they found clay. The boy sat down next to the grass and decided that he would have to come back for it later, because it was not ripe yet. The young man narrowed his eyes suspiciously and felt a chill run down his spine. The hunter looked around and realized that it was not his hostile companion at all. Aegon pointed his finger forward. The king frowned sternly. Nearby grew ramie bushes, from which it was possible to make ropes, fabric and paper. Smiling, the main character said that his friend had found a very good thing and suggested that they collect this grass on the way back so that their tribe could wear more diverse clothes. The boy pointed to the bushes and said that he was not talking about plants at all. Chunli shuddered and looked ahead. Something rustled in the bushes under the trees. An angry hyena came out from there. Its relatives came out after it. The boy assumed that they had been following them for a long time. The young man took out an axe and decided that these animals simply decided to take revenge on them. The dogs bared their teeth and growled. The hunter raised his weapon in front of him and said that they would not miss the chance to eliminate the problem along with the root. The guys rushed to attack. 2 predators pounced on Heihu. The leader immediately grabbed them by the throat. The fisherman grinned and said that this time they came on their own. The amphibian slammed the 2 animals against each other. Ayun stabbed her with a dagger. Several more hyenas jumped on her. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The animals collided with each other in midair. The leader shook his hands and said that it was very cool. Heihu smiled widely and asked his comrade not to thank him. The predators began to run, which upset the leader. The king came out to his comrades and asked them to catch up with the enemy to deal with them once and for all. The protagonist imagined the predators running forward and ordered his comrades not to let any of them escape. The animal looked back, continuing to move forward. Chunli dashed forward and shouted that they would not be able to escape. The guy jumped over a fallen tree. The young man frowned and realized that it would be unwise to continue the chase with 2 agility points. The hunter looked away when he heard a scream. The king turned around and asked what happened. The long vines turned the woman upside down. The protagonist looked up and asked what the hell was going on. The giant flower opened its bud. The system reported that this plant is capable of destroying the environment and feeds on other animals. Frowning sternly, Chunli realized that the things around him were humoral fluid, and decided that this was very different from his knowledge of the primitive world. Ayun pulled her legs up and asked the flower to let her go right now. The girl accidentally dropped her knife. The dagger fell right into the center of the plant. The weapon fell into the liquid and immediately melted. The woman furrowed her brows. The boy opened his mouth in shock. Heihu and Aegon hid behind the trees. The young man looked at them and asked why they were not saving their comrade. The boy looked down and replied that it was not that they did not want to save her. The vine wrapped around the heroes' bodies, and the warrior shouted that they had been captured too. The vine wrapped around the hunter's leg. The king immediately cut it with his axe. He rushed forward and shouted that he would save his comrades. The monster released the vine towards him. The protagonist suddenly stopped and shuddered. Ayun closed her eyes and asked him to leave. At that moment, the monster swallowed her. The vines blocked Chunli's path. The boy cut them and ordered the enemy to disappear from his sight. Hyenas appeared behind him, and the young man decided that at least Heihu and Aegon should be saved. The predators approached him and bared their fangs. The leader threw water skins at them, causing the beasts to fall down. The fisherman raised his hand and asked his leader not to approach them. The hunter frowned sternly when he heard that the animals had set everything up. The boy began to fight off the hyenas and shouted that their comrade should run away while they distracted them. The hunter cut down a few more vines. Frowning, the king noticed that they were not very fast and assumed that the predators had used their speed advantage to lure them here. The flower pointed more vines at him. The protagonist put his hands behind his back and realized that he should have realized that something was wrong when he saw that there were only dead trees around. Chunli smiled and decided to take a chance. The boy swung his axe and thought about how there was nothing he could do in this situation. The young man grabbed a stone. The hunter threw it at a tree. He swung the axe and decided that it did not matter to him whether it was a dog or a flower. Sparks flashed between the weapon and the stone. The king realized that there was nothing that could not be fried. The protagonist grinned and wished for his enemies to burn to ashes. Chunli made a sharp dash forward. The boy began to swing the burning axe. The flower opened its bud and spat out humoral fluid. Ayun fell to the ground with it. The boy picked her up and asked if she was okay and explained that they did not have much time because Heihu and Aegon were still in trouble. The girl looked down and the hunter promised to give her some clothes. After that, the heroes rushed to run from the burning field. The king shot a fire arrow at a tree. He frowned and concluded that now they did not have to worry about the hyenas nearby. The protagonist ran forward when he saw water ahead. Gritting his teeth, Chunli asked his friends to tense up and explained that they had to dive into the lake to save themselves. At that moment, a hyena pounced on the woman. The boy turned around and warned her of the danger. The boy jumped forward to save his companion. Ayun grabbed his hand. The hunter threw off her cloak, which the dog clung to. The predator's red eyes flashed and growled. The king frowned menacingly. In that same second, the cloak was torn to pieces. The protagonist fell to the ground. He clenched his teeth, trying to hold back the mad beast. Heihu bared his teeth and called out to him. Chunli pushed the animal away from him. The boy turned his head and asked his friends to quickly leave here before the fire got to them. Frowning tensely, the young man noticed that the hyena had already weakened, and decided to wear it out before the fire spread everywhere. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the predator's neck. The dead dog immediately fell to the ground. The hunter looked around suspiciously. The girl was holding a bow in her hands. The woman looked up in surprise when the king asked if she really knew how to use a bow. Rising to her feet, the fighter explained that she learned how to do this by watching the leader, and reported that she no longer had the strength to continue on her way. The protagonist grabbed her hand and asked what they were talking about. Chunli frowned decisively, and asked his companion to hold on tight. The boy put her on his back and said that they would leave together. The heroes ran through the fire. Aegon shouted that they had no more time. The trees lying around were engulfed in flames. Sitting on Heihu's back, the boy asked if he could change places with Ayun. The leader looked back and said that he still had the strength to throw him straight into the lake. The warrior asked him not to do it. The young man walked forward and breathed heavily. The girl pressed herself against him and admitted that she planned to take the opportunity to kill him for real. The woman raised her eyebrows and asked if he really planned the attack of the black bulls. The hunter frowned menacingly and asked why she thought so. The fighter gave him a stern look and said that she knew he would not confess. In the memory, monsters attacked the settlement. Ayun explained that some of them were already wounded and that their weapons were unable to cut through the tough skin of the bulls. The tribesmen rushed to fight. The girl stated that how well they fought the bulls only increased her suspicions. The flower was burned in the fire. The woman explained that she knew that her arguments would not convince Xiaowan, so she planned the attack without her permission. The fighter put a knife to the king's throat and asked him not to make any sudden movements. The protagonist continued to run. Ayun suggested that he leave her here so that he would not have any problems in the future. Chunli frowned tensely and said that they needed to hurry to get to safety, and then she could deal with him. The boy ran through the fire. The girl warned that she would watch him and kill him if he betrayed them. The boy smiled and asked to be punished for his mistreatment. The heroes approached the water. The woman assumed that her ally had simply abdicated responsibility. A splash appeared on the surface of the water. Heihu emerged and was glad that they were saved. Standing in the water, the leader concluded that they had reached the water just in time. Squinting, the hunter noticed that 2 of the 4 had lost the ability to move, and realized that they had better abandon the plan to find the giant. The fisherman looked at him when the king asked him to lead the others to the place where they had found the nettles, and promised to bring them medicine. The sun rose over the mountains. Aegon applied ointment to his leg. The boy held it up and said that nothing hurt anymore. The protagonist asked him to rest for a while they collected plants. Chunli began to chop the plant, and was amazed at how good the medicinal properties of the local plants were. The leader gritted his teeth and asked what that smell was. Raising his hand, Heihu asked why there was a smell of hyenas here, and suggested that it was left on his skin from a recent fight with them. The guy looked into the bushes and doubted it. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in shock. There were small puppies lying in the grass. The hunter picked one up and concluded that those animals did not come here to take revenge on them, but to protect their cubs. A system window appeared next to him, and the king was surprised that this caused a new side mission. The protagonist looked happily at the animal and accepted the task. The heroes walked further through the forest. They carried the nettles they had collected on their backs, when suddenly a loud roar was heard. The guys trembled, not understanding what that sound was. Chunli looked down and thought that they couldn't be so unlucky. A huge bear left claw marks on a tree. The monster came out into the clearing. Aegon opened his mouth in fear and shouted that things were bad for them. The monster opened its mouth and roared loudly. The boy removed the nettles from its back and realized that the beast was going to attack them, but they would not be able to escape from it with 2 wounded. The young man threw the grass back and said that he would distract it so that his comrades could make a detour and return home. The guys tried to stop him, but the hunter looked back and asked them not to chatter in vain. The animal stood on its hind legs. The king said that they only had one chance, and asked his friends to do as he said. The protagonist took out an axe. Chunli swung it and asked the fisherman to ensure the safety of the rest of the squad. After that, the boy rushed into battle. The heroes ran away from the clearing. The young man approached the enemy and asked him to look at him. The hunter jumped up and raised the axe over his head. The man-eating bear narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The beast threw the enemy back with a swipe of its paw. The chieftain looked back and called out to his comrade. Heva looked back and said that he had to help him. Aegon opened his mouth wide and said that he had personally seen the strength of his leader, so this predator would not be able to cope with him. The king fought the beast. The boy explained that he would not be able to act freely if they stayed here. The leader bowed his head. The warrior said that they must follow the order. The protagonist squatted down and saw that his friends had disappeared. Chunli looked at his axe and concluded that the enemy's attention was focused on him. The monster rose to its hind legs. The boy leaned on his knee. The young man rose to his feet and decided to distract the monster. The hunter looked out from behind the tree. He beckoned the enemy with his finger and called out to him. The man-eating bear swung his paw. At this time, the boys disappeared into the forest. A trace of a crushing blow appeared above the trees. The predator ran forward rapidly. Stopping, the king decided that his friends should be safe by now, and concluded that it was time to get rid of the enemy. Two red eyes flashed in the bushes next to him. The protagonist looked back tensely. A huge leopard jumped on him. Chunli dodged its attack at the last moment. The guy looked to the side and called for the enemy to show himself. The beast came out to meet him. The young man looked at the cat and remembered that it was his old friend. The predator's eyes widened in amazement. The hunter was convinced that they had met before, judging by its intelligent look and the scar under its left eye. At the same second, a bear jumped out from behind the trees. The king looked at it and realized that he was cornered on both sides. Surrounded by wild animals, the protagonist decided that his strength would not be enough now, and wondered whether he should use Pengu's power. Chunli frowned, thinking that his strength would leave him for a long time, and wondered how long his coma would last. He narrowed his eyes and realized that even if he was fine, the mountain people would take advantage of this opportunity. The leopard's eyes flashed. The bears stepped forward. They pounced on their prey at the same time. The youth ducked and asked if they really wanted to attack a defenseless person. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him, informing him that the user was in a dangerous state and activating the emergency escape mode. A white haze enveloped the hunter's body. The king jumped high into the air, and the animals collided with each other. The protagonist landed on his feet. He hid behind a tree and felt incredibly light and explosive. The monsters looked at him with displeasure. The predators rushed towards him. Chunli asked if they still wanted to finish him off. The boy started to run and advised the enemies not to go beyond the limits. The young man headed towards the snowy mountains. A red window appeared next to him, warning that this effect was temporary. Stopping, the hunter realized that he had broken away from the enemies, and decided that the emergency escape mode was amazing, but too expensive. The king looked ahead and realized that he himself had not noticed how he had ended up here. He smirked, thinking that he should not waste time, and asked himself why he did not go to the snowy mountain and find the giant. Snow was falling above the mountains. Moving forward, the protagonist was surprised that he was able to run so far in one breath. Chunli took a step forward and was glad that his body had become very light and did not get stuck in the snow. The boy lowered his head and noticed that he had almost reached the top. Suddenly, the boy looked up in surprise. The hunter climbed to the top of the mountain. An ice giant sat in the cliff, and a tyrannosaurus stood next to it. Looking at the giant from the side, the king was amazed at its size. The protagonist frowned when a notification about the task completion appeared. He opened his mouth in shock when he read that he now had to attack this monster. Chunli pointed his finger at the window and asked if the system had gone crazy. The dinosaur looked back. The guy hid behind a boulder and covered his mouth with his hands. The young man smiled and was glad that he would be given 9 attribute points for this. The hunter looked out from behind the shelter and decided that he could try to complete the task before the effect of the escape mode wore off. The king picked up a stone. He threw it straight at the monster. The stone fell next to the giant. The lizard bared his teeth furiously and growled. The protagonist realized that he had angered him. A message about the successful completion of the task appeared in front of him. Chunli frowned sternly when he read that there was a third trial. The boy looked at the system window and found out that he had to defeat the giant alone. The young man looked out from behind a block of ice and thought about the fact that he would be given 100 stat points for completing the task. The tyrannosaur was guarding the monster. The hunter wondered if he should try. Suddenly, the monster slammed its hand on the ground. Snow fell on the king. He shook himself off and concluded that the enemy had woken up. The protagonist waved his hand and said that he would not agree to this even if he was offered 10,000 points. The sun rose over the mountains. The tribe members gathered in a clearing. Shawan approached them and asked if they had found anything. When they did not receive a clear answer, the girl asked the night patrol to expand the radius and continue searching. Ayun approached her and said that they should prepare for the worst. Turning to her subordinate, the woman reminded him that her husband had risked his life to save her and said that she did not want to hear such words from her anymore. The fisherman ran up to them and shouted that the king had returned. The people ran up to Chunli and asked if he was okay. The boy looked up and the tribesmen were happy to see him back. Shanling raised her hand and asked why her comrade did not light a signal fire for them to help him. Wang Shi replied that the leader did not want to gather his people. The queen approached them and asked them to disperse so that her husband could go to the palace and rest. The boy took her hand. Xiao Wang asked everyone to return to their posts and promised to take care of him. The girl frowned menacingly and said that she would kill those who spilled the beans. The tribesmen stared at her tensely. The sky above the settlement was covered with clouds. Luton was guarding the entrance to the main building. Falling onto the bed, the hunter was glad that his friends had escaped and said that he had not expected them to return home successfully with the hyena cubs. Rising from the bed, the king said that Xiong should look after the puppies and added that in the future they could be his assistants on forays. The woman nudged her husband with her foot and asked him to take care of himself first. The queen frowned menacingly and said that he needed to rest. The protagonist explained that he would recover after sleep because he was not injured. Xiaowan looked down and promised to talk to Xiong. The girl put her foot on her husband's stomach and asked him not to carry everything on himself. Chunli trembled and asked him not to step on him. The woman said that she did not want to lose her man ahead of time. She raised her hand and wished her husband a good rest. The guy watched her go and mentally called her a sadist. The queen left the building and sighed heavily. Luton looked at her and asked what was wrong with his highness. Xiaowan replied that he was fine. The girl passed by the guard and asked him not to let anyone into the chambers. The young man was sitting on the bed. In front of him was the status window. The hunter raised his eyebrows and thought about how he had lost 4 attribute points, but had gained 10 more, so there were no losses. The king imagined the rock carvings and realized that he had recklessly relied only on strength at critical moments, and completely forgot about self-preservation. The protagonist opened his mouth and sighed heavily. Chunli raised his hand and decided to increase his agility first. The boy frowned when he read that the agility attribute had reached its maximum value. The young man scratched his head and realized that now he needed to spend twice as many points to increase this attribute, and that it would reach a new maximum value later. The hunter closed his eyes and concluded that it would not be so easy to get 22 points of agility. Sitting in front of the status window, the king remembered that strength had increased to 6 points, but there was no critical value, and concluded that each characteristic had its own maximum. The protagonist clicked on the strength value and decided that it would be best to increase all characteristics to the critical value. His body was enveloped in bright energy. Chunli felt that this sensation was much stronger compared to the last time, as if his body was being stretched to the sides. His shoes immediately came apart at the seams. His pants could not withstand the load and tore. Looking at his hand, the guy realized that strength had reached a critical 10 points, and was surprised that the changes had happened so abruptly that his clothes were torn. The young man moved closer to the status window and noticed that he still had 2 characteristics that had not reached the critical value. The system window disappeared. The hunter wondered how the intelligence stat would affect him. A notification suggested that the probability of random quests with a large reward would increase. The king collapsed on the bed. He put his hand to his chest and decided that increasing intelligence in exchange for a chance to get a large reward was too wasteful. The protagonist raised his hand and decided to increase stamina to the maximum next time. His eyelids began to close. Chunli thought about asking his subordinates to make him a few sets of clothes. The guy closed his eyes and decided to get some sleep. The settlement was located on the bank of a river. The fishmen were fishing. Shosho was teaching her friend how to process wool, asking her to pay attention to the integrity of the edges when cutting. The monster picked up a fried fish on a stick and invited those who were hungry to come and have a snack. The savages on the training ground were learning how to use a sling. Shawan picked up a whip and asked them to get ready. On command, the fighters threw stones forward. The shells pierced the training dummies made of hay. The warrior approached the leader and reported that out of 6 shots, 1 hit the edge and 1 missed the target. The young man smiled and said that this was a very good start. The hunter put his hand on his belt and added that it looked decent. The girl hit him in the chest and asked why he was not resting. Standing behind the savages, the king replied that he should know what the people were doing. The woman looked down and saw new pants on him. The queen grabbed his pants and asked if her husband was cheating on her. Frightened, clasping his palms together, the king denied this and explained that his abilities had improved. His wife said that she would believe him one last time. Xiaowan looked at her subordinate and reported that a squad of throwers had been formed, but it would take some time to form a combat capability. The patrolmen were standing on the hill. The girl said that the mobile post could be safely handed over to Offen. The protagonist approached her from behind and asked how Aegon and Ayun were doing. The woman looked down and said that the boy refused to heal his wounds because he did not want to be a burden to the tribe. The warrior was sitting in the lotus position near the southern signal tower. Ayu was standing nearby. The queen explained that she was looking after him, so there was no need to worry. The fighter was practicing archery. Shawan admitted that she was worried about her. Ayun shot forward. The arrow pierced the dummy. The girl decided that she was too harsh with it due to anxiety. Several arrows hit the lower part of the dummy. The woman explained that her subordinate was currently in poor condition. Chun-Li put his hand on her shoulder and said that she should treat Ayan better because she cared about her and took on a lot for her. His wife lowered her head. The boy smiled and said that it was time for him to return to gather strength. The young man turned to the queen and said that he would soon head north to collect precious millet grains. The hunter approached the house and decided to do some inventing since he had nothing else to do. Aegon was meditating on the mountain. 4 days later, the king was sitting on the floor of his house. He opened his mouth and sighed in relief. Holding a stone in his hands, the protagonist said that he was almost done. Numbers appeared on the tablet. Chun-Li frowned and wanted to teach his tribesmen simple addition and subtraction so that he would not have to do the calculations alone. A system window appeared in front of him. The boy was surprised that he was able to get 20 technology points in one go. The boy's mouth opened in surprise when he learned that the technology store was open and asked how to use it. The hunter smiled happily when the system reported that the store could exchange points for practical tools. An image of various materials, tablets and inventions appeared on the system window, and a mysterious object appeared there. The king grabbed the notification and was surprised that he now had the opportunity to exchange points for resources. The protagonist smiled and decided to check what was there. Chun-Li sat down on the ground and wanted to make an exchange. A notification appeared that the hero had successfully exchanged 30 points for a large iron cauldron. 70 points remained from the current technology. The king was delighted. He held the cauldron in his hand, thinking that it was a good thing. Then he asked someone what they thought, that he had wasted 30 points on a saucepan, and clicked his tongue cheerfully. Then he shook his index finger, saying that they just did not understand. He thought about cooking and that he had bought a cauldron not only for cooking and evaporating salt, but because it was made of iron. And this meant that it could be armor if worn on his back. The guy imagined a warrior and thought that the cauldron could become a shield if tied to the forearm. And its main ability, which can be activated at a critical moment, is that it can kill. At that moment, Aegon entered the room and stopped in confusion. The king was in a strange pose, as if dancing with a cauldron in his hands. The servant said that he heard strange sounds and came to check. The king, slightly embarrassed, said that he communicated with other gods and spirits, and he did not understand this. He agreed. The sun was shining brightly over the valley. The protagonist sat in a shallow hole and looked at the lit fire. He concluded that he managed to do what he wanted. Namely, to dig a furnace in the ground and boil water. So he got another 10 technology points, and was quite surprised by this. In the past, he liked the professor, so he learned a lot of knowledge that he did not expect to use in practice. The water boiled, which meant he could put food in the cauldron. He decided that it would be fish soup and added fish to the cauldron. Laughing, Chun-Li stirred the contents of the cauldron, and Haevu looked over his shoulder in surprise. The soup was ready, and the hero again received 10 technology points. The protagonist was inspired by this, and decided that he was lucky today. Shirgu brought something in his hands, telling the king that they had made it. He said that it was salt from their saltworks. The old hero, looking at the bowl of salt, received another plus 10 points. Chun-Li laughed, saying that Shirgu had come just in time. The guy added that he should not rush back, but try the soup with everyone, and he agreed. The king thought that he had not chosen the cauldron in vain, because he very quickly got back the 30 points he had spent on it. The soup was almost ready, and the king asked Aegon to call everyone to come with plates. He agreed. The sun was shining brightly on the houses of the tribesmen. There was soup in the plate. The tribesmen ate and admired the taste. Ayu handed out plates and said not to worry, because there was still a lot of soup left. Shanling raised an empty plate over her head and shouted that it was very tasty, and she wanted more. Ayu sternly told her that she had already eaten 2 bowls and if she ate any more, there would be none left for the others. The king reassured her that he would cook some more separately for those who were currently patrolling and on patrol. The protagonist added that the guys at the stronghold would also get some. In 2 days he would personally bring them a pot of soup, and Shirgu thanked him and said that he was wonderful. Chun-Li continued that as soon as he found time, he would teach his tribesmen how to use chopsticks, and they would be able to eat roast beef. Shanling was delighted with these words. The hero asked the system to open the technology store. Various cards appeared in front of him. He reasoned that he had 100 points again, and wondered if he should exchange them for anything. The protagonist concentrated, since he could teach his tribesmen simple mathematics and farming himself. He looked at the skills and thought that this meant that it was not worth spending points on this. Then, while thinking about farming, he remembered that he needed precious seeds. A voice called him from behind. Offing came running to report that the trap in the north had worked, and no human activity was found nearby. She assumed that the prey in the trap must still be alive and asked what to do with it. Chun-Li thought about it. The queen answered for him that there was no need to bother him with such trifles, he just needed to kill the prey, to which Offing, frightened by her, agreed. Shawan turned to the guy and said that he did not need to do everything himself, and reproached him for not spending time with her for a long time. He coughed embarrassedly. Then he put his hands on her shoulders and said that he would be by her side for the rest of his life. But now they needed to discuss their home, and he had acquired something new and was going to make changes, she agreed. Chun-Li kissed her on the lips. Ah-Feng covered her eyes with her hands in horror. Xiaowan was embarrassed, and the king asked Ah-Feng to wait for him and that he would go with her. And to himself he thought that if the prey was still alive, he might be able to tame someone. The guy turned to Xiaowan, saying that he was counting on her. She embarrassedly asked him to return quickly. He added that the nettles that Aegon had brought had already run out, and he needed to collect more. The protagonist thought to himself that the most important thing was to collect the precious millet. The sun was shining brightly. The king and his servants came to the trap. Ah-Feng showed them where to go. Approaching the pit, she said that the animal was inside. The protagonist looked inside and was surprised. He asked what was going on here. His fellow tribesmen also looked into the pit. Ah-Feng said that he had just howled desperately and assumed that he had run out of strength. A wounded animal was sitting in the pit. Heihu said that they had come across another hyena, probably came to fight them. Chun-Li was thinking when Xiong told the king that this hyena was the same as a mother pig, because it had traces of breastfeeding. The king asked how he knew this. He replied that he was very sensitive to milk. Ah-Feng anxiously adjusted her breast at this, and Xiong clarified that he was sensitive to the smell of milk. Chun-Li thought that the hyena might be the mother of the cubs they had picked up. He ordered them to pick her up, even if it was dangerous. Heihu accepted the order. Groans were heard. Finally, Heihu and Shirgu completed the task. The latter concluded that the hyena was weak and not dangerous to them. Chun-Li ordered Xiong to try to save her and feed her something. He was surprised by the order. He asked if they hadn't already raised small jackals. The protagonist turned to his subordinate and asked how they were now. The servant replied that he thought they did not like the meat he fed them and that they were getting weaker. He was trying to figure out what to feed them. The king said that he thought so. Heihu picked up the hyena. The king continued that it was not easy to raise cubs and they almost killed them. He ordered that she be tied up, fed meat and given to feed the cubs when they returned. Xiong told them to go with him. They agreed with the order and left. Xiong assured them that he could be trusted. Chun-Li hoped that being in the wolf's house would not lead to bad consequences. He ordered Ah-Feng to set traps, and the others to go north with him. She accepted the order. The sun was still high. The king cut the ears of corn. He was glad that he had come on time, because if he had been here a few days later, the harvest would not have survived. Then he thought that there was still some time before returning and he could collect more medicinal herbs. The sun was already setting when they started to return. The tribesmen stopped. A roar was heard from behind the trees. The king thought it was familiar, and the head of the tribe ordered everyone to hide in the bushes, thinking it was a bear. Chun-Li was unpleasantly surprised by its speed. The roar was very close. Everyone sat in the bushes and carefully looked out. Huangshi asked if they needed to drop the load. The king refused and explained that they would wait for him to leave, and then continue on their way again. Chun-Li asked him why he had raised his but he replied that the king would not understand. Then he explained that this position allows you to quickly run out when faced with danger, and it is necessary to save yourself. Chun-Li grinned. Huangshi asked the boss if this was the same bear that chased him last time. The boss replied that he would know when he saw it. Then the servant asked again if the bear liked nettles. The protagonist irritably said no. Huangshi wanted to ask again, but Chun-Li shouted at him to be quiet for a minute, and threatened that if the bear heard them because of him, he would throw him out himself. The servant objected that the boss had shouted so loudly that he had attracted the bear's attention, and the bear cursed. Shirgu said that the beast was coming. The bear roared loudly. It ran through the forest. Roaring, it rushed past. The bear fell from fatigue. The onlookers asked each other if it was hurt. Huangshi said that this was a great opportunity to take the prey, and asked if the king agreed with him, but the king was confused. Suddenly they heard shouts coming from afar, shouting to each other to come here, ordering them to run after it, demanding that they not let it escape. The bear rushed away. The tribesmen warned each other to be careful, suspecting that someone was hunting the bear. The king was surprised. From the forest, members of the foreign tribe were chasing the bear, urging him on and assuring each other that he could not have run far. Chun-Li thought about it, and Huangshi asked where the mountain tribe people were coming from. The main hero cursed. Heihu jumped out of the bushes to attack, shouting that it was time to take revenge on them, an eye for an eye. Chun-Li only managed to say his name in disappointment. Heihu continued to run further, jumping over everything in his path. Chun-Li called out to him, trying to stop him. The guy managed to grab the leader by the arm and throw him to the ground. One of the opponents who had wounded the bear heard a noise in the bushes. He gave the order to catch up with the beast immediately. They were watched by the king and Heihu. Addressing the former, he argued that they should not sit idly by when such a chance arose, but Chun-Li interrupted him, saying that they should not let hatred cloud their minds. Looking at the opponents running after the bear, the main hero analyzed the situation. The enemy's forces were superior to theirs and it was thoughtless to attack them. It meant giving themselves up for nothing. The only advantage was that the opponent was open. The king gave the order to follow him silently, because it was necessary to wait for the most suitable time. At this time, the wounded bear continued to rush through the forest, screaming in pain. The enemy tribe was on its tail and the beast, unable to bear it, fell to the ground. The people who approached relaxed and laughed that the bear would not be able to run away anymore. They continued to mock the beast, asking it to run further. Unexpectedly for the enemies, a heavy hand fell on the head of one of the men. The king of the mountain tribe appeared behind the guy. He was discussing what the killed beast ate and about its wound. He was surprised that it was able to run so far. Therefore, it should be allowed to die with dignity. The king of the mountain tribe without thinking threw away the man he was holding with just one hand, saying that it was not the time to mock the beast. Having crashed into a tree, the man felt sick. The mountain tribe arrived in time for their king, who gave the order to retreat. Pulling out his weapon, he promised a quick but painful end. It was an obsidian blade, natural volcanic glass. The place where it broke was very sharp. The protagonist and Heihu continued to watch from behind the bushes. The protagonist thought about the words of the king of the mountain tribe. He thought that they were really good at making poison. Unexpectedly, a new side mission appeared for the player, the task of which was to save a dying bear. As a reward, characteristic points and the bear's sympathy were offered. Chunli was extremely surprised. He could not believe his eyes. He began to think that this was a risk to start a war with the mountain tribe in conditions of numerical advantage. In addition, it was necessary to save the bear, which recently almost killed him. Unable to bear it, he got angry, because the system was completely crazy in his opinion. Meanwhile, the plate changed, new inscriptions appeared, saying that if you refuse a one-time task, it will never be launched again, Chunli thought, because this was a rare mission. Meanwhile, the mountain tribe king had already raised his weapon over the carcass of the bear. The protagonist had no time to think. He immediately decided to accept this task and rushed straight to the target, cursing the system. The mountain tribe king noticed him and ran to attack. Their weapons touched. At first, luck was on the side of the mountain tribe king. But they quickly repelled each other's attacks, standing opposite. The mountain tribe members surrounded their leader, not understanding who was standing in front of them. Chunli's henchmen approached him. The cries of the mountain tribe continued. They accused them of daring to take away their game. The protagonist thought about it and decided to trust the broken system, hoping that the sympathy of the bears was worth the risk. The plaque with the clarification of the side mission appeared again. It was necessary to save a bear poisoned by common datura and wounded in the stomach, stop the bleeding and neutralize the poison within 10 minutes, otherwise the mission would fail. Looking at the bear, Chunli remembered that he was poisoned by this plant. Looking at the mountain tribe, he decided that he needed to save the bear, and not enter into a fierce conflict with the tribe. The hero tensed up. Because only 10 minutes were allocated for the task, there was no time to talk. The members of the mountain tribe did not calm down. They were sure that the enemies took away their game. The king of the tribe suddenly remembered Heihu, standing next to the guy. Looking at him, he clarified whether he was from the Sea tribe and sarcastically apologized for not remembering weaklings. Heihu was beside himself with anger. He turned to the king and asked how much longer they would have to endure this. But a new notification from the system appeared in front of Chunli, containing information about the penalty for not completing the task, and it was terrible for any man. A vision of the system's punishment appeared before the king's eyes. He imagined Xiaowan laughing at him and offering to eat millet and come back later, while the protagonist himself silently cried curled up. The introduction dissipated, and unable to bear it, Chunli screamed, and everyone looked at the player with incomprehension of what came over him. Turning to his comrades, he warned them to be careful, since there were many opponents. Stepping back past Heihu, he voiced only one demand: do not let yourself be killed. The slaughter began. The tribes rushed at each other, taking out their weapons. The protagonist meanwhile treated the bear's wound, glad that the wound was shallow and not fatal. The system warned about the countdown. Chunli exhaled, calming down. While feeling the bear, he wanted to begin neutralizing the poison. But unfortunately, he did not know how to do this, which made him feel very depressed. Not far from him, a member of the mountain tribe landed with a scream. The king turned around. He thought that it seemed that his warriors were still in an advantageous position. But all of them were wounded. Although they were not going to give up and were going on the offensive, Chunli was worried that he did not have much time. The king of the mountain tribe decided to stop this slaughter, recognizing his enemies as capable. He said with anger in his eyes that time was up. Standing behind his tribe, the mountain king said that for a bunch of vagabonds who had just gathered together, the enemies had done quite well. The enemy squad was reflected in his eyes. He offered to spare their lives if they left right now. Heihu interrupted him, saying that they had an old score to settle with the king of the mountain tribe. The people from Chunli's squad said that they had just warmed up. They still had some strength, even though it was evening, but they had plenty of energy. Shirgu, standing near the king, told him that the situation was under control. The system's timer had less than 7 minutes left. Time was running out. The protagonist continued to feel the bear. He did not know how to neutralize the poison. Looking at his comrades, he noticed that Shirgu was barely holding on. If this continued, the mission would fail. In addition, a terrible punishment from the evilly giggling system awaited him. The king of the mountain tribe raised his leg above the floor, after which he jumped and powerful energy poured out of his leg, shaking the earth. He rose into the sky. The man was focused. Chun-Li decided to join his comrades, taking out his weapons. He realized that he had to run away to her. The king of the mountain tribe returned to the ground and asked to say the name. The leaders stood in front of each other, and the protagonist did not understand the name of what he should voice. His enemy chuckled and asked what their tribe was called, because he thought they were a bunch of vagabonds, but he was wrong. He introduced himself as the king of the mountain tribe, holding out his sword. Chun-Li introduced himself and said that they were a tribe of newcomers. The king of the mountain tribe said that it was not his style to attack a couple of people in a crowd, so they would settle accounts another day, but today he liked everything. Turning around, he ordered to take the man who passed out and gave the order to return. The guy by the tree continued to erupt. The king approached him and ordered him to stop. Chun-Li and the others watched as the mountain tribe left them. He turned around at Shirgu's words that they got out of the water dry. Looking at the bear, the protagonist said that there was still one unsolved problem, and there were less than 5 minutes left on the timer. The moon rose over the forest. The king of the mountain tribe and his people continued walking. One of the people of this tribe asked if they would really leave so easily. The king said that he had only brought a white flower with him for hunting today, without ginseng. The mountain king showed him his hands and said that the supernatural power granted by the sorcerer would soon run out. Remembering his battle with Chun-Li, the king considered it difficult, because he was able to quickly block his blow, in which he put 70% of his strength. He was sure that the guy was hiding a lot because he was too relaxed. The king looked at his sword and thought that the boy he fought with had an unusual weapon. He could not understand where this man even appeared. Looking at the full moon high in the sky, the king of the mountain tribe said that next time he would not let them go so easily. Meanwhile, Chun-Li and his comrades continued to treat the beast, which was poisoned by the poison of the white dope. The protagonist asked if anyone knew how to neutralize the poison. But unfortunately, none of his subordinates knew how to do this. The king wondered what to do. One of the newcomer tribe members asked why they needed to neutralize the poison at all if it was their prey, for which they sacrificed their lives. Chun-Li got angry because there was no time to explain. Unable to bear it, he shouted at his people that this was a huge problem related to life and death. In his hand were 2 herbs, honeysuckle and burdock, which had the effect of neutralizing poison. But the protagonist did not know whether the herb would be able to neutralize the poison of the white dope. All that remained was to make a desperate attempt. Turning to his people, the guy gave the order to open the bear's mouth while he gave the medicine. Wolf Bone and a strong man grabbed the dying beast's mouth, for which they received a slap from the king. Time continued to run, but the bear did not move. Everyone waited impatiently. The system at the last second declared that the poison in the bear's body was no longer lethal and the danger had been eliminated. Chun-Li didn't even believe it right away. He practically cried over the bear because now he could catch his breath. Shirgu asked if they had saved him. The king turned around. So far, the life of the beast, who was peacefully snoring, was not in danger. Heivu could not calm down. He insisted that the mountain tribe could not have gone far. He wanted to catch up with them and avenge his tribe. The protagonists reassured him because they did not know the details. If they acted rashly, they would cause great losses. Everyone listened with bated breath to their king, who said that even if they managed to win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, that is, one that cost such sacrifices that it was equivalent to defeat. The protagonist did not want to lose his people. He was against it. I remember the king of the mountain tribe and his last words. He was sure that they themselves would come to the tribe of newcomers and therefore it was necessary to think over a plan of action, accumulate strength. Wolf Bone did not understand what their king meant, and Huangshu advised him to ask less. Still petting the bear, Chun-Li gave the order to take the nettles back to the camp, and he himself would take care of the bear. Everyone followed the order without question. Shirgu had a separate task, which was to tell the queen to send reinforcements to the patrols and post sentries. All orders had to be carried out quickly, since they were expecting guests. At night, Chun-Li sat by the lit fire, next to the sleeping bear. He heard a noise. Not far away, in the shadow of the forest, many eyes of different colors appeared. These were wolves preparing to attack, and the guy already knew that they would want to take advantage of the opportunity. Taking out his axe, he said with a smile that today's dinner was ready. The sun rose over the mountains. The dog opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. The protagonist looked at him with disgust. The dog was skewered. Chun-Li said that this game was also very tasty. A bear was sleeping behind him. The predator looked at the man with pity. Holding a piece of meat in his hands, the guy advised him to be honest and not refuse his offer. The young man pointed to the carcasses of the animals and explained that he did not know whether the beast ate cooked food, so he left him several corpses. Gnawed bones lay by the fire. The heroes clutched their stomachs when they had eaten to the limit. A notification about the successful completion of the task appeared in front of the hunter. The king tensed his muscles and decided to first increase his physical fitness to a critical value. The bear brought him the carcass of the animal. The beast placed it on the ground. Smiling, the protagonist asked if he really left this for him, and suggested that this was the so-called sympathy. Sitting by the fire, Chun-Li reminded him that he shared this prey with him. The boy introduced the girl in a bear costume and said that if this was some kind of gratitude, then he liked it. The young man stood up and said that it was time for him to go back if he was okay. Suddenly, the hunter stopped and flinched. The predator grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him towards himself. The king narrowed his eyes and asked if he really wanted to go with him. The eyes of the happy beast sparkled. The protagonist pointed at it and ordered it to transform. Throwing a disdainful glance at the animal, Chun-Li was indignant that it could not turn into a girl and asked what use he was then. Scratching his cheek, the boy remembered that it would take a lot of food to feed such a huge beast, and decided that a bear as a mount would be pretty cool. The boy raised his hand and declared that he would call it Xiunda from now on. The bear happily raised its paws. The beast reached out to lick its new owner. The hunter stroked the pet and concluded that he now had a strong assistant. The king climbed onto its back and wanted to go where the scouts were heading. The sun's rays broke through the thick trees and illuminated the path. The protagonist noticed deep footprints and realized that the ground here was getting softer. Chun-Li frowned and asked what was ahead. The heroes entered a bamboo forest. Looking ahead, the boy thought that bamboo could be used as a material not only for construction, but also for making firecrackers. The young man raised his hand and imagined that for this you need to mix saltpeter, sulfur and charcoal, and then dip the mixture into a bamboo tube. Xiunda continued to walk forward. The hunter suggested that if they could make firecrackers, then in the decisive battle it would catch the enemy off guard. The king imagined people running away from the explosion and realized that even if the explosion was not powerful enough, it would still make a loud noise. The protagonist looked down and remembered how they found saltpeter. The logs were in the furnace. Chun-Li realized that making charcoal would not be that difficult. Sitting on the bear, the boy thought that getting sulfur would be more difficult because it could only be found near volcanoes. Continuing to ride through the forest, the young man asked the system to open the map. A system window with an image of the area appeared in front of him. The hunter frowned and concluded that the nearest volcano was the place where the giant slept. The ice giant was sitting by the cliff. The king decided that he could try to get there without approaching the monster. In the memory, the protagonist immediately ran away without examining the nearby resources. Chun-Li turned his head and asked the pet to turn around and go north. The boy smiled and promised to show him something that was many times bigger than him. Snow was falling over the mountains. The beast was running forward at a rapid pace. At the command of its owner, the animal closed its eyes and stopped. The young man saw a lake in the distance, where Heihu and Xiong were. Looking to the side, the hunter remembered that last time he was not in the mood to inspect the area, and decided to do it now. Xiongda headed towards the lake. The king asked him to move more slowly. When they approached the shore, he asked his friend to be careful. A small wave was moving across the lake. The protagonist assumed that the monster could only be seen here by chance. Chun-Li ducked. The bear suddenly growled. Bubbles appeared on the surface of the water. The guy asked if his pet had noticed something. At that moment, something burst out from under the thickness of the water. The beast bared its teeth. The monster opened its mouth wide and roared. The giant lizard turned its head. Looking at it from behind the tall grass, the young man realized that it was a Tyrannosaurus. The monster came out of the water and looked around. The hunter frowned and asked his friend to bend down. Drops of water were running down the dinosaur's legs. There was a collar on the monster's neck. The king assumed that it was the giant's escaped pet. He frowned sternly and decided that this lizard was the reason why the saber-toothed tiger escaped, and that it was his tracks that were in the forest. The protagonist scratched his chin and concluded that the giant on the mountain had fallen asleep at least 15 days ago. Chun-Li leaned over to Xiongda and suggested that they quietly go around the tyrannosaur from the side, because they could not disturb it under any circumstances. The heroes went behind the monster. They headed towards the snowy mountains. Soon the bear found himself in the middle of an icy desert. The beast froze in place and looked ahead. Sitting on it, the guy said that they could not go further, because the snow was getting thicker. The young man looked away and explained that they would not be able to escape if something happened. The hunter jumped off the animal. He immediately found himself waist-deep in snow. Xiunda looked back. The king declared that he would follow him and would never abandon him, and asked him to be careful and watch the situation. The protagonist squatted down. In his hand was a yellow stone. Chun-Li frowned and smelled a strange smell. The boy looked up and asked what it was. The young man continued on his way and noticed that the smell was starting to get stronger. The hunter began to dig into the snowdrifts. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. There were sulfur deposits under the snow. The bear looked back when the king shouted that they had found sulfur. There were yellow minerals lying on the ground. Taking them in his hands, the warrior decided that there could be no mistake and realized that with such reserves of sulfur, the production of firecrackers would begin very soon. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Xiongda brought his master back to the settlement. Xiong opened his mouth in surprise and announced the return of his majesty. The tribe members were very surprised when they saw a bear in front of them. The protagonist waved his hand to his friends and said that from now on, this is their new comrade. The boy smiled widely and said that he wanted to be just as majestic when he grew up. Chun-Li jumped off the beast and promised to find his comrade a cool mount in the future. The guy picked up the bamboo and thought about how he couldn't teach his ally to ride for free. The young man handed the bamboo to Ayu and asked her to dry them. Xiaowan approached Xiongda and asked if she could ride him. The hunter happily agreed. The heroes looked around when they heard someone's worried cries. The fisherman raised his hands and called out to his majesty. The monster lowered his head and began to breathe heavily. The king asked what happened. The tribesman spread his arms and told them that a huge monster had appeared in the sea, raising waves and destroying all the salt on the beach. The protagonist frowned tensely when the savage said that they could not handle it. Chun-Li stroked the bear and promised to personally go to the beach to assess the situation. The sun was shining over the forest. The beast ran quickly along the path. Soon the heroes found themselves on the beach. The guy's eyes widened in amazement. A giant monster appeared from under the water. Screams were heard. The young man gritted his teeth and decided to check what it was. A giant system window appeared in front of him with an image of an ichthyosaur. The monster raised waves. The hunter said that they could not leave it unpunished, because the consequences would be terrible, and decided that he could defeat it if he pulled the enemy to the shore. Xiuanda frowned menacingly and growled. The bear quickly ran towards the dinosaur. The beast lunged and found itself in the air. The king swung his axe and wished death to his opponent. The ichthyosaur swung its tail. The animal was hit, but the protagonist jumped off it and struck. The monster began to writhe, blood gushing from the wound. The monster opened its mouth wide to attack the villain. Chun-Li opened its jaws. The dinosaur sank under the water. The guy's eyes widened in fear. The lizard swam to the bottom to drown its prey. The young man braced himself with his legs and hands to prevent it from closing its jaws. The hunter closed his eyes and realized that he would drown faster than he would be eaten if things continued like this. Suddenly, the ichthyosaur stopped. The monster opened its yellow eyes wide. Xiuanda grabbed it by the tail. The bear frowned and tried to pull him to the shore. The beast fiercely grabbed the monster with its claws. Standing in the dinosaur's mouth, the king realized that his pet was still following their plan, which meant he couldn't give up either. The lizard bared its sharp teeth. The protagonist felt that he could no longer hold on. At that moment, someone dived into the water and swam up to him. The stranger swam past Chun-Li. The girl swung her dagger. A deep cut appeared on the ichthyosaur's body, from which blood immediately gushed. The monster lost its composure and let go of the victim. The guy closed his eyes and began to drown. The woman swam after him. The young man closed his eyes and lost consciousness. After a while, the hunter opened his eyes and saw the blue sky. The fishmen hung over him along with Xiuanda, and were glad that he woke up. The king was lying on the sand. The tribe members asked their friend to come to them. Alan looked back when she heard that His Majesty wanted to see her. The girl jumped off the rock onto the sand. She sat on the ground in the lotus position. The woman rested her hands on her knees. The monster explained that she was the best swimmer in the sea tribe. The fisherman scratched her nose. Her comrade added that their tribe was not famous for its intelligence, but compared to the rest of their tribe, she was very stupid. The protagonist smiled and said that he could not be angry with his savior for a small mistake. Chun-Li handed her a weapon and asked where she got the obsidian dagger. Alan raised her hand and said that her brother took it from a bad man. The guy asked if she left the tribe's territory. Raising her index finger, the girl asked who this scoundrel was and wanted to fight him. The tribe member leaned towards her and whispered something. The woman gaped in surprise and asked if he had come to help them, and the boy confirmed it. The fisherman raised an eyebrow and explained that she had fainted almost immediately when a crowd of bad people had entered their land. The prisoners were sitting in a cave, and the monster said that she had woken up locked up with other tribesmen. The monsters were dragging animal corpses. Fang picked up a carcass and said that he would deal with one of the villains and take his weapon, and asked his sister to use this to cut the rope. The fisherman frowned and said that she would have to jump off the cliff into the river to stay alive. Alan looked at him in surprise and tried to object, but the monster asked her to listen to him. The mountain tribesmen were watching the slaves. Carrying the carcass of the beast, the monster explained that his sister would have to find Heihu and do whatever he said. Fawn looked at her and asked if she understood everything. The girl's eyes widened and she confirmed it. The heroes looked back when the villain asked what they were doing. The fisherman turned around and gave a signal. The monster threw the animal's corpse at the man. The mountain tribe member fell to the ground. The monster asked his sister to take the dagger and leave. Clouds floated across the sky. Sitting on the sand, the woman told him that she had encountered an ichthyosaur that was going to eat His Majesty on the way back. Frowning, the protagonist offered to return to the camp with him and promised to take her to Heihu. Chun-Li stood up. The boy looked at his ally and said that he almost forgot something. The young man raised his hand and explained that they needed to take an axe and a dinosaur with them. Birds flew high in the sky. Xiongda was dragging the lizard's corpse behind him. The hunter called out to his comrades, who came out to meet him. The boys smiled happily when they saw him and asked why they were together. The king put his hands on his waist and said that it was a long story. The heroes were standing on the seashore. The leader raised his hand and asked if about 10 of their tribesmen were still alive. The fisherman opened his mouth in fear and said that they should free everyone right away. The main character said that saving people was very important. Chun-Li looked up and asked if he was not one of those who needed to be saved. The boys noticed smoke on the signal tower and wondered what happened there. The smoke rose high into the sky. The boy frowned tensely and remembered what he had said before, that mere animals were not able to light a beacon. The young man gritted his teeth and thought about how when the leader of the mountain tribe left, he had actually been talking about revenge. The hunter clenched his fist furiously and asked if the enemy had come to them and said he would check it out himself. The king looked back and asked his comrade to lead the others to the coastal fortress while they strengthened the defenses so that the villains could not attack them. The man said that he could be trusted. The protagonist looked away and asked Taehu and Alan to go to the western mountain to take up an ambush position. Chun-Li ran forward and ordered his comrade to wait for him near the trap area and not do anything. The leader promised that he would not be led by emotions this time. The guy ran into the forest. The young man frowned menacingly and hoped that nothing terrible would happen. Smoke continued to rise into the sky. The hunter returned to the settlement and stopped. Xiaowan immediately looked back and called out to him. The girl smiled and asked what had happened to the monster on the shore. The king replied that it had already become a delicacy and that Xiongdao was already dragging it here. The warrior stood aside. The woman asked him to rest and promised to check the situation in the west. The protagonist explained that she would not be able to pacify Heihu if he went crazy again. Chun-Li looked back and named the friends who would have to go with him. The guy put his hand on his wife's shoulder and explained that Xiong had already found a high place from which she could observe the situation, so they would be in touch. Clenching her fists, Shanling was indignant that the leader never took her with him and declared that she would follow him no matter what. Smiling, the young man agreed and asked her to unconditionally follow his commands. The wild girl joyfully raised her hands. The hunter ordered Luton to stay behind to protect the queen. The setting sun painted the sky a bright orange. The heroes hid in ambush. Xiong sat next to a tree. Ayun waited on a branch for a command. Huangshi peeked out from behind the bushes and saw that the enemy had arrived. The mountain tribesmen had come out into the clearing. Their leader looked up and frowned. The brute raised his hand and asked his comrades to stop. Walking up to the bushes, the villain said that he knew his enemy was there and invited him to come out to have a duel. The king frowned and wondered if the enemy had noticed the trap in front of him. The villain raised his hand and noted that it was too quiet and that all the animals had fallen silent, warning them that he would have to use Chishenko's power if they did not show up. The chief smirked and said that he did not like this approach. The protagonist peeked out from the bushes. Chun-Li narrowed his eyes and realized that the only thing left for them was to meet the enemy face to face. The boys rose to their feet and showed themselves. Heihu and Alan emerged from the river. They surrounded the enemies standing on the bank. The brute cast a menacing glance at the boy and said that they could fight bravely because they had the same number of people. The villain raised his dagger in front of him. The villain pointed it at the boy and challenged him to a duel. The fisherman raised his hands and began to breathe heavily. The leader clenched his teeth in anger. The monster lunged forward and challenged the enemy to defeat him first. The mountain tribe member appeared right in front of him. The enemies rushed at each other. They clashed hands and began to wrestle. The monster's feet hit the ground hard. The opponents looked at each other angrily. The chief grinned and ordered his comrade to play with them. Mutsi knocked Heihu down. The leader fell on his back and screamed. His body crashed into a huge boulder. The boy turned to his comrade and called out to him. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. The hunter looked away because he could not believe that his friend had lost with all his strength. Ayun cut the rope. A huge log fell down and rushed towards the villain. The tree hit the mountain tribe member on the head. The brute silently pushed it away from himself. Only a few abrasions remained on his body. The king looked at him in horror. The protagonist frowned and realized that they were doomed to battle. The fisherman sat on the ground and coughed. The monster wiped the blood from his chin. Miyuki rushed towards him and wanted to finish it. The monster dodged his blow. The warrior gritted his teeth. He lunged forward and knocked the enemy down. Heihu grabbed the enemy and offered him a little bath. The mountain tribesman narrowed his eyes in disdain. The leader rose to his feet and threw him over his shoulder. The brute pushed off him and descended to the ground. At that moment, Alan jumped out of the water. The girl pointed the knife straight at the enemy. The villain took his comrade in his hand and swung it. The villain threw his tribesman at the enemy. The villain spread his arms and grinned. With one blow, he sent the woman back into the river. The fighter fell under the water. She narrowed her eyes in displeasure. The mountain tribesman dove after her. A malicious grin shone on his face. Chun-Li looked towards the river in fear. The warrior holding the torch asked if their leader had not promised to give them some fun. The villain pointed at the boy and asked if they could fight him. His comrade reminded him that he was their leader's toy. The villain rushed forward and asked him not to worry about it. The fighters ran straight to the boy. Huanshe and Wolfbone rushed forward and said that they would have to go through them. The heroes entered the battle. The man knocked the torch out of his opponent's hands. The mountain tribe member had to jump back. The twins grinned. One of them asked his brother to be careful and not to embarrass himself. The villain raised his dagger and said that he would take on the one who attacked him. His friend decided to have fun with the other. The villain slyly knitted his brows and said that he wanted to bathe in his blood. At this time, the big guy stood silently behind. He pushed the log. The fighter grabbed the tree with his hands. The rope snapped, and the mountain tribe member armed himself with a log. The villain put it on his shoulder and declared that it was just wonderful. The chief raised his knife and looked at his comrade. The tribe leader narrowed his eyes and asked him to play as much as he wanted, but not to bother him. The man closed his eyes and said that he would go and find Miyuki. The hunter turned to him and concluded that Heihu would not be able to fight two enemies at once. The king rushed forward to help him. At that moment, the big guy swung his knife. The protagonist jumped to the side to dodge his blow. Chun-Li frowned tensely and ducked. The villain gave him a stern look and asked why he was ignoring him. The villain rushed forward and shouted that this upset him. The guy's eyes widened in fear. The heroes entered into a fierce fight. The chieftain's eyes flashed and asked the enemy not to be distracted and to show him his true skills. The young man clenched his teeth in displeasure. The hunter frowned furiously and called on his comrades to help Heihu. The brute was carrying a huge log. The mountain tribe member looked up and felt that the tree had become heavier. Shanling wrapped her arms around it and ordered the enemy to stop. The girl smiled and said that she had never been inferior to anyone in strength. The villain looked back and asked if she really wanted to play with him. The villain raised his hand. The woman looked at her in fear. At that moment, an arrow pierced the warrior's forearm. Blood flowed from the wound. Another arrow appeared in front of his face. The brute raised his hand and the arrow pierced it. The man frowned menacingly and said that this was wonderful. He lowered his hand and concluded that someone else wanted to play with him. Looking at his leader, the mountain tribe member asked if he was sure he had not been tricked and was happy that he would have two playmates. The leader frowned and told him to have as much fun as he wanted, because he would be alone in the mountains again. Ayun watched from a tree. From a nearby branch, Xiong explained that their comrades were fighting a bloody battle and offered to help his friend. The girl frowned and reminded him that the trap had been used against bears in the past. The woman remembered how the villain had stopped the log and said that they could not help even if they came down. The archer turned her head and said that she would distract the enemy so that her ally could return to the camp and ask the queen for reinforcements. The boy smiled and asked her to be careful. Heihu threw himself at the enemy with his whole body. Miyuki opened his mouth angrily and demanded that he be released. The villain hit his enemy with his elbow on the back. The leader spat out blood and clenched his teeth. The fishman grabbed the fighter and realized he had to push him into the river. The monster slammed his feet into the ground. He made a sharp leap forward. The monster bared his teeth and invited his enemy to bathe on his battlefield. The man's eyes widened in amazement. Alan emerged from the water and called out to her kinsman. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked him not to come here because it was unsafe. The hands of a mountain tribe member appeared from under the water behind her. They pulled the woman under. Heihu fell on his opponent and wondered why his tribeswoman could not fight in the water. The villain raised his hands above his head and repeated his demand. The villain hit his opponent hard in the back. The leader fell to the ground and spat out blood. His pupils contracted for a moment. The fishman rose to his feet. He threw mutsi over himself. The warrior hit his head on the ground. The monster fell next to him and began to breathe heavily. The monster looked at the sky and thought about leaving everything else to his comrades. The heroes ran to meet the members of the mountain tribe. They surrounded the enemies on both sides. Huanshe gritted his teeth and asked his comrade to use that move. Wolfbone frowned and agreed. The guys rushed into battle. The villain noticed that they were coming towards them. The twins grinned and decided to deal with the one with the hammer first. The villains ran to meet the man. The fighter covered his eyes with his hands when they blinded him with sand. The warrior opened his mouth wide and called out to his comrade. He rushed to his aid. The member of the newcomer tribe threw an axe forward and called for the enemies to fight him. The weapon pierced the man's chest. Hongxi gritted his teeth and asked his friend to go away and leave everything else to him. Xiaohu picked up the dagger and told him to take care of himself first. The man rushed forward and said there were 3 steps between them. The mountain tribesman stabbed him in the side. Blood spurted from the warrior's clenched teeth. The warrior grabbed his opponent's arm and said there were 2 steps left. The villain looked at him with disdain and asked what he was muttering. The brute grabbed the blade of the dagger with his bare hand and shouted there was 1 step left. The warrior gritted his teeth and called out to his comrade. Wolfbone leaped forward and swung his hammer. The savage kicked off his shield. The newcomer tribesman was high in the air. He swung his axe. Hongxi declared that his enemy would end. The wounded villain leaped forward to protect his brother. The man struck him hard on the back. Blood gushed from the mouth of the frightened warrior. The mountain tribe member raised his hand and called out to his brother. Ayun released the bowstring. The girl frowned and thought that her opponent was slow enough to hit. The arrows were sticking out of the big guy's hand. The woman noticed that the enemy did not feel any pain, as if the arrows were just scratching him. Shanling was holding back a huge log. The archer realized that she would soon run out of strength. Suddenly, the fighter's eyes widened and she saw something. There was a rope lying on the ground next to the heroes. The wild girl trembled with tension. Several arrows pierced the ground next to her. Still holding the log, the girl wondered if her ally had missed. Another arrow fell next to the rope. The woman frowned and realized that her friend wanted to show her something. Strong girl's mouth opened wide and she understood everything. Shanling kicked the ground hard. She jumped forward and grabbed the rope. The villain put the log down and asked if she didn't want to play with him anymore. Wild girl smiled and denied it. The girl grabbed the rope and offered to play. The woman ran forward. She threw the rope forward. A long whip wrapped around the villain's legs. Strong girl began to run around him, winding the rope. The mountain tribe member closed his eyes and declared that they were not finished yet. Shanling appeared behind him and asked if he had changed his mind. The wild woman pulled the rope and knocked the enemy down. The man fell to the ground. Heihu supported himself with his hand on the ground. Miyuki admitted that he had underestimated him. The villain declared that he was very unlucky, when suddenly a log appeared above his head. The leader opened his eyes in fear and screamed. The tree hit the villain on the head. The fighter fell to the ground. The fisherman concluded that he was even more unlucky. The protagonist parried the enemy's blow. He had to jump back a few meters. Chunli frowned and began to breathe heavily. His hands trembled. The boy realized that he could not withstand the next blow. Suddenly, a burning torch fell in front of him. The mountain tribe member approached the leader and said that it was time to use it, because such was the witch's order. Holding the leaves in his hands, the fighter explained that he would hide in the water, and then his comrade would be able to return home unharmed. The man grinned and reminded him of what he had warned him about in case of defeat. The chieftain looked thoughtfully at the leaves. He turned around. The young man wondered if the enemy was really going to give up his mind to strengthen his body. His axe caught fire. The hunter, engulfed in flames, thought that he could not allow this. The brute looked at the leaves again and realized that they were red ginseng. The villain lowered his head and assumed that the witch had guessed his character. Suddenly, a wave of fire appeared in front of the mountain tribe member. The fighter jumped to the side to avoid being hit. The blast wave cut the nearby trees in half. The warrior reached for the torch and called his leader too indecisive. The villain looked down at him. The man grabbed the torch and decided to make this choice for him. The chieftain broke the torch with his foot and ordered him to stop. The mountain tribe member opened his mouth wide and asked how he dared to resist the witch's order. The big man frowned and said that he did not believe that it was her order and asked him to report it to her. The fighter narrowed his eyes and said that he would not listen to his complaints. The warrior ran away and called the leader to wait for him for a while. The villain turned to his enemy. The villain looked at him and noticed that the enemy still had this destructive power. Holding the axe in his hands, the protagonist remembered that he came here right after the battle with the ichthyosaur and realized that he did not have time to recover, and Pengu's strength was already running out. Chunli squeezed the handle of the axe and realized that he could not hold out for long in this state. The boy frowned and decided that he would lose consciousness as soon as he struck the next blow. Shanling rose from the ground. The young man noticed that their situation was not optimistic either. Heihu crawled out onto the shore with Alan. The hunter realized that their strength was also exhausted. Huanshir helped his comrade to stand up. The king thought that the enemy could easily kill them if he missed. The chieftain raised his dagger in front of him. The protagonist wondered why he needed to put out the torch and assumed that this was some new trick. Chunli rushed into battle and realized that he did not yet know what awaited him, life or death, so he needed to finish this as soon as possible, while he had strength. The guy dealt several lightning strikes. The brute parried his attack with his dagger. The youth frowned menacingly and sighed. The villain looked at the flaming axe and asked why his opponent had not shown his power before. Grinning, the villain realized that such wounds were not his doing, and assumed that the reason for such strength was in the ritual of sacrifice. The hunter dealt another blow and forced the enemy to retreat. The chieftain raised his head and declared that he would not last long. He clutched the dagger in his hands and said that the divine power bestowed by the witch would also soon disappear. Smiling slyly, the brute said that he would not be able to dodge the next blow, so he would have to attack himself, and hoped that the winner would be determined fairly. The king frowned angrily. The villain promised not to harm the people of his community. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist replied that this was respectful, and declared that promises were unnecessary here. Chunli raised his axe in front of him and called on his opponent to attack. The villain opened his mouth wide and screamed furiously. The boy ran towards him. A powerful energy enveloped the heroes. Their weapons clashed with each other. The warrior frowned tensely. A powerful blow raised dust into the air. The youth's pupils narrowed. A loud explosion thundered on the battlefield. Smoke rose into the sky above the forest. Huangshe shuddered and turned his head. The man gritted his teeth. The chief of the mountain tribe was lying on the ground. His body was stained with blood. The young man stood in a cloud of smoke. The hunter closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The brute looked at him with a smile. Then the villain looked at the sky. The wounded twins lay in the middle of the rocks. Suddenly, an unbearable pain pierced the king's right hand. Bleeding wounds appeared on it. The protagonist realized that a little more, and he would die. Chunli summoned a cloud of green energy, and concluded that he should not use Panga's power for nothing. The guy stepped forward. He fell headfirst on Ayan's chest. The girl said that the chief of their tribe could not fall in disgrace. The young man put his hand on her shoulder and asked his friend to be careful, because there was still one person left in the water. Reinforcements were approaching from the forest. Holding a cloud of energy in his hand, the hunter asked his ally to make sure that Alan was safe and to make sure that everyone left. The king bowed his head and sighed heavily. He closed his eyes and said that he needed to rest. The protagonist opened his eyes and saw the ceiling. Shaowan was standing next to the curtain. The girl pulled back her cloak. She threw down the whip and walked towards the bed. The woman touched her husband's abs. Chunli did not understand what was happening. The queen sat on him and thought. The wife leaned on her hands and grinned. The guy's cheeks turned red. Shaowan adjusted her hair and asked if he really liked pretending to be asleep so much. The girl pouted and said that she still liked being the initiator more. The young man opened his mouth in fear and asked how she got here. The hunter smiled awkwardly and asked what happened to Alan, and where the enemies were now. The woman covered his mouth with her finger and said that now was not the time to ask such questions. The queen smirked and concluded that her husband couldn't even roll over and wanted to see what he could do in such a state. The king frowned and thought that he had been prepared for this day for a long time, but he had imagined it a little differently. In his mind, the protagonist put his hands on his waist and decided that it was time to show himself. The girls admired him. Chunli cried and realized that now his image of a powerful leader was gone. Suddenly, a description of a new quest called 7 Times a Night appeared next to him. The guy's eyes widened in shock. The young man shuddered when he read that each time out of the 7 should last at least an hour. The hunter broke out in a cold sweat and reminded the system that his body had not yet recovered. The king imagined a man fighting a lizard and realized that this was the same as choosing suicide before the final blow to the boss. Pouting, the warrior decided that it would be okay to ignore her and realized that it was time to relax. A red warning appeared in front of him, indicating that silence was consent. The protagonist frowned furiously and asked his wife to stop. Shaowan leaned towards him and asked if gentle pushes were not interesting. Chunli blushed and wondered who could help him in this terrible moment. His wide eyes sparkled. Suddenly, something destroyed the wall of the dwelling. Xiongda burst into the royal chambers. The bear narrowed its eyes and growled. The girl covered herself with the animal's skin and stared at it in surprise. The beast immediately ran away with its owner. The woman asked how he dared to steal his man. The full moon shone above the forest. The animal carried its friend in its teeth. The boy thanked it for its help and demanded that it be released. His eyes turned white. The young man wondered where the predator was taking him and asked if it really wanted to eat him. The hunter began to wave his legs and beg for help. The king burst into tears and thought that he would have stayed with his wife if he had known that everything would end like this. Xiunda ran up to the cave. The bear let go of his master. The protagonist stood up and asked why the beast had dragged him here. The beast raised its head and howled. Several of its relatives came out of the cave. Chunli's eyes widened in surprise. The cubs came out into the light. They happily ran to their fellow. The animal closed its eyes and leaned towards them. Then the cubs ran up to the guy. The young man stroked them and asked if these were his pet's children. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him, saying that the cubs were ready to join his community. The hunter asked what kind of favor the ancestral spirit had given him. The king smiled and agreed. He looked at the system window and read that 2 cubs would be counted as 20 people. The animals began to play with each other. The protagonist realized that out of 98 people, 68 were pure primordial military power, and the other 30 were 3 man-eating bears. A large window appeared in front of him with a description of the details. Chunli smirked, thinking about how much time had passed since the last main quest, and he realized that he would have forgotten about it if the system had not warned him. The boy narrowed his eyes and noticed that the list of rewards was quite tempting, but what did it matter when the quests were so difficult? The young man smiled confidently, and realized that he would have to speed up the preparations for the attack on the mountain tribe. The hunter rode on Xiunda. The king looked at his new pets and decided to come up with names for them. The cubs looked at him in surprise when the protagonist gave them names. The bear closed his eyes. His children growled happily. Chunli frowned and realized that he needed a few days to recover, and then he would have a huge pile of things to deal with. A system window appeared next to him. A map of the area opened. The guy decided that now that the settlement had been discovered, all that was left was to wait for a bite. Raising his eyebrows, the young man concluded that the enemy was trapped, and thought that information about the surroundings, guard posts and traps was already known. The hunter squinted and decided to teach his fellow tribesmen the basics of agriculture, and then go on reconnaissance. Xiongda walked along a forest path. The king asked if his comrades ate the ichthyosaur they caught last time, and hoped that at least a piece was left for him. The protagonist presented a fried dinosaur and declared that everything tasted good in his hands. 3 days later, the heroes gathered at the entrance to the settlement. Sitting on a bear, Chunli declared that it was time for him to go. Ayu and Xiaowan looked at him worriedly. Looking at Aegon, the boy asked him to look after the cubs and promised to return in 3 days at most. The boy looked ahead and ordered him to keep an eye on the detachment with the catapults and Alan. The girl closed her eyes and asked him not to repeat the same thing. The hunter turned to his friend and asked if they had planted the millet seeds. The woman confirmed this and added that the farmland was carefully looked after, so there should be no problems. The wild girl frowned in disappointment and warned that the people of the mountain tribe were not at all reasonable. The queen looked at her and said that it was not so bad because they would not be able to cope with her husband. Xiongda ran ahead. The king promised to return as soon as possible. Aya closed her eyes and hoped that everything would be fine with him. Everyone left, but Xiaowan remained at the gate. The girl looked ahead confidently. She frowned and said that they knew what to do. The patrol landed next to her. Offing knelt down and promised to carry out the task. The woman waved her hand and ordered them to hide. The queen lowered her head and was upset because the last time, when they almost got to the bottom of it, the bear took her husband. Xiaowan clenched her fists and said that she had to make sure that he really went to reconnaissance and not to some hidden secret hut. The protagonist closed his eyes and sneezed. Chunli looked around and asked where such cold air came from. The boy looked at the steep slope and decided that it was impossible to climb it without making noise. On the master's command, Xiongda ran north. The bear was in the mountains. The young man remembered that there were only a couple of ways to climb the cliff smoothly, and realized that it was not surprising that the enemies chose this place. The hunter frowned and wondered what would happen if he sent the main force forward. The king narrowed his eyes and decided that in that case he would need to sneak behind the lines. The heroes closed their eyes and flinched when someone asked why they had come here. The protagonist looked away in fear. The guards raised their weapons and asked who he was. The beast bared its fangs. Chunli introduced himself and explained that he had come to arrange a meeting with their leader. Raising his hand, the boy said that the last time their leader had come for war, and that now it was his turn, calling it simple politeness. The brute leaned towards his comrade's ear and whispered something. With his arms outstretched, the warrior ordered the stranger to leave and declared that their leader would not speak to him, and that otherwise he would have to become their prey. The young man pouted, thinking about how he had been feigning innocence, and was surprised that even the man-eating bear had not scared them. Holding the axe in his hand, the hunter decided that these savages had no education whatsoever, so there was no point in talking to them, and wondered if he should just kill them all. The king frowned menacingly. The people were carrying large bags to the settlement. They were walking through the mountains. The protagonist remembered what he had been told about prisoners bound hand and foot, but these people were free. The workers looked around. It turned out that they were the leader of the mountain tribe and Mutsi. The brute looked away tensely. The scoundrel approached the guards and asked why the leader of the newcomer tribe had come to them. Sayanda ran forward on the order of the master. The guards came out to block his path. The bear immediately knocked them down. The beast approached the villains. Chunli said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked how they had sunk to such a low level. The man looked down and concluded that they were finished and explained that the witch did not give divine power to the losers, and that those who lost their power became like them. The brute narrowed his eyes and said that he was no longer the leader of the mountain tribe. The villain imagined the silhouette of a man with a club and explained that the guy needed him. The new leader, standing on a cliff, looked menacingly at his opponent. At his command, the mountain tribe fighters jumped down. The guy narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The young man saw harpoons in the hands of the enemies and asked when they had managed to master this weapon. The villains threw them at the young man. The hunter parried the attack with an axe. He frowned when he heard someone scream. The harpoons pierced the bodies of the guards. The king jumped down from Xiongda and was outraged that these savages completely ignored their comrades. The tribesman rose to his feet and asked why his comrade continued to do nothing when the weapon was lying right at his feet. The man backed away when the fighter asked if he really wanted to lie down on the sacrificial table. Yuki pulled the harpoon out of the ground. The protagonist looked back and noticed that the enemies were already approaching him. Gritting his teeth, Chunli realized that their new leader refused to come down and fight personally, and decided that using Pangu's power now was too reckless. The boy jumped on the bear and ordered it to run forward. The beast carried its master away from the shelling. The sun went down below the horizon. The youth sat under a tree. At this time, the animal was fishing in the river nearby. The hunter noticed bright lights on the rocks. People with torches walked through the mountains. The king concluded that he would not be successful if he attacked at night. He imagined the hand controlling the puppet and realized that their real leader was not the new leader, but some witch who was hiding behind the scenes. The protagonist imagined giants in front of him and realized that there was no point in fighting the new leader, because another would immediately take his place. Squinting, Chun-Li decided that he lacked intelligence, and thought about finding out where the witch was hiding in order to kill her and put an end to everything. Suddenly, Xiongda frowned and growled. The boy raised his head and asked what his pet had noticed. A cloud of dust appeared behind the trees. The young man wondered what was going on there. Something ran through the forest, leaving a dusty trail behind it. The lizard opened its mouth wide and screamed. The monster crawled through the forest. Soon the monster came out to the river. The heroes hid behind the bushes. The dinosaur raised its head and screamed loudly. The predator bit into its neck. A strong pain knocked the lizard off its feet. The monster immediately fell to the ground. Blood flowed from its mouth and eyes. Unknown creatures towered over him. The hunter wondered who they were. The monster surrounded the lizard's corpse. One of them looked back when it heard a rustle in the bushes. Its teeth were covered in blood. The king hoped that they had not been noticed. The creatures hurried to hide. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed with relief. Chun-Li came out from behind the bushes and concluded that the monsters had not noticed them. The boy went into the river and said that he wanted to see what was on the other bank. The young man completely submerged himself under the water. The hunter climbed to the opposite bank. Running from one tree to another, the king began to move forward. Looking out from behind the trunk, the warrior was surprised that the monsters managed to drag that monitor lizard so far, and wondered where their lair was. Something flashed behind him. The protagonist decided to try to talk to these people first. Something disappeared into the bushes. Suddenly the beast jumped on Chun-Li from behind. The boy looked back in fear. A cloud of dust appeared above the ground. A white paw pressed on the young man's chest. The stranger smiled slyly. She raised her paw and called the hunter lost. The king stared at her in amazement. The girl blushed and asked if he was really from the werewolf tribe. Covering her mouth with her hands, the woman screamed that it couldn't be and said that werewolves couldn't move so quickly. The warrior smiled awkwardly and said that he didn't understand what werewolves they were talking about. Suddenly, the protagonist frowned tensely and asked who it was. There were people sitting in the trees. The fighter jumped up from the tree branch. Afen rushed forward with her 2 minions. The cat's ear twitched. The beast man did a somersault and landed on the branch. The stranger threw up her hands and asked if they were really ready to tear her apart for the slightest mistake. The girl pouted and said that she knew it was unwise to intrude here, but that was no reason to attack her. The woman looked at the heroes and explained that they should get across the river as soon as possible, because it was too dangerous here. At that moment, the cat jumped to another branch and disappeared. The patrolwoman approached His Majesty and asked if everything was okay with him. The protagonist replied that everything was fine. Chun-Li shook his hands and asked what werewolves they were talking about. The tribe member broke out in a cold sweat and said that she herself heard about them for the first time, so she could not tell anything. The guy took her by the chin and asked how they ended up here. Afen's eyes widened in surprise, not knowing what to answer her. The young man approached her and frowned menacingly. The hunter closed his eyes and said that he knew perfectly well whose doing this was. The girl closed her eyes and confirmed this. Looking at the river, the king was upset that they were not so hardy underwater, and explained that it would be difficult for them to swim to the other side. The warrior sternly knitted his eyebrows and remembered that Sayanda was waiting for him there. The protagonist smiled and said that they needed to get home as soon as possible. The full moon was shining in the sky. The boys approached the mountains. Chun-Li raised his eyebrows and said that he had been watching the enemies for a long time, and that this path was patrolled all night. The boy frowned and asked his comrades to help find out if there was another road that could be used to climb up unnoticed. The woman opened her eyes wide and asked what about that cat. There were people with torches at the foot of the mountain. The young man decided to put off the problems on the other side of the river for later and deal with the mountain people. The hunter took out his weapon and said that one of them should stay here and monitor the situation. The king came out of the bushes and promised to return tomorrow before sunset, as he needed to look around in the west. The stars were shining in the sky. The warrior passed by a waterfall. He frowned sternly and assumed that this was where Alan jumped into the river and escaped from captivity. Water flowed down from a high cliff. The protagonist was surprised that the fish man could survive, and decided that she was blessed by God himself. Chun-Li approached the waterfall and realized that no one was watching him. The guy jumped onto the ledge and wanted to climb up. The young man imagined how harpoons fell on him, and was afraid that the enemies could notice him and throw him into the river with a strong current. The hunter frowned sternly, and realized that death awaited him in any case. The king went on and decided to look for another place. The warrior approached the bushes. He stopped and looked ahead. Something moved in the thicket. The protagonist saw people ahead and was surprised that they were patrolling even this path. Chun-Li squinted and thought that nothing could be seen in the darkness. The enemies were descending along the mountain road. The guy decided to come closer. A member of the mountain tribe lowered his head and asked if they could really trust the words of that man. The brute in front replied that it was their only chance to trust him. The man behind them said that he would never have helped him if they had not been friends since childhood. Frowning, the villain reminded them that he was no longer a member of the mountain tribe and said that he would still show them the way, despite the enormous risks. Sitting in the bushes, the young man recognized his voice. Leading a crowd of people, the villain was glad that he had managed to secretly record the location of all the traps. The fighter bowed his head and said that they were very lucky to have met him. Luton narrowed his eyes angrily. Holding a spear in his hands, the man asked his comrades not to stray too far from him, because he would not be able to save them if the trap was triggered. The hunter hid behind a tree. Frowning, the king was surprised that his comrade was a member of the mountain tribe and wondered what the chances were that he was simply acting undercover. The brutes followed the fighter. The warrior decided that they were not advanced enough for this. Watching them from afar, the protagonist wondered how his ally managed to know the location of each trap. Chunli looked up and guessed that the traitor could have overheard the conversation. The boy came out from behind a tree and decided to follow him before attacking. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The squad continued to move forward. Xiaohu gritted his teeth and began to breathe heavily. His brother sat down on the ground and said that he could not go forward any longer. Looking back, Luton explained that they only had to climb the mountain and asked if they no longer wanted to kill the leader of the newcomer tribe. The villain rose to his feet and was indignant that they covered the distance, which was originally designed for 1 day and 1 night, in only half a day. The people sat down on the ground to rest. The villain reminded them that they no longer had divine power. The man frowned and said that there was no shorter way. The fighter pointed to the signal tower and explained that there would definitely be guards there, and that patrols would get here sooner or later. The brute raised his head when the warrior said that he was too noticeable. Standing in the bushes, Luton added that he did not want to be buried here and suggested that the heroes return to slave labor if they could not stand it. The young man frowned tensely. The members of the mountain tribe were sitting by the rocks. The hunter remembered that there was an area with traps nearby. The savage narrowed his eyes and asked his comrades to make every effort to implement his idea. The villain grinned and said that he could go to the witch himself if they did not want to continue on their way. The former chieftain of the tribe rose to his feet. The villains continued on their way. The fighter frowned and called his brother to follow him. Xiaohu asked if they were really going back. The tribe member looked back and said that they were both needed here. The heroes walked along a forest path. The savage said that their comrades could do nothing without them. Aegon stood by the signal tower. The boy's eyes widened and he noticed someone entering the trap area. People were walking along the mountains behind Luton. The guard assumed that they were hungry wanderers. The man looked back. The guard wondered what brought him here. The warrior waved his hands at his friend and called out to him. The fighter opened his mouth wide and asked him not to come closer, because this area was not safe. Standing at the foot of the mountain, the heroes looked at him. Xiaohu gritted his teeth and realized that they had been noticed. Miyuki raised his hand and said that they could still retreat. The savage raised his head and asked himself why he was in charge of the signal tower today. Luton clenched his fists and decided that someone else would not try to save them. The man's mouth opened in surprise and he realized that they would be immediately arrested by the patrol. The warrior jumped down to the mountain tribe members and realized that he could only rely on traps now. The fighter narrowed his eyes and concluded that he needed to activate at least one of them by any means necessary. He tripped over a tripwire. The ground beneath the heroes' feet trembled. They immediately fell into a pit. Sharp spears pierced the villains' bodies. Lying on the ground, Luton thought that it would be enough to leave at least one witness, and then the chieftain would find a way to appeal to the mountain tribe. The wounded man closed his eyes and hoped that the patrol would come as soon as possible. Clouds floated above the pit. The protagonist approached its edge. The warrior saw his face and closed his eyes. The sun was shining above a tall tree. The villains' bodies lay beneath it. Chunli summoned a cloud of green energy in his hand. Xiaowan approached him and asked if they really didn't need to be tied up. The guy frowned and explained that he didn't completely heal them. The brute was unconscious. The young man added that they would not have the strength to attack when they woke up. The girl frowned and suggested that these people could serve him. The woman took out a whip and asked permission to deal with the traitor. She swung the rod. Suddenly, the hunter jumped in front of her and asked her to stop. The king looked back and suggested not to rush to conclusions and wait for Luton to wake up and tell everything himself. Heihu gritted his teeth and said that a couple of people would be enough for the interrogation, so they did not have to leave everyone alive. Shirgu opened his mouth angrily and said that they could not afford to waste so much medicine. The mountain tribe members lay on the ground. The protagonist replied that it would not be a very good gesture on his part, and said that such an arrogant man would not be so easily forced to betray his community, even if they treated him like a slave. In memory, the former chieftain smirked. In the past, he had to leave through the forest. Chunli remembered that all these people were closely connected to each other. The boy frowned and decided that he should leave the rest alive so that the former chieftain of the mountain tribe would obediently submit. The young man looked away and thought about the last time the villain promised that he would not kill his people. Opening his mouth in anger, the hunter was indignant at having to spend a lot of money and medicine for these savages, and hoped that he would at least hear a thank you. The king approached his comrade and asked him to carry him to the house. Shirgu promised to take care of him. Ayu sat down next to the villain. The girl looked back and reported that he woke up. After a while, the former chieftain of the mountain tribe was sitting under a tree. Standing before him, the warrior asked if no one had ever actually seen the witch, and all the information was transmitted through the little girl. Lowering his head, the man confirmed this and added that she had even performed the most important sacrifices. The girl spread her arms in front of the fire. The thug said that, according to her, she was the messenger of the witch, who was not affected by the curse. The protagonist shuddered and asked what curse he was talking about. People worshipped the girl, who said that the witch's body was shrouded in a curse, because of which anyone who approached her could die. The stranger entered the cave. The scoundrel explained that no one doubted her words, because they had seen the divine power in action with their own eyes. Looking at him, Chunli said that they had a chance to carry out an attack operation. The guy narrowed his eyes and said that the new leader of the mountain tribe was not so easy to deal with. The villain looked down and asked if he was worried about collapse. Introducing the man who raised the dinosaur, the fighter explained that his power was unmatched, especially after he received divine power, but it still relied on the sacrificial ritual, which required fire. The brute narrowed his eyes and added that they could not perform this ritual during rain or wind, so the entire clan would be greatly weakened. Raising his hand, the youth concluded that their tribe had many vulnerabilities, and asked why others did not know about them yet. People tried to climb the mountain during the rain, but the roads were washed out, so even those who knew the area did not go beyond the territory. The hunter sat down next to the prisoner, and decided that strong winds were always accompanied by rain, and this way they could hide their vulnerabilities for a very long time. The king opened his mouth and sighed heavily. The protagonist frowned and realized that others definitely could not know about this information. Chunli extended his hand to the villain. The boy smiled, called him a traitor to the mountain tribe, and offered to join him. The villain looked up. The former chief waved the boy off. The man stood up and said that he never gave out information, no matter who asked him. The fighter leaned against a tree and began to breathe heavily. Looking down, the villain noticed that his enemy was somehow special and said that he did not want to hide anything when answering his questions. The hunter frowned in displeasure. The king gave him a thumbs up and declared that it was love. The villain grabbed his cloak and asked if he was tired of living. The warrior replied that it was just a joke. The former chief let him go and thanked him for interrogating him without threats, but said that he could not accept his offer. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he would not force him to do so. Standing under the tree, Chunli explained that they could leave at any time as long as the others got back on their feet. The boy smiled widely and hoped that the next time they met, they would no longer be enemies. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked if the big man really didn't like him. The man grabbed his cloak again and viciously threatened to kill him. 5 days later, the tribesmen were sharpening their spears. Luton handed over some charcoal to their leader. The hunter laid out sulfur, saltpeter, and bamboo stalks on the table and concluded that he needed more charcoal. Ayu approached him and asked if he had forgiven his comrade. The king replied that the only thing he couldn't forgive was that the guard pretended to be a traitor in order to find out information. The warrior smiled and explained that the man had almost lost his life for him, so there was no reason not to trust him. The girl asked if it was a lie. The protagonist remembered how Luton had saved him and decided that his ability to pretend was actually quite good. The woman lowered her head and said that the leader of the mountain tribe had left the camp this morning. Chunli asked her to remind him what he had ordered her to do. The wild woman folded her hands in front of her and said that they had everything they needed for a long trip. The boy bandaged the stick and said that nothing more was required of them. Standing in front of the table with firecrackers, the young man realized that everything was ready and explained that now they just had to wait for the storm. People were walking around the tribe's territory. Spears were lying on the stands. Fishmen were dragging logs and stones. Ready firecrackers were lying on the table. The door to the main building was closed. A system window appeared in front of the hunter. It showed an ointment. The king was upset that this broken system spent 70 technology points on 3 copies of the mixture. The warrior frowned and realized that the price doubled with each purchase. The protagonist looked back when there was a knock on the door and asked the guests to come in. The heroes stood in a row. Sitting on the throne, Chunli said that they knew very well why he had called them here, and decided to get straight to the plan. The boy narrowed his eyes and explained that they needed to divide all the soldiers into 4 squads. Heihu frowned when the leader asked him to take 3 reliable subordinates and go to the mountain to rescue the prisoners. Afin nodded when the boy ordered her to help direct the leader to the place where the prisoners were. The hunter turned to Shirgu and asked him to be in charge of leading the main squad. The sun rose over the mountains. The heroes left the house. The king approached his wife and asked if she thought there was something wrong with the plan. Xiaowan frowned tensely and asked if he was really going to let a traitor stay and guard their home. The warrior sat on the throne and explained that they would go to battle in full force, but those who remained in the settlement needed protection. The protagonist looked down and added that his wounds had not yet healed, so it would be ideal if he was in charge of guarding the camp. The girl frowned in displeasure. Chun-Li said that Luton understood perfectly well that many of them were offended by him. The boy looked up and said that he wanted to show his attitude towards the tribesmen, so that the man could prove his innocence. The woman headed for the exit and said that if the guard did anything suspicious, her fears would be true. Looking at the open door, the young man decided that it would be too cruel to send him to war, because his opponent would be his own clan. Ao ran to the doors of the main building. The girl spread her arms and shouted that a strong wind had begun. Its gusts swept over the forest. The hunter went outside. He looked to the side. Looking up, the king felt strong moisture and concluded that they did not have much time left. The warrior approached the fire and asked his comrades to gather. The clouds parted and the sun shone in the sky. The heroes approached the waterfall. Looking back, the protagonist reported that Alan was sitting in ambush nearby and asked Afen to save those who accidentally fell into the water. The girl nodded when Chun-Li said that Xiundao would look after her. The guide turned to the fishmen and explained that they would cross the river and climb the cliff. The young man looked at the mountains and declared that he would climb to the top alone. The soldiers approached the cliff. They hid in the bushes. Shirgu gritted his teeth and realized that everyone else was already in their places. The man handed the firecracker to his comrade and asked him to light it. The soldier hit the stone with a stone and lit the fuse. The warrior threw a firecracker forward and declared that they had to leave now. An explosion sounded above the patrol. The newcomer tribe members rushed to attack. The brute knocked the opponents down and rushed forward. At the top of the cliff stood the leader of the mountain tribe. Shirgu said that their task was to attract as many enemies as possible. On the cliff stood people with harpoons. The man opened his mouth wide in order to form a defensive line. The fishmen raised their shields. They managed to protect themselves from the thrown weapons. The people with clubs rushed towards them. Huansher grinned and asked if it was too late to retreat. The leader stood behind his subordinates. The fighter shouted that they must not leave the battlefield. The mountain tribe members entered the battle. The savage approached his leader and asked if they needed reinforcements, but the answer was negative. Watching the battle from the side, the villain explained that the captives must first wear them out, because the clan was not blessed by the divine power today. A turbulent river flowed along the rocks. The man led a group of captive fishmen. Heivu saw them and declared that his enemy would have to pay for this with his blood. A real battle broke out in the gorge. Shirgu hit his opponent on the shoulder. He clenched his teeth tensely. The wounded monsters fell to the ground. Frowning, the villain called them quite brave and was surprised that they still had not given up on their idea and ran away. Collapse turned around and asked why the captives had not yet been delivered. The leader of the mountain tribe narrowed his eyes and realized that he could not wait any longer. After that, the leader also rushed into battle with his relatives. The fighter looked back and shouted that reinforcements had arrived. The man promised to cover him and asked to carry the wounded. The fishmen began to retreat. The brute raised his club over his head to strike. The warrior parried his attack with his shield. The savage spat out a clot of blood. The soldier took out a healing potion and decided to take it for himself. Shirgu drank it and ran away. At that moment, a detachment led by Shawang arrived. Her subordinates spun their slings. The girl ordered to open fire. The fighters threw firecrackers forward. They appeared in the air above the fleeing enemies. At that moment, several explosions were heard on the battlefield. The man approached the woman and reported that all his comrades were wounded. He gritted his teeth and said that they needed to reorganize the formation immediately, because the next battle would be decisive. There was a raging waterfall in the rocks. The protagonist approached the totem stone. Chun-Li frowned and noticed that there was not a single enemy here. Standing on top of the cliff, the guy realized that the wind was gradually dying down, which meant that it should rain soon. The young man looked up and noticed something strange. The hunter approached the cave and smelled a sweet scent. The king decided to go straight into it. The warrior approached the entrance to the cave and noticed barrels there. He took a step forward, but accidentally stepped on a branch. The protagonist shuddered and decided that this was bad. One of the barrels shook. Someone was indignant that people from the tribe brought honey here. Chun-Li stopped when the stranger asked him not to come closer and asked if he was not at all afraid of the witch's curse. The guy sternly knitted his eyebrows and thought that this voice was very similar to a woman's. There were many barrels around him. The young man put his hand on his belt and did not notice any traces here. The girl climbed out of the barrel and called him a fool. She threw a mask at him and asked who sent him here. The hunter silently waved away the flying mask. The king gritted his teeth in displeasure and assumed that the overly talkative girl was the witch. The child frowned angrily. The warrior lunged forward. He found himself behind the follower and struck her in the neck to knock her out. The stranger lost consciousness, and the protagonist took her with him. Standing at the exit of the cave, Chun-Li remembered that the mountain tribe had never seen what their witch looked like. The stunned girl opened her mouth. The boy rolled his eyes in disappointment and concluded that the enemies would never believe that the witch was dead, even if they killed the girl. Looking at the rain, the young man decided that he could try to blackmail them, since no one had seen the witch in person. Clouds gathered in the sky. Members of the two tribes continued to fight each other. Collapse swung his club. Shirgu parried the enemy's blow and shouted that all the wounded were in the rear, and there should be enough medicine for everyone. The man looked back and noticed something. Fishmen were approaching them. The warrior realized that they were reinforcements. Leading the squad into battle, Heihu declared that it was time to take revenge on the villains. Suddenly, someone fell to the ground. The people looked at the masked man in amazement. The hunter walked out onto the cliff and declared that the battle was over. Lightning flashed behind him. The king explained that their witch was already dead. The tribesmen gathered at the foot of the cliff. They stared in horror at the corpse of the man. The fighter opened his mouth in fear and screamed. The mountain tribesmen began to run away in fear. Collapse frowned furiously and ordered them to go back because the fight was not over yet. Xiaowan declared that it was useless. The girl swung her whip and called for the enemy to prepare for death. The mountain tribe leader swung his club. Shirgu jumped forward and shouted that things were bad. The man pushed the woman away and blocked the blow with his shield. The villain ran away. The queen asked her comrade not to worry about her and to follow the enemy. The protagonist waved his hand and said that it was not worth it. The mountain tribe members were lying on the ground. Chun-Li explained that most of them were injured and unable to continue the fight, so they won. The heroes returned to the settlement. Offing was helping the wounded fisherman. The boy frowned and said that they had to use the last bottle of healing ointment, but it was not a problem if it saved someone's life. Luton turned to him and reported that 5 people and 4 prisoners had died on the battlefield. Looking down, the young man replied that casualties were inevitable in war, and suggested burying them in the forest to the north, at the foot of the mountain. The hunter looked at the system window and realized that, taking into account the losses, the population had grown by 20 people. The king frowned sternly and concluded that in the future, the enemies would only get stronger, which meant that the losses would also increase. A resident of the tribe approached him and reported that the girl had woken up. The stranger hanging from the tree threatened to kill all the villains. The girl spread her hand and demanded that he let her go so that she could see her full power. The protagonist smiled nervously and decided that only Ayu could deal with this. After a while, the woman raised her hand and reported that the captive had calmed down. The child was sitting on the ground and chewing grass. The witch's follower pouted and spat it out. The girl trembled and asked him to bring her more of this grass, because its sweetness quickly disappears. The savage raised her index finger and promised to bring more licorice if she behaved well. The girl looked at her leader and invited him to come closer. Chun-Li handed the captive the leaves and said that before that she would have to answer a few questions. The boy screamed hysterically when the child bit his hand. The young man frowned furiously and called her disobedient. The witch's follower asked who gave him permission to hit her on the head. The girl sternly knitted her brows and said that she could not be fooled by the grass and that she only needed honey. The hunter pinched her cheek and promised to give her as much honey as she needed in the future. The child smiled and decided to stay there. The heroes were sitting under a tree. The girl climbed onto the king's head and was glad that she would not have to return to her father, because she did not want to have anything to do with werewolves. The protagonist looked up and asked what this meant. The witch's follower explained that her father was a great sorcerer of the werewolf clan, who taught her magic. The girl's eyes widened and she added that her dad was so strong that he could turn a man into a wolf. Chun-Li gritted his teeth and asked if all those werewolves had once been normal people. The child grabbed his cheek and confirmed this and told him that all but a few members of the clan her age had been turned into wolves. Frowning, he realized that he hadn't expected to hear something like that and suggested that they shouldn't provoke the werewolf tribe on the other side of the river. Closing his eyes, he realized that they were also in no hurry to do anything and wished for the evening to come soon so that they could have a feast. That night, the tribe gathered around the fire. The fishmen were roasting their catch over the fire. The little bear ran up to Offing. Shirgu, Xiong, and Huanshe were looking at the flames. Sitting by Xiongda, the hunter asked Xiaoyu to have a good rest while they had some free time. Shanling looked at her friend and asked why she was so dressed up. Ayu smiled and replied that everything would become clear when the chieftain went to rest. The girl closed her eyes and assumed that her comrade wanted to take advantage of the opportunity while he was happy. The woman jumped to her feet and declared that the first would not be the one with flowers on her head, but the one who would run to him first. The king looked away in surprise. The savage woman jumped into the air and pounced on him. The main character asked her not to come closer.